most of these solid waste items are non-biodegradable. So which means you could have a plastic bottle today that you innocently bought water and you drank and you discarded it, and in your mind you feel, I've discarded it, but that plastic bottle is somewhere in our environment, sitting, standing exactly as it was. It hasn't broken down in any form.
Because it is
it is non-biodegradable. It does not disintegrate into the environment until, like, after, for plastic bottles, it could take up to 400 to 500 years. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? And there are some of these plastic bottles that you cannot recycle. And you know, even the thing with recycling, that upcycling is a little different from recycling, because upcycling is when you take these waste items and you repurpose them. But recycling is when you take waste items, specific waste items, and then you break them down into smaller components to produce other products. So that plastic bottle, if it's recyclable, you take it to a recycling company, it goes through chemical and mechanical processes, it's broken down and then used to create another plastic bottle or plastic item. And these were alarming challenges. The construction industry in Nigeria is also one of the highest producers of solid waste. And I kept asking myself, what do we do about these things? So I found myself, in as much as I had the passion, but starting the Upcycle Architect was more or less like a platform to find creative solutions to these problems. How do you find, ways out? And that was the beginning of it. So it wasn't even meant to be a business, because the initial idea I had was for it to be a blog site where I talk to people about it. But talking is one aspect. Another aspect is actually implementing and finding solutions, and that was how it became a business. And throughout 2017 to around April 2018, I was still trying to find my path, running the business and all that. And that was when it was actually my husband that told me about the C4C platform. He told me, okay, there's an opening, someone told him about it, why don't I apply? You just never know. And I didn't even know what it was all about, but then I went online, read on Conversations for Change from the website, and that was how I applied. And to God be the glory, and in all amazement, I was selected, to come for an interview. And I can remember that day so well, the day of the interview. It was so amazing because when I was being asked questions and all that, it was strange to some of the interviewers because I had to show pictures. I didn't have bearing that time, so it didn't cross my mind to come with flyers or come with live products for people to see. So I had to go to, refer to my phone images and social media platforms where they could see these products. And I was hopeful and prayerful that I would get selected. And to God be the glory, I was actually selected. And that was when the business aspect of
Save Nature TV, news in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language, all with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Our mainstay was to export crude oil and east still to export crude oil. But we reserve a certain proportion of those crude oil that we are drilling for local consumption. So we refined, used locally, and we're able to sell to our neighbors. Benin Republic, as far as Togo, Cameroon, and Chad, Niger, and all those places. Now, when the government now failed, when our refineries died and government failed to produce, governments now said, okay, we will now go outside the country, produce. That is the most idiotic economics I've ever seen in the entire life. Where you carry crude oil from your land. You have refineries. You have technology, have even provided what we call modular refineries. You have not made it conducive for people to bring refinery. You take your crude oil outside for local consumption outside the country. You pay dollars to do that, in dollars. You now refine it paying in dollars. You now bring it back using dollars, and then you are selling in naira. Therefore, the differentials in the financial outlay was too much. So the government asked, okay, we'll subsidize. That is one of the craziest things that happened to us. We subsidize because of their inability. Meanwhile, people every day, we see the Nigerian military, joint task force, going to Niger Delta, saying that burning down illegal refineries. What does that suggest to you? It suggests to you that the technology of refining crude oil is simple. If people can do it in the creeks in their backyard, if people can do it back of their kitchen, during the Biafra war, there were mobile refineries where were moving it and producing fuel for their armory, for their vehicles and everything. So it's not rocket science to refine oil. So why is Nigeria not refining oil?
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Good morning and welcome to Signature Morning on Signature TV. Today is Thursday, the 18th day of June 2026. Thank you so much for joining us on the program this morning. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Coming up next is our newspaper headlines and review. Welcome back. Now on our newspaper headlines, we'll start with the Punch newspaper. And it says on the headline, Ekiti decides security forces mobilize as INEC moves sensitive materials today. Police activate election operations, 10,000 NSCDC personnel deployed. Appeal court inaugurates election tribunal. FG halts stamp duty deductions by MDAs. Opposition lawmakers berate Tinubu over worsening insecurity, hardship. NAF killed my husband, abandoned me with 3 children, widow. Kwara drags Saraki to court over alleged defamation. ICPC defends El Rufai detention as group hires U.S. lobbyists. Now to the Vanguard newspaper. Page 5 says Japa, only 55,000 doctors left to treat 220 million Nigerians. 16,000 doctors migrated in 5 years. Nigeria's mental health crisis worsening. ARD FNPH Yaba. 85% of Nigerians with mental disorders lack treatment access. UK court acquits ex-petroleum minister Alison Madueke of bribery charges. Worry delineation, our position going forward, Ijo Urobo leaders. Now to the Nation newspaper, it says that senators' reps to decide retaliation against South Africa. Anti-migration actions a dent on Mandela's legacy, says federal government. Still on the Nation, INEC gives recognition to Gombe-led SDP. Telcos accounted for 7.8% of GDP last year. Still on the Nation, 24 hours to signing deal. Trump says US-Iran pact averted economic catastrophe. The Daily Trust newspaper headlines says fix insecurity or step aside, reps tell Tinubu. Desani cleared of all charges in UK corruption trial. Questions as NDC asks candidates to sign agreement. FG rejects IMF's advice on fuel, telecoms, taxes. Still on the Daily Trust, despite outcry, work advances on Abuja hospital site converted to estate. Government launches digital TV, targets 40 million homes. 10 Cameroonians held in Lagos over alleged human trafficking. Now let's look at the Guardian newspaper on page 6. 2027 polls, conflicting court orders, weak oversight, raise credibility doubts. FG shuns IMF, rules out fuel telecom taxes. Nutrition 774 adopts homegrown funding model, targets 500 billion naira gap. Electricity Act amendment sparks protests as state regulators warn of re-centralization. Nigeria listed among hotspots for acute food insecurity, greatest concern. Now on the Nigerian Tribune, page 3, Desiani free, London court clears her of bribery charges. Ex-minister says faith family sustained me through 11 years of traumatic journey. from the EFCC alleged 2.8 billion naira contract fraud. How Sirika approved Nigeria Air Consultancy contract to associates. Ekiti governorship poll, INEC reports 97.1% PVC collection as NAF airlift sensitive materials for Guba by elections. All right, that is what we have on our newspaper headlines this morning. And now for our review, we welcome Chris Maduka. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Uche, and good morning, my dear people of the world. Welcome to another day on Signature Morning Newspaper Review. We have God to thank for life. Of course.
Now, the newspaper headlines this morning talks about the Ekiti polls. Security forces mobilize as INEC moves sensitive material today. And on the Nigerian Tribune, it says that NAF airlifts sensitive materials for the Guba and by-elections.
That tells you, wherever your money is, that's where your heart is, according to the Bible. The government of Nigeria can mobilize forces, use Nigerian Air Force to fly in sensitive materials, mobilize forces just to go and perpetuate themselves in power. But they cannot mobilize forces. NAF cannot fly sensitive materials and weapons to terrorist sites where in Castena, even the governor and local government, all the government officials visit the bandits and terrorists in their enclaves, and they will give them chattel of demand, repair our houses, institute Sharia law, do this, release all our people you are holding. That's Nigeria for you. And they are mobilizing, and the world is watching. Nigeria is mobilizing for Ekiti elections with every force they have, security force. I am not saying that when election is coming that now you don't, used to be we go send police we send 50,000 and bring budget, Nigeria will pay for one state election. Now, Nigeria mobilize security forces. I don't know where our priority is, but it's becoming clear that our leaderships, the politicians and people in leadership are just interested in securing themselves. They want a Ekiti election to go, and then it will be on record that they can use any force to put there for so many reasons. Either to enhance a rigging and perpetuate, or to manipulate, or whatever. But where we need to declare emergencies, nobody's mobilizing. Where we need to mobilize, we're not. We keep quiet. I'm not saying how long do we tell ourselves these lies and continue to think we can. Well, it's very obvious where our priorities are. Our Nigerian politicians and leadership is interested in making sure they get their system working for them to move back to their positions of authority, and that is it. Any other thing can happen. Any other thing is an appendage. I wish them luck.
Okay, another headline is on the Japa issue. Only 55,000 doctors are left to treat about 220 million Nigerians. And they say that Nigerian mental health cases worsen, and many Nigerians with mental disorders are lacking treatment access.
If you check the number of doctors, medical personnel that have jackpot out of Nigeria, there are more by over 10,000 or thereabout for people who are still in the country, to cater for 220 million Nigerians, out of which many of them have mental sickness in one way or the other. In the first place, my professor said every Nigerian is mentally sick, depending on the level. From the top to the bottom are all sick mentally. It depends. But the issue where we're concerned, because it's health matters, that the people who are on top with maybe appreciable level of mental sickness do not care about the ones who their own is developing into full madness. Very soon, Just like they have perpetuated and weaponized poverty, they will weaponize health now. We will have most Nigerians in the street picking leaves in the name of madness. They have lesser people to cater for. At that time, of course, where do you have mental homes? Where we pick? You go to decent countries, you don't find mad people in the street. It's only in Nigeria we find mad people in every street corner. So when more Nigerians get mad, it will be to the benefit of politicians. They don't have people who are sane, who can wake up and say, we will not go grill. Also, they will start spending money, telling police to go and fire tear gas at them or disperse them. If most Nigerians go mad, it's to the benefit of our politicians. And they will have the leeway. Now they've made everybody sick and poor with 1 cup of rice. An average Nigerian will say their conscience. They wouldn't even listen to reason. And that's what this thing. So when we have more people who don't have doctors to care for them, can you imagine? Put the ratio. How many thousands of
55,000.
55,000 to cater for 220
million Nigerians.
And that's being mega. They were being political correct in the data so that they won't sound. But the fact remains that we are not at home, health-wise, agriculture-wise, our economy in shambles, education in shambles. Tell me which system that is working. High cost of living. This is not against anybody, this is a reality. But when some countries pass through this kind of season, we see their government with tangible and empirical evidence of what they are doing. All we see happening in Nigeria is politicking, campaigning, defection, deregistration rumor, re-registering rumor. This is all we get. The real issues are not in the front burner of the agenda of our policymakers. With this, how many times have you heard that National Assembly has declared a health emergency in Nigeria? Have they declared on education? Have they declared on agri? Have they declared on all sectors that require urgent attention so that we do not collapse? And when any country, these 5 critical sectors are wobbling, and politicians are moving in convoys of security, well-starched army and security police with the armored vehicles. They just move from there because you don't see them again in the villages. They can't travel by Nigerian road. You only see them between Abuja, and they just move 5 minutes from their quarters to the legislative assembly, national assembly, and they peep back and then to the airports. When the A1 fuel gets increased, they get jittery. That the shoe must, so that they want to fly. Good morning, London. Good night, America. Good. That's how their life is. They visit Nigeria, go to a House of Assembly, National Assembly, sit for a few hours, laugh and cheese, and then move back, and that's all. At the end of the month, they earn very fat allowances. Who would like to live that kind of life? And you are telling him about koala. Buddy, the oath of allegiance to this nation, some of them swore, we deal with them spiritually or physically. You can't swear oath of allegiance and you are seeing Nigeria dissolve into ashes and you are still comfortable, sleep well, wake well. Your children are in schools in abroad and all. And people are here suffering. Worse, they are not safe. Every day you wake up with insecurity issues and all, and you say you are representing those people, and you are comfortable. I don't think we have human hearts again.
Now, the senators and reps to decide retaliation against South Africa, and they are saying that anti-migrant actions is a dent on Mandela's legacy, and this is from the federal government. This
is what they are still to. Nigeria too. Do they know about Mandela's legacy more than South Africans? Somebody definitely decided to bite you at that smelly side without caring about what comes out of it and how it smells. And you want to bite him in the nose. You're still wondering whether he has a running nose. That's weakness. For once, let our government make some definitive decision that is hard on people who are treating Nigeria hard. Before we can sit down and talk. They're taking advantage of Nigeria. This then they teach them about Mandela. Mandela grew up in South Africa when the Nigeria only contributed to help them fight apartheid. And if after a few years of that, and they forgot, anybody can forget. Because a man with bicycle can visit your house. When you see him off, when he want to climb his bicycle, he give you the backside and then off. If South Africans have decided to do this to Nigeria, we're still here lamenting, then something is wrong. How many things will be happening to Nigeria and we're dealing? Is what we are happening now is not enough to provoke us to make some hard decisions about our diplomatic relations. Sacrificing our citizens and the madman in the market after eating the first vulture, nothing happened to him. He now use vulture as breakfast, dinner, and lunch. That is what happened to Nigeria. So South Africa that have seen Nigeria as competitive or as a competitor for that long, since they came out of that, they forgot everything and are now at this point treating us at this level. And our people are still saying we are yet to what kind of diplomatic decision we take. What kind of diplomatic decision did South Africa take against Nigeria? So why not? The diplomatic relations should be on a 50-50. So you give me 50, I give you back 50. What all this delay and it shows weakness, and before you know it, another country will begin to deal with Nigeria. Just that deal. If the diaspora commission will be sincere, most countries of the world now take Nigerians as people you deal with and then flush them back. Government will be deciding, take the months to decide, and we have people in National Assembly. I still keep pointing. Some of them want second tenure. Some of them have been there 8 tenure. And this kind of thing happened in a country where they say they represent the people. They will send it back with our budget that we never budgeted for. We never budgeted in 2026. Of course, we are not using budget. That we will deploy over 1 million people from South Africa. We pay for their flight and back and take back, profile them and then send them home. In some countries, they will reform this with our budget. They are sitting there, wanting second tenure, 8 tenure, 100 tenure in the National Assembly. It is not an emergency. And they're still deciding what to tell South Africa in this situation. It is shame. I am ashamed of them. In whatever they think about what I'm saying, it's the newspaper review I am doing. They think it's right, let them respond back. By the action, let them show Nigerians that they care for us, even if they pretend. Because it's becoming obvious nobody cares for Nigeria. How long can we do this? Good luck to them. Let them think, take time, like everything. But when it comes to whether electoral result will be transmitted directly and no other thing, it didn't take them more than 5 minutes to deal with it. And they think they don't know what they're doing. God will visit all of us and pay us back in our own coin. Otherwise, this country will just playing with it. If it will be on record that this is their time. What they call themselves, 10th National Assembly, it is in their time that Nigeria dissolved into ashes. And when the house is falling down, the roof cannot stand. So they do not think. Whatever they are thinking now is a fragile security. You can use all Nigerian police. Use all the armored cars. Secure yourself, one individual. Why 240 million do not have? Do the mathematics. Doctors that can treat 240 million. So think about how many doctors are divided to one person.
All right, let's take one more. Now, a while ago, we read an IMF report about our fuel and telecom taxes, and now the federal government has come out to reject and shun IMF and their advice on our economic reforms, our fuel and telecom taxes.
That's why when I'm sat down here shouting about the data and the advice these people give to us, it's for at least for once, the federal government has seen that what I'm saying, these people do not make, there's nothing you do for your girlfriend's son to call you papa. These people that easily borrow us money and make this government the highest borrowing government since we were born in the last 60 years in Nigeria within 3 years. These same people, every morning you wake up in the newspaper, if World Bank didn't tell us how many people in Nigeria that will suffer from tuberculosis, how many people that are going to become dead in the next, who made them that? Well, and they will still go back at the back and borrow money that will put us in perpetual poverty and beggary position as a country. And there will be, before you wake up, IMF tells you, but IMF will be doing 5 minutes after telling us these things. We tell you how bad Nigerian inflation has become and all this. They now look into telecom. They want to go there and start talking about tax and all. And government is shunning them. It has not started. Once Nigerian government thinks it's only IMF, the borrowers that are your best advisors that will tell you when to sleep and wake up, when to take your bath, how to deal with, what to do with your citizens so that you will sound good at them, they'll be borrowing you. You are only making your life difficult. Like I said, how can somebody love you more than yourself? It has never happened in the history of the world. There is no free meal, that's even in Freetown. Whatever that is happening in Nigeria are the eye of the world looking at a country so blessed by God, and they don't want us to sleep and wake up. But it's fortunate that our leaders have not seen this. What is IMF interest in Nigeria? What is World Bank interest in Nigeria? What is all these borrowers' interest in Nigeria? What have they done for us since our independence? What all this grant the borrowing have done for us instead of not making 50 generations of Nigerians yet unborn to be in debt? And we have not seen it. We have not seen it. And we are still running after them, thinking that there is this thing they say in my place, when you visit people's house, they won't give it to you. There are certain things out there put on already. All this fragile union, United Nations, there's this. I've asked the question, gather all the destructive weapons by people who are against Nigeria. Look at the brand and the countries of manufacture. Are those people not members of the union? Useless union that kept us in a very dangerous, weak negotiating power, and we still run after them without looking in. Even when I'm talking about that, how about the African Union?
All right, Chris. I think our time is up, so we have to wrap it up.
It has to be up because,
yes.
Thank God you're always giving me this dose, small. Because if you continue beyond this, if this thing continue beyond this, now that we don't even have doctors who do mental sickness, Nigeria is not at home, I keep saying. But be that as it may, we must end well with hope. God bless Nigeria. Like I keep saying, I do not mean any harm to anybody, unless you mean harm to Nigeria or to anybody. It's left for you. Be that as it may, and not God. We pray God for blessings to everybody who deserve to be blessed. Remember, that's our tagline. God blessings are meant for those who deserve to be blessed. So,
thank you, Chris Maduka, for joining us in the review this morning. And that brings us to the end of this segment on Signature Morning. Do stay tuned as the show will be back after this break.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
"50 years after Nigerian Navy primary schools in retrospect." That is an interview coming up next with Lieutenant Commander Dr. Suleiman Rabiu, who is the head teacher, Nigerian Navy Primary School, Lagos. Do take a look. Welcome back. Now, for 5 decades, the Nigerian Navy primary schools have played a vital role in providing quality basic education. And so this morning, we're looking at 50 years after Nigerian Navy primary schools in retrospect. Joining us on Zoom this morning is Lieutenant Commander Dr. Suleiman Rabiu. He is the head teacher, Nigerian Navy Primary School, Lagos. You're welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Ma.
Now, looking at, 50 years after Nigerian Navy primary schools in retrospect, first of all, I'd like to start from the beginning, exactly why the Navy entered the education sector. Can you walk us through, the genesis of the Nigerian Navy being involved in the education sector and, why they sought to do that?
Yes, good morning. As you said, I'm Lieutenant Commander Dr. Suleiman Rabiu. The school, let me start with the history. The school was established in 1976 by Nigerian Navy to provide basic education for children of naval personnel. The policy is that in every barracks that we have 200 naval personnel, the Navy put a policy that it must establish a school so that to ensure the personnel and surrounding community have the basic education with the vision of clear to support national development through education while maintaining the core value of discipline, order, and excellence associated with Nigerian Navy. So that is the school gradually expanded with the structure to enroll and reputation. What started a small education facility has grown into response institution with time. So that is the Navy established it to ensure that the Nigerian Navy personnel there are up to 201 barracks has basic education. That is why they call it as a welfare school for them to cater for the Nigerian Navy personnel. However, the Navy didn't it necessary that, okay, since the school is co-located with other civilian and other paramilitary, so the Navy also make it that other paramilitary and civilian alike, they can enroll in the school. Although the main this thing is a welfare school for Nigerian Navy personnel. Thank you. Hello?
How would you also describe or assess, the academic contribution of the Nigerian Navy primary schools to Nigerian education sector as a whole? I'd like to know what differentiates it from other primary schools or other education systems in Nigeria.
Okay, thank you. As I said, one, the school is a welfare school. The school is a welfare school. Then academically, the school have consistently produced pupils who excel in secondary school and beyond. And also many of our former pupils are now professionals in medicine, engineering, law, education, business, and even within armed forces. And beyond academic, we also succeed in instilling discipline, patriotism, leadership, teamwork, and in our people. This value reflect the ethos of the Navy, of the Nigerian Navy. So apart from that, since I'm mentioning the achievement, is not only academic and other, we also excel in core curricular activities such as sports, debate, quiz, spelling bee, cultural display, and many more. So as holistic, the school contributes for development of the children. Thank you.
Now, you mentioned discipline while you were speaking, and I mean, the military, the armed forces is known for that strong discipline, and and sometimes it can be seen as quite a rigid form of instruction and discipline. So I want to know how that, translating it now to the education system, handling the pupils in an educational environment, how do you translate that discipline? How do you impart that discipline in such a way that it doesn't also suppress, the ability of the pupils to engage with the teachers and with the authorities, and just as a whole, holistically?
Okay, as I mentioned earlier, military is the bedrock of discipline. Sorry to let me not be biased, but if you remove discipline from Mr. Military, I think what you meant is not much. So it's what the discipline that inculcates to our children. We show them the discipline, the patriotism, leadership, teamwork among the pupils, because what we have is what we are giving. So you see the discipline they have different from other pupils outside. Because let me make example now. In our schools, when we said in Navy schools, or let me say military schools, when we said 8 o'clock, it means 8 o'clock. You see, all our children are complete. That 8 o'clock, it means 8 o'clock. That when we say, okay, we want to see all our children 8 o'clock. And not only children, because even the parents now, they have already learned, because they know where our standards. They've already learned. They know when we said, okay, this is so timing, they met with the timing. And when we said, okay, we want so this in uniform, you wear, so you not see change. You see them in. They know we mean it, because the parents know we mean it. do this, they will do this. Do that, they will not do it. So with that discipline now gave them the so that the children know they are about, even when they go outside, you see different with other children because of the discipline they have in our schools. You see them different from our this. Thank you.
All right. Now, for an institution that has survived for 50 years, I'm sure that there are obstacles and challenges. So what would you say have been the challenges so far, with, the Navy Primary School? What would you say are the obstacles or challenges currently facing the system that needs to be addressed?
Yes, I will not say we don't have challenges. One, if you look at it, 50 years is not 50 days. So definitely there must be challenges, although we don't have much with the effort of the Navy and the parents that we have on ground. But definitely we must have one or two challenges. If you look at it, we have some, although we have employed more teachers with modern technology, modern knowledge, but all these computer aids, we have some teachers that also, but we are still working hard to train them and retrain them. And although the furnitures and other things, yes, Navy is trying, they are replacing them, changing them at intervals. The challenges that we have is not that much compared to other schools, because anywhere you have discipline, you have solved let me say, almost 80 or 90% of your challenges. Because the issue that you have outside, the stories that we used to hear outside other schools, issue of drugs, bullying, and other, we don't have it here. So you see, when we are able to tackle that one, handle that one, we have achieved almost 90% of our challenges. The only challenge we are facing is increasing in the amount of digital learning tools and improve learning environment. But honestly, Navy is trying compared to other schools. So we are trying retraining the teachers that are left behind, because yes, some teachers, they are still, because the school is 50 years already, so some teachers have been there for more than 30 years, so you understand. But so now we have modern knowledge, so this seems to that curricular changes, we have to return, and we are doing it. So I think these are the few, but I don't think that we have much as far as challenges is concerned.
Now, earlier on, you mentioned that the school started as welfare for Navy families, but now it's open to other people to come in as well. Now, what role would you say that this has helped when it comes to fostering understanding between military families and also civilian communities? How would you say that it has helped to bring both the military and civilians in that community, or in wherever the school is, together?
Yes, the school, being the school that we have military now and the civilian, honestly, it bring there is a cooperation between the military and the civilian, the host community. There is also understanding. Oh, when we say military, people are thinking that military, they don't go close to them. For now, the civilian, they understand that military are more friendly than their civilian counterparts. Because it's not that because I'm in military, but I know we are more friendly. So far that it will not cross our border. But honestly, we are more friendly. So it's just that misunderstanding. But now that the civilian came and meet this now, they understand what we are thinking, because they say if you are looking, military is from far, far. No, but now, if you come close, you understand that military is some. There are a set of people that have the humility, that they are humble. They don't have it. So, but unlike the understanding of other people, now the civilian, there is a civil military cooperation. There's civil military cooperation because the civilian now understand. And let me just say this thing. Even apart from the civilian parents, we have civilian teachers. So we relate well with them. They understand that military is not the way people look at it outside. Now this gives that room that okay, military, the way we are looking at it is not the same thing that people are saying. Now, if you see our parents, some of them they behave like they are in military, and that discipline is there because there's when they enter our environment, they see how we maintain discipline. So they definitely inculcate, learn from it. They definitely learn from it. They know that yes, if they go outside, our parents, they are different from other parents, or let me say other civilians, because they learn some of our norms, values, and discipline, and others. So definitely there is different. There is different. They learn from it, and we are relating in harmony. And there is that military, civil military cooperation. Honestly.
Now, for a school that has been around for quite a while, it has graduated a lot of pupils and students as well. So what about the alumni of the school, the Navy schools, primary schools? And what has been their contribution so far to the growth and the success, apart from what the military is doing, the Navy is doing? What about the alumni of the school? Are you with me? Are you with me, Lieutenant Rabiu? Can you hear me? All right, we'll go on a break and we'll continue when we return.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. We're still looking at 50 years Nigerian Navy Primary School in retrospect. Now, if you're still with me, Lieutenant Rabiu, before we went on that break, I asked about the alumni of Nigerian Navy Primary School, seeing that it has been around for quite a while and has graduated a lot of students and pupils. So what has been their contribution so far?
Yes, as I said earlier before, that many of our former because most of them, the children look at
That's Natrabiu. Are you still with me?
Yes, I'm with you. This is the network, I think. As I said, many of them of our farmer peoples now are professionals in many fields, like medicine. So now the the children now look at them as their mentors, because most of the time we do have career days that will invite the alumni. They will come around, and some of them they do come to say, okay, we want to do so project, and so they are trying. And the children now, when we have a career day, we do invite some of our alumni, which they will come, and the children now will emulate them, because what they see is what they will learn from. So the children now look at it as these are the same people that they are seniors leave from this school. Now they are they are in so position. So with that one now, the children will eliminate. We have the zeal now to study more, and apart from that, the alumni, they are trying. They do sometimes they will come. Okay, they will do some projects and this, and apart from that, even the presentation that they are giving us outside, even they represent us well, because we do have that this in the alumni of Nigerian Navy schools. Like of recent, I had University of Ibadan. One of our children, she was the overall best student. So that one make us pride that, okay, yes, one of us. We still have some in all other institutions. You see, we have rear admirals that they finish from this our school. So with that one is what emulating from their seniors.
Of course. Now, let's look at the broader education sector, because, you know, you're also in the education sector. Now, what do you think about the current state of our education sector in Nigeria, and how would you say that that has impacted or influenced the Nigerian Navy Primary School?
Yes, if you look at the education system in Nigeria, is a good one, because when we see situations, we change that will suit our environment. You know, before we are practicing 4-3-3, 4 system, but now change the system to 3-3-4 system. So now, if you look at it, because the Nigerian Navy work based on the curriculum of the federal government of Nigeria. So whatever they bring, and there is the major part of the curriculum of Nigeria is inculcate norms and value of the societal value. So definitely our schools is not left behind. The same thing, we ensure that we inculcate norms and value of the society. Anywhere we find our schools, we ensure that, and it's beyond education.
We are local.
International communities why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
There has been growing concern about childhood respiratory illnesses in Nigeria, prompting calls for stronger intervention. At the 242nd inaugural lecture of the University of Nigeria, experts, policymakers, and health stakeholders examined the growing burden of the childhood ailments. The inaugural lecture drew health professionals, policymakers, academics, students, and community leaders, underscoring the national importance of pediatric respiratory health. The Vice-Chancellor, Professor Simon Otuahia, who was represented by the Deputy Vice-Chancellor in charge of administration, Professor Josephat Omowere, described the lecture as both timely and significant. He noted that rising respiratory health challenges among children require evidence-based responses and sustained attention of policymakers.
So on behalf of my boss, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nigeria, Professor Simon Uchenna Otuahia, I declare this inaugural lecture open. Thank you.
Delivering the lecture entitled Pediatric Respiratory Care in Nigeria, Pulling Down the Mountain and Building the Ladder, a professor of pediatrics and pediatric pulmonology, Joy Nkiru Eze, highlighted the growing burden of respiratory diseases among Nigerian children. Professor Eze called for greater investment in prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and healthcare infrastructure.
Currently, air pollution causes more than 9 million deaths out of the deaths related to environmental sources. So in our study, in checking the clinical profile and risk factors in patients admitted with acute respiratory infection, Chinawa et al. In this study published in the Current Respiratory Medicine Review in 2020 found out that the major causes of admission in these children who present with respiratory infection are pneumonia and bronchiolitis.
We are asking for support. We want the government to prioritize treatment, diagnosis and treatment of pediatric respiratory, and even prevention, because they say prevention is better than cure. If we're able to prevent respiratory diseases, we will prevent the long-term effect, which is lung damage.
ENUGU State Commissioner for Health, Professor George Ugu, praised the inaugural lecturer's contributions to child health care, describing her as a distinguished scholar whose work continues to shape pediatric practice and research in Nigeria.
Joy has always been strong, promising, and exceptionally brilliant, unassuming, and works exceedingly hard. So it's more or less expected that today we were waiting for today and today has come. She has excelled in all the realms of academic and professional life, and that is what it means to be an icon in medicine.
Colleagues and stakeholders commended the depth of the lecture, noting that its recommendation provide valuable insights for addressing persistent respiratory health challenges and improving outcomes for children nationwide.
One thing I have learned is to keep on working hard. Mind and remember that the children should be allowed to live. They should be allowed to exist.
For family members, the occasion was both a celebration of achievement and a reflection on years of dedication, hard work, and service that could inspire future generations.
I thank God. I thank God for her. Huh? Today I want her. I thank God for her. But today I thank God for her. That's my child. It's very, 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 very have brain. Huh? It's a primary school. They're wonderful. Huh? And the school. All the school know her. About know the thing where so, I thank God for her. I'm very, very happy. Like the day where I born her. I feel very happy for this day because it's a celebration of realization of hard work coming to fruition. Is a lady, very good woman that is focused in whatever she's doing. And this is the result of her hard work manifesting today's inaugural lecture. So I'm very, very happy
and I thank God for that.
The event climaxed the presentation of certificates, award, and gifts to the inaugural lecturer in recognition of her academic excellence and contributions to medicine and child health. Health experts agree that tackling pediatric respiratory diseases will require stronger policies, improved healthcare funding, expanded access to specialist care, and sustained public awareness to protect the lives of Nigeria's children. In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Nigeria has once again been confronted with disturbing footage and reports of physical abuse of a child by a guardian in Anambra State. And this is just one out of several others that have gained public attention in the country this year. And of course, it has triggered public outrage, a lot of questions about child safety and existing child protection systems. Well, this morning we'll be discussing the increased incidences of abuses and violence against children in Nigeria. And we're joined by Honorable Ife Obinabo, the former Commissioner for Women Affairs and Social Welfare, Anambra State. You're very much welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good morning. Glad to be here.
Now,
Hello?
from your experience and in your opinion, I mean, this issue of physical abuse of children generally, what exactly would you say is driving this behavior towards children by their guardians or the adults around them?
Okay, I'll actually tell you that we have so many cases of this increase in this child abuse we are talking about. We have factors that are helping it to be on the increase, which includes poverty, family instability, substance abuse, weak parenting skills, especially from these Gen Z parents, unemployment, of course, family instability, like I said, harmful cultural practices, poor child protection system, and inadequate enforcement of laws. These are things that keep helping these abuse we are talking about to still be on the increase.
All right, but now there is this ideology about, disciplining the child and abuse. There is this line between knowing when to, because most of these abuse, most times is being perpetrated by family members, parents, relatives, guardians, people close to them. And it's being passed off as disciplinary action or disciplinary measures towards possibly a bad behavior by the child. I would like you to speak on that, because that seems to be one of the reasons or excuses that are usually
What's your
being
question? I can't get your
by
question.
the perpetrators of this act.
Please come again. I couldn't get your question.
All right. Now, you've mentioned, the factors and, the things that drive this abuse. And when you look at the cases of abuse, we find that most times it is people who are close to the children, like their parents.
My audio, I can't even hear you.
All right. It's quite unfortunate that she can't hear us at this moment. Let's go on a break, and when we return, we'll continue this discussion.
Every second, every minute, every day, news
I can't hear you well.
Events
Please,
occur,
I can't hear.
and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. We're still with Honorable Ife Obinabo. Can you hear me clearly?
Not clearly, just trying to pick your distance. Just trying to pick. Just come again with your question. Let me see if it can be a little clear.
Okay. Now, I said that earlier you mentioned the factors that are the drivers of this abuse and violence against children, one of which you mentioned culture. And we have this culture of discipline in this part of the world. And we find that most of the perpetrators of this act of violence are from parents, guardians, relatives. So I'd like you to speak on, the line, or to what extent violence against children is being passed off as discipline or disciplinary measures on those children?
Okay. If I got you well, I don't. I know that we have so many ways of disciplining our children, and when you do it the wrong way, it can turn to abuse. Okay, but when you do it the right way, at least you do it without inflicting injury. Like I said, I was still having issue with my audio, so I don't, I'm not sure I got your question very well, but I know that when you do these things and you inflict physical um, injury, automatically it will turn to abuse. You can correct your child and make sure you don't talk down on the person's self-esteem, and make sure, just like Igbo adage will tell you, that when you beat a child with one hand, you bring that child with the other hand, because we have so many ways of correcting these kids, and that way you will avoid the other aspect of it, making it abuse. If I got your question.
You did justice to that, but let's go on a break and come back shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Honorable Ifyo Binabonam joins us on the phone to continue this discussion. Now, I hope you can hear me clearly now.
Yes, very well done, yes.
All right. Now, moving on, let's talk about, the law and the enforcement of the law, because we have a Child Rights Act, but we still find that these cases continue, and they seem to continue being on the rise despite these laws. Why is that?
Because we have this law, but inadequate punishment of offenders is really contributing to this problem. Because when you punish an offender, make it public, one, it's going to serve two purposes. One, as a deterrent to others, and the other one, at least the person will get punished for doing that. So it's basically based on this.
Okay, so what about child protection services generally? What is your opinion on our child protection agencies, child protection enforcement currently in the country?
I will always say we will have the law. Having the law is quite different from carrying it out, seeing it to bed. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Of course.
We have these laws, child protection, we have agencies that are in charge of all these things, but how active are they? How active? You will still see cases on social media, not just the ones we encounter on individual basis within your community, but you still see cases and in so many states. And if these like agencies are working, and if this working properly, that there's no corruption, there's no who knows who, and the law is strong, because when you have law, is somebody actually making sure that no matter how connected that person is, and the person gets into this, commits this crime, that the person will definitely be punished. That's another thing. But when you see these things, the people you will use in working, if somebody is not out to making sure that whoever abuses a child will not go unpunished, the law will just be there sitting, sleeping. The agencies we are supposed to use to carry out this punishment, protection of these children, will still be there. So, reorientation, that's change of character, mindset of our people, knowing that this thing, if it mustn't be your own child, before you get interested in making sure that whoever commits this crime is punished. When you see something, you should be able to say something. Be focused on making sure that this suspect is brought to book. This suspect is that the victim is served justice. It's a general thing. It's a chain reaction thing for me.
Right, and you mentioned, if you see something, say something. However, we see that this issue of abuse is often exposed online on social media first, before it even reaches the official institutions or the bodies that are supposed to handle these situations. Just recently, this incident in Anambra State of this child that was physically abused.
Yes.
One would wonder, weren't the neighbors aware of this, the people around? Why is it that it's now that it's all over on social media, that everyone, wants to come on board and act on it? So what do you say about that?
Okay, one thing is that I will have to commend the neighbors, because even most of them started calling me. I didn't sleep that night that thing happened, because people were just, texting me, giving me videos and all that. But not being a commissioner, I wouldn't be able to act. I needed to give the commissioner, the new commissioner, opportunity to carry out her duty. I said, okay. Besides, I know I have my NGO that I'm working through. I'm working with that NGO right now and doing things like this. But when I now saw that they had already reported to the minister, I said, okay, no problem. Let them handle it. So, one, the neighbors tried, because from what I heard that child is actually the 5th person that woman is staying with, and she basically abused all these children. That neighbors had to, on whether the one that left before this child, from the allegations, because I had to start asking questions. I have my own way of doing my own investigation, knowing fully well that I have this broadcasting background. That's something that's really helped me and is still helping me. So I don't just focus on what people are saying. I try to still go out of my way to do 1 or 2 investigations and add it up and know the right way to do it. So the neighbors on this matter tried, because the one, they said they had to forcefully insist that the woman should take that particular one home, which the child was reunited with the parents, from what I heard. Then this particular one, they tried, but they didn't start on time. Okay? Why? Because that injury, I know, didn't happen on that one day. They were still seeing that gradually. And another person
I will not fail to blame is the husband. You can't be under the same roof with somebody, and that person is trying to commit murder, and you tell me you are staying, you are the person's husband. You are involved too, as far as I'm concerned. If I were to arrest, before I left, I was arresting the man and the woman. If not, you should be able to stop your wife from doing all those things. So, the neighbors right, but I would suggest that in future they should try more. Okay, then now that is on public domain, which is good, and the wife of the governor stepped in by the grace of God. I like that, and I commend her, and I will equally believe and hoping that at the end of the day we will have the news of the justice. So it's a step, it's a process, and if one is not monitoring that process, if you don't monitor it, you just sit down, and at the end of the day you might not be happy the way the story will end. So it's a process. You go from one office to the next office, supervise every bit of it, and make sure that it will end well.
All right. Now, what happens to the child as well, the child being abused, seeing that it is now, in public domain and everyone is trying to act on it? What happens to this child immediately after the rescue? Is the child taken back to the parents or with the authorities to take care of the
I wouldn't be, this question should be answered by the new Commissioner for Women Affairs, because I am no more there. And even I'm still there, then I will be speaking on behalf of the government. But now that I'm no more there, I don't know the process of the new commissioner, what she has done, and what she intends to do at the end of the day. So, but I just know that our First Lady, that she has promised us that the child will have justice, and that's my happiness.
Now, this has also brought up a lot of conversations and issues around children being sent to work as helps or maids in, relatives' houses or people's houses. Do you think that this is a situation that can be stopped, seeing as, just like you mentioned, the issue of poverty and economic situation? Do you see a way around this where children's safety can still be guaranteed even if they are not with their parents, or if they are sent out to work or serve with someone else?
That, it's a criminal offense to send out. It is called child labor. Okay? It is called child labor. So, it's something that can be stopped. How? When you see these children, it's something that the authority should look into, bring out extra time, extra attention. What do I mean by extra attention and time? When neighbors, when you do sensitization, reorientation, and people, the society, the community will start seeing themselves, will rise up and be responsible to this work of protection, protecting our children. That even if you are not the one involved, and you see somebody bringing in a child, and you know that child is being used as, abused, like that, I had my phone, my number on public domain. People should start calling People should go on their own. It's just build that confidence that they trust you, that when they bring information to you, that they are protected, that they are, we're calling the whistleblowers, okay? That when they bring this information, they will be protected and telling you that go to so number, you see so thing happening, and you will go. You don't wait for them to come to you. You get? I'm not just talking of Anambra, I'm talking of Nigeria generally. You understand what I'm saying? I'm talking of how we can do it in Nigeria generally. Somebody can, when you have these, you create this consciousness in the minds of the citizens, and they say, okay, let's do this. Before you know it, people will rise, people will get into it and start reporting anybody that is doing such a thing. I had so many of them. I have more than 1,000 reports through these meets. I'm telling you, those days, within the 4 years I stayed in office, to the extent that a particular time, I'll give you an example. It's a matter of you letting them know that you are ready. You are just out. You are ready to act. One of the occasions, one lady. I don't want to mention the name of the town. That lady, they wanted to do trafficking of children. An elderly woman, and they were discussing that in her shop. And she, knowing that she will be protected, that she has seen or heard people bringing this kind of reports, and at the end of the day, they are protected and action will be taken. So she was selling to them. They were drinking, eating, and waiting for the babies to be brought. She was still the person giving me information, texting me. At times she would just excuse herself, go, give me direction. And that place, it will take like more than 45 minutes from Oka to that town. And we had to organize people, security. We went to that place, got police involved, and when they caught them red-handed. You see the kind of relationship I'm talking about, confidence, working together. I'm talking about. So when we have it, we raise that consciousness in the minds of people. I bet you all these things will stop. And instead they will say, Anambra. It's happening in other states. So it's happening in other states. Like this woman that did this dinner, she's not from Anambra State. She's from ENUGU State. And they say child is from ENUGU State. But because our government in Anambra State, that Mr. Governor will always will not want to discriminate, that this one is from Anambra, this one is not from Anambra. So that's why they are doing what they are doing, making sure that the child is protected. From what I heard last, I know we all know that we've been promised and they're already doing something. So that's it. We can do it, but government can't do it alone. The people should be ready to do that because we are talking of the innocent children.
Exactly. Now, what would you say are the hindrances or obstacles to ending this violence against children in Nigeria? What would you say are those things that are, hindering or stopping people from acting on, these issues?
Insecurity, corruption, okay, and people not telling themselves the truth. Not being ready to do that, nonchalant attitude. It doesn't concern me. The child is not my child. But it boils down on these basic ones I mentioned. So these are things that is still making the whole war against it to be a little bit difficult.
You said go ahead. Go ahead.
No, talk.
Okay, you mentioned nonchalant attitude, people saying the child is not my child. What do you think is the reason behind that attitude, that kind of, disposition towards sensitive issues like this?
Anyway, one, we've lost it in the society. Those days, children are not being nurtured by just their parents, but community. And those days, when you see something being done wrongly, and you correct, you can even beat up the child. The parents will even come thanking you and not fighting you. And now, because this Gen Z generation, when you touch their child, even in school, some go to the extent of going to school to fight teachers that they killed their child. Imagine that. So when you see this attitude, and you don't know who is who because of the insecurity in the society, so you don't know who is who. So when you see these kind of things, some will say, I don't want to get involved. I don't know who is the unknown gunman and all that. I don't want abuse. I don't want anybody to insult me, forgetting that if your child is the only responsible child in the society, and where we have 20 children, that these 20 children will not allow that your one responsible child to eat, to be comfortable in the society. That he will be the one that will still end up getting this thing of that bad children. So the society should come. Like I will always say, reorientation is very, very important where we are now. Let's check where we were before, how we got to where we are. Where we were before, is it better than where we are today? Do we go back a little bit to where we were yesterday in moral upbringing of our children? So these are things we will check. And the church people, the leaders, church leaders, they should come up too, because when we are talking of how we can stop all this, right?
Of course.
Church leaders should come up and join hands in this war we are talking about. Yes, we'll preach whatever the church says we are supposed to preach. But after preaching, still bring it down to what is happening in the society, the contemporary society now, and use it to advise them. Let them know the implication of what they are doing. When these people come together, because government's duty is to make the law, and all of us should come together and see it to bed. And even these people on social media, everybody should come together. Don't be scared of doing the right thing. Because if you don't do the right thing at the end of the day, people doing the wrong thing will still kill you. So why don't you do the right thing and stop there? People should not be so afraid. Most of the time, when you start correcting the ills, you might think that you are risking your life, but you wouldn't know that God and even the society will be, protecting you somehow. So let's come together. If we can't fight it today, our children will suffer it tomorrow. and our great our children will still inherit it. So when we decide to at least we know so many African countries that pass through what we are passing today, and today go to Rwanda that are enjoying life, go to some of these African countries that are enjoying life. So let's start wherever. Let's see ourselves as agents of change. When we see ourselves as agents of change, all these things will stop. Wherever we are, wherever you are, you start working. Start making sure that no child is abused. And to even talk more on this, these abusers are human beings. So if you are part of them, work on yourself. Some abuse with your mouth. Work on yourself so that we'll make sure that we get it stopped.
All right. And in addition to that, I want to get your opinion. Do you also think that there should be a penalty or a punishment for bystanders or people who see and, don't report or don't talk? Do you think that those people should also face the law for, having information on this, but not?
Yes. That's my stand. That was what I said at initial. I said, especially husband and wife. You can't be under the same roof and your wife will be abusing a child. And you tell me that you were warning her. You were warning her. And you didn't forcefully take that child back to the owner of the child, the parents of the child. When such thing happens, the man should be arrested. The people in that house should be, all the adults in the house should be arrested.
Okay, but I'm asking, apart from the house, like the neighbors,
the community,
yes, maybe in the schools, maybe if their teacher is aware but doesn't say anything, or if a neighbor is aware, things like that.
A level of responsibility, of course. The teachers, if you're a guardian, part of the guidance of the child, you should be able to report what you are seeing that is not right. Just have this spirit of being responsible to your duty. You are given a child to take care of. So you should be able to really do your work.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Ife Obinabo, for joining us this morning and for talking to us on this particular issue. I really hope that this child and this incident, in fact, the incidences of violence against children will be looked into, hopefully, and justice will be served accordingly. Thank you so much for joining us on the program this morning.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Honorable Ife Obinabo is the former Commissioner for Women Affairs and Social Welfare. This morning we spoke on the increased incidences of abuses and violence against children in Nigeria. We'll go on a break and we'll be back shortly. Do stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Commercial transport activities were disrupted across ENUGU City on Tuesday as bus drivers withdrew their services in protest over what they describe as the uneven enforcement of regulations governing the use of government-designated bus terminals in the capital city. The protest drivers are demanding that all commercial transport operators conducting business within Enugu metropolis be compelled to operate from the approved terminals. They argue that while some operators have complied with the directive and relocated to the terminals, others continue to pick up passengers from roadside locations, creating unfair competition and reducing patronage for those operating within the parks. The drivers maintain that the action was aimed at drawing the attention of the authorities to what they describe as selective enforcement of transport regulations.
Both the Obiago people, all of them should come inside the terminal, because most times the people that will carry from New Market to inside terminal, and there's some people that will be going to Obiago or New Heaven, they will not see the bus here or the keke here. They will now forced to trek down to the normal place that they used to do, which is not supposed to. So what we are saying is that we want everybody to come inside the terminal, so that even the keke that's going to artisan, so that anybody that we drop here, they can be able to see the keke or the bus that's going to their own destination. So it will not be hard for everybody or to other person that is living afar from the terminal.
The thing one concern be say, now those people where they drive bus, some they rode for outside, some they rode for inside terminal, and those where they rode for outside, those where they rode for inside terminal, they get passengers. Those where they rode for outside, they get passengers. The thing come there like say some pass orders, now concern.
The protest left hundreds of passengers stranded at major bus terminals across the city, particularly travelers seeking to embark on interstate travels. Some of the passengers expressed frustration over the sudden disruption, lamenting the inconvenience brought about by the withdrawal of services.
There's no vehicle, no bus.
How long have you been here?
For 1 hour.
What's the reason now?
They said that some are loading outside, that come inside the back. So five people decided to fight against them, so that everybody must be in the back before loading or before going to the park.
I don't actually know the main problem. Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Sir?
What are you going to do?
Nothing, I just wait for the problem to be solved now.
As the protest continued, several commercial vehicles remained parked at strategic locations across the metropolis, while the drivers held meetings and consultations on the way forward. At the time of filing this report, the ENUGU state government had yet to issue an official statement on the development. However, an official of the Abakwa terminal disclosed that the manager, government officials, and officials of the transport unions were engaged in discussions aimed at resolving the dispute and restoring normal transport services. Commuters and stakeholders are hopeful that the ongoing negotiations will yield a positive outcome and bring an end to the disruption affecting movement within and outside the state capital. From Enugu, Law Ibenyanwa reporting.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
It was a massive political gathering in Nsukka as thousands of supporters, stakeholders, and community leaders converged on the Nsukka Township Stadium in a show of solidarity for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Governor Peter Mbah. The rally, described by organizers as a celebration of visible governance and infrastructural transformation, witnessed unanimous endorsements for both leaders ahead of the 2027 elections. Presiding over the endorsement proceedings, former Senator Chukwuka Otazi declared that the people of Nsukka Zone has resolved to support the Tinubu and Mba administrations based on what he described as measurable achievements and inclusive governance. The people also cited ongoing federal projects including the construction of the ENUGU-Onitsha Expressway, the Port Harcourt-Enugu rail line, the rehabilitation of the Otukpo-Obolo Afo Federal Road, and the establishment of the Southeast Development Commission as major federal projects that endeared them to President Tinubu. They also praised the appointment of Professor Simon Otuanya as the first indigenous vice chancellor of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, 65 years after the institution was founded.
This assembly therefore resolves: 1. To endorse President Ahmed Tinubu, GCF, for a second term in office.
I hereby second the motion as ably moved by Right Honorable Dennis Nnamdi Albu. I so second.
For Governor Mba, they pointed at the massive infrastructure projects including improved security architecture, smart schools, healthcare centers, and the ongoing dualization of Enugu-Nsukka Road. The people presented a check of 102 million naira for the purchase of his re-election nomination form.
On behalf of the honorable members of Enugu State House of Assembly of Enugu North Senatorial Extraction, to move a motion of utmost importance to the future of our dear state. I hereby second the motion every moved by the Deputy Speaker, Enugu State House of Assembly. I so second.
Governor Mba thanked the people for their confidence and support, describing gratitude as a mother of all virtues. He reaffirmed his administration's commitment to transforming Nsukka into a major economic and educational hub, revealing plans for a 135-kilometer rail line that will connect several parts of the state, including Nsukka and Obolafo.
You may already have noticed that we've just started doing some shops there to bring back those people that were affected. And let me tell you something. We're also going to give those directly affected seed capital to start their trade.
Governor Mba also flagged off the 52.2-kilometer Nguru, Leje, Ako, Akpankumi, Nze, Egede, Afa, Eke Road, describing it as a major economic corridor that will connect communities to opportunities. The endorsement rally marks another major political backing for both President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Governor Peter Mba as political activities ahead of the 2027 general elections continue to gather momentum across the country. From the Nsukka Township Stadium, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
You don't tire for this picture? Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you, sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get a Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And now we've come to the end of Signature Morning from our ENUGU studios. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for starting your day with us. And make sure to stay tuned as we have a lot more packages coming your way after this break. I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha, wishing you a nice day.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV.
Well, let me welcome you to the conference this beautiful morning. My name is Mwabuezen Njoko. In the last edition, we looked at so much money going to the subnationals. So there's so much money as it were to play around with. And suddenly, the Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission had a brainwave and said it needed to pay more money to the president, the vice president, the ministers, the governors, the political appointees, because according to it, since 2008, their salaries have not been reviewed. And according to that commission, things are now tough, warranting a review of what our political appointees take home. That's a very considerate commission. And so this morning, we're looking at that sense of care being exhibited by the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission. Is it right? I will answer that question. I have my guests this morning on the conference, and let me start from my left. Barrister Dr. Eze Chikamnayo, former Commissioner of Information and Strategy in Abia State, and at present is publisher of Nigeria Today magazine. Chikamnayo, you are welcome to the program.
Thank you, my brother.
How is it moving away from government and coming to join us here?
It's a natural transition. I'm still in the information channel. Commissioner for Information, publisher. We are still dealing with the same.
Yeah, from getting the flag to giving the flag.
Exactly.
Let us see the transition as we convert this morning.
Yeah, exactly.
And on my immediate left is Andy Ezane. Andy Ezane, we've been teasing him off camera. Former Chief Press Secretary to the Chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, a product of University of Lagos. I'm very proud of saying that it's a product of University of Lagos. Echo for sure. Andy, welcome to the program.
Good morning, Chief. Good morning, viewers. Good to be here.
While we're off camera, somebody said to me that all the political magic and the language of how to accomplish that magic was designed by you and your colleagues in INEC. Isn't that true?
No, we did a lot of designing, but not really magic. We did not design any magic. We worked according to a process. Maybe the process was not understood along the line one way or the other, but there was no magic involved.
So we didn't understand the process. We are wrong. INEC was very right. Don't mind, we'll know how right INEC was. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I have on my extreme left in red with me Tochukwu Okorie. He's the Executive Secretary Provocate. Thank you. Provocate Transparency and Accountability Initiative. Okorie, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you.
And incidentally, today we're looking at accountability and transparency.
That's important.
Thank you very much. Andy, I'm going to start with you. The Conduct Commission, Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission just showing incredible milk of human kindness, consideration. And it says since 2008, the remuneration, the salaries of particular office holders for the president downwards have never been reviewed. And that things are now tough, warranting a review. Do you cast your vote for this kind of very kind consideration?
Well, it is not a very straightforward question, and it wouldn't get a straightforward answer. The fact is this: yes, they may be correct if they say that from 2008 there had not been a review. Then if they come from that perspective, then they will be justified in trying to have a review. So to that extent, you can say yes, it may be right for them to do that. But you cannot do that review in isolation. You have to do that in the system that you are working, in the environment that you are working. You are not, things are not tough only for those who occupy political positions. For those who are around them in the environment, for those who are outside their gates, have you also reviewed, where they are living? There are those who are in the formal sector, there are those who are in the informal sector, there is the minimum wage and the rest of them. You have to do a comparative analysis. It is when you find out that what the political office holders are taking home does not compare with what others are getting in terms of all they have available to survive, then that is where this year kindness is going to play out. But if you find out that even if you take it back to 2000 or 1998 or 2008, as you said, that what they still have and the access they have to means of survival is still way above what the people who are around them and in the environment are having to survive, then that's your motivation for trying to review that actually becomes very tendentious. It's not quite right, So I think that is what the issue is. If you are going to do that and you are going to find out that what you call minimum wage and what others are going is still far behind and they cannot sustain them, then for those who are on the elite level, who are occupying political position, who are leading by example, it is a very wrong way to start. Invariably would have started usually in the society, usually in the world, when you need a lifting hand, you start from the vulnerable ones. That actually is what makes sense. That, I think, is what the issue is.
Okay, let me summarize Andy without removing much from what he said. The Revenue Commission seems to want to increase the gap between the haves and have-nots.
Precisely, yeah.
Does that occur to you as what they're trying to do?
Okay, thank you for the question. Thank you, viewers, for watching. I would also say that there is no straightforward answer to that question. The gap between the rich and the poor has kept widening. It's a fallout of policies, not just this one, several of government policies. But let me say that what RAMFAC, I hope that's what
they call it.
They call the acronym, RMAFC or whatever. What they have done, in my view, is purely political. They have merely included categories like the president and vice president, governors and governor, and to kind of camouflage the real purpose. It is purely political. It is to give more money to certain persons within the structure that they envisage should play a role in 2027. To make them happy, not just to make them happy, to put more money in their hands so they can also do the logistics, election logistics, as it's usually called. All right. I mean, we are all Nigerians. We've all been around, these things, and we know these things happen. So the truth is, there is no sincerity of purpose. And I want to align strongly with the first speaker. If anything at all, you are asking Nigerians to make sacrifice. The president has said severally, you cannot make an omelette without breaking eggs, and so Nigerians should understand that we are repackaging Nigeria, so everybody should make sacrifice. So where is the sacrifice on their own part? Where is the sacrifice on their own part? And nobody should tell me that, okay, what they had before this increase, what they had was not enough for them. You can't tell me that. There's no such argument. You can't tell me that whatever they're receiving officially, I'm even talking about the official standards, was not enough for them. Whereas all the allowances and all the avenues of amassing money, while I'm not encouraging corruption, the fact remains that there are 1,001 ways that monies are being thrown about, and we all know these things. If you are telling me you are plugging the holes, the leakages and all of that, and therefore president or political office holders' access to money has been shrunk, and therefore this and that, it will make a logical sense to a logical mind. But in this case, we are saying, let me put it as a question, are we saying that, they don't have enough to buy food and all of that?
New cars?
And all of that. So what are they doing with new cars? As a matter of fact, one of the strongest arguments against, for those who criticize government, is that this is a government, so to speak, that before they came into power, one of their strongest criticisms of government was that, government was over bloated, profligate government and all of that. And then you now have the opportunity to come to the saddle, and I can't even say whether this government is more profligate than their.
I can't answer the question either.
Maybe I should push it to you.
I can't answer the question. I've always quoted Charles Dickens on this program. Ask no questions and we told no lies. Please, Chikanayo.
Yes.
This president has said again and again to us, all of us, we are in this together to salvage this country. We will experience this hardship as a Nigerian family, so that when the dawn breaks and the good day comes, we'll all be happy together. And we agree. In trying to do this, does the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission consider that we should all be in this together?
Well, for me, I have a major challenge with this proposition at this time, and it has to do with what I would call emotional intelligence. I believe that, like the Bible said, all things are permissible, but all things are not expedient. It is permissible and it's routine for the Mobilization Commission from time to time to have a review of emoluments, as it were, that accrue to different cadres of public officials. But then it's a bit insensitive. That's the word I've been trying to get. A bit insensitive to do that at this time. Nigerians are going through a lot. Let's be factual about it. There is nobody that runs a family. I don't know, all of us here. If you ran a family some few years ago and you are running it now, you know the extent of adjustment you have to make to be able to make ends meet. And then you have the minimum wage debacle that we're just coming out from, 70,000 at the federal level. Some states are trying to adjust upwards now. So how much is 70,000 really worth in real terms for somebody. If I employed some people in my establishment, and the least paid workers, even though it's a private firm, earn much more than 70,000. But even at that, if they have to move from, say, Nyanya, or they have to move from Kubwa or from Lube to come into the
city center
to do your work, sometimes you sit back to imagine, how do they really survive? Because when you just take your calculator and do simple mathematics of their transport in a month, you discover that most of them, if you remove the transport, you may not have up to 10,000 in real terms left. And then so Nigerians are going through a lot. Then I've been in public office severally. I was local government chairman, I was a commissioner in the state, and I had various levels of political exposure. And I know, just like my brother has said, that at that level, nobody is talking about your salary anymore. Governors go home with security votes. Some governors now are so insensitive that they are living with close to 2-3 billion a month. Some are even more than, some as much as 5 billion a month in the name of security vote. And this is money that is completely outside the purview of the accounting system. They still have some other subheads on security, but this is just security vote. So for such a governor, what are you increasing his salary for? It's an insult on the sensibility of the people. Then if you look at the president, why are they setting up the president? Because when I saw that publication, I felt that there must be something the chairman of Revenue Mobilization Acquisition is not telling us. Because when you're serving somebody, you have to situate it in a context. Is he saying that if he comes out tomorrow and propose an increment in the salary of Tinubu, he has not succeeded in throwing Tinubu up for a whole lot of unnecessary criticism, opening his flanks? So does Tinubu need an increment in salary? I'm not sure President Tinubu proposed that to him. I think he's going on an errand that nobody actually sent him. Then if he's talking down the line, so if we are talking about increment of any sort, just like the pyramid, somebody say you have to go where there's a lot of, where the pressure is at the base, and do everything possible, which I think that's what everybody should do, that is in any position where you're paying salaries and the rest. If you see any leverage or any kind of gap, you are supposed to shore up the emoluments of the people below, because the people are above. A minister, for instance, who travels and gets escorted for every journey, and who possibly goes into Lagos, there is a guest house of the ministry waiting, and all of that. Yes, you can say politically we go through a lot of challenges of pressure from dependents, from constituents, from friends, from all sorts. But that's not a parameter upon which you can base an increase salary. So my take is that, sincerely speaking, I'm not in agreement with any form of increment, or any form at all of increment in any of the political offices. Rather, I'm thinking that we should become more human. The entire political elite, myself inclusive, in Nigeria, need to go into some level of introspection. We need to lock ourselves up in a room, as it were, and then if we can't lock ourselves together, we need to go individually and advise ourselves as to the level of disconnect. There's a certain disconnect that is going on gradually between the political class
and reality
and the community where we serve. And there's a particular level of hatred that is being developed gradually in the heart of the people, that sometimes I even wish I don't have anything to do with political office again. Since I left political office and I came to manage my own business, I've had a lot more peace of mind. I struggle, I do business, and I earn the little money I go, and every money is legitimate. Those ones are also, they're not robbers, because they're paid for services. But the truth is that the money I earn now as a publisher, probably I go through the mails and publish and I earn my living. Somebody doesn't tell me you have stolen money. Meanwhile, I may be making more money now than I was making when I was in the. In fact, I'm making more money now than I was making when I was public office. But if I come to my village and I call my umunna or call any of the people and I give him 10,000, you know what he tells me? That 10,000 may be my salary that I've sacrificed. He said, after all, what else could you have done? It's our money. He doesn't seem to offer me any appreciation. In fact, he believes that the 10,000 I'm giving him is not even
it's nothing compared to what we have access to.
This is their money. Any money that comes with. So if I tell you I work the same 24 hours like my brothers here, and that it's my salary I'm giving, say, stop deceiving us, it's our money. So that's the challenge. But a private person that comes to give him 5,000, he says, Chief, thank you very much. So being in public office, when we don't connect with the people, is an ill wind. You know, it serves, it blows, because it means that, and it is necessary that people must be in public office, because we are not going to, you know, exist in a state of anarchy. It's necessary that we have an organized society where people play various. I was before we came on set, I was just smiling when you were trying to throw some jabs at our brother here from INEC. What offense has he committed to have worked in INEC? He could have worked in NNPC, he could have worked at AREA or at IHOM.
It's even better he didn't work in NNPC.
So what offense? He just happened to have gone and he has rendered service to our people. We couldn't have had an organized society without an electoral body. But then the fact that he passes through INEC, whatever image that is given to INEC as a body,
he carries it as a badge.
He carries that load, and sometimes for life. Look at our policemen. There are a lot of very sincere, very upright, extremely hardworking policemen all over this country. Same goes with our soldiers, but policemen in particular. If you come and say, I'm the son of a policeman, people turn around and look at you.
And ask you when you accept the next bribe.
And they will say, you were trained with bribe money. They will even say you are trained with cost money. So this brings us to one fact, that those at Revenue, Mobilization and Fiscal Commission should stop setting up the political class. Let them roll back their favor. Thanks but no thanks. Let them go back with it. Let us not do anything to further provoke and agitate, as it were, the very fragile, very fragile and sensitive scenario that we have.
Andy, there's something I'm interested in, but I'll come to you after I would have asked Okori, because he also has managed politicians sometime in his life. In determining reward structure, because that is what Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission is trying to do. Let us reward this class of people for the job they are doing in running the country. Okay, in looking at the national reward structure, society's reward structure, shouldn't there be certain considerations? What is your input into running the society? What value, what premium does society put on that input? Why I ask the question is this: the president, as of today, I'm told, his salary is about 1.8 million naira, whatever that is. Let me accept that should be his salary. In the reward structure, what should a professor be earning? In the reward structure, what should be a sergeant in the police force be earning? In the reward structure, what should be the salary of an intelligence officer who plants himself and his life in the midst of terrorists, criminals, to safeguard everybody? What should be the reward of the security man at the gate who stays there 24 hours? Shouldn't it be a holistic assessment, so that you receive as you give? What should be the consideration?
There is a whole lot of inverse logic in the way we manage resources in this country, and it's not just this topic gives me goosebumps because I fail again. Let me repeat myself. I fail to understand the rationale if it's not just mere politics. This psychophancy, you want to impress the president or impress whoever, or there is a tacit instruction that look, let these classes of politicians get money, okay, but to cover the real reason, also include me, okay, just to increase my own a little, but let this, if it's either of those two, that the chairman of RAMFAC and his team are just playing psychophancy and all of that to the disadvantage of the president and the rest of the people in his team, like my brother said, because you are setting him up for criticism. Because I find it difficult to see or to believe that the chairman RAMFAC could have gone on his own to do this without the overt or covert approval, the tacit approval of the president. He can't do that. He doesn't have the powers to do that. And I don't even know whether such increment or such reviews are subject to legislative review, whether the National Assembly has any role to play. But in any case, you asked the question, what should be our reward system be? In this country, we reward people based on class, which brings me to the issue of the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. He has talked about security votes at certain level, and if you look deeply, you will see that concept of security vote has even started trickling down to even ministers having security votes, directors having security votes. Everybody at the budgetary that has any level of budgetary control will award himself security votes, okay, which legitimizes corruption because now it has a name, security vote. Okay, so what are we saying? Like you suggested, the policing system in this country is so corrupt because these people receive pays that don't take them home. They take home pays, like they call it, but that can hardly take anybody from one point to the other. Yet, they are not the first in line when it comes to consideration for review of salaries. These are people whose only other access to money is the one they collect from drivers on the road, or they extort from so-called Yahoo boys. Of course, if they saw any young person that's carrying a laptop or using an expensive phone,
they arrest them.
Is automatically a Yahoo person, and then they begin to look into your account and extort money. So you are giving them legitimate reason to go that route. Okay? Now, so to answer your question more directly, we ought to have a rethink about the way now every season rather, ASU is either on strike or is planning to go on strike. Nurses and midwives are either on strike or they are planning to go on strike. Resident doctors are either on strike or they are planning to go on strike. Every segment of our working class, they are always agitating for just small increments, small consideration in allowances, and nobody is giving them. Nobody is paying attention. Every day there is negotiation. Okay, we are negotiating. What are you negotiating? Now, by the pronouncement, by the removal of subsidy, there has come to be at least more money. Please, sir, let this money reflect in our reward system for lower cadre of public service. Let the doctors have more money. Let the nurses have more money. Let the teachers, let the primary school teachers have more money. A level 12 teacher, a level 14 teacher is earning below 100,000
in the states.
Yeah, at the state level. So this is
and he has raised a very strong issue. ASU is threatening to go on strike. We negotiate year after year. Some states have not even paid the minimum wage of 70,000 naira. And the commission is considering just a class. Our two colleagues have said this could be a setup. I do not want to call it a setup, but I worry about that policy. The likely consequence if a salary review is announced today, when the governor's salary is announced to have gone some 2-3 notches up, and the governor is still owing unpaid pensions, because he's going to draw that salary from the state resources. The 70 minimum wage he has not started implementing. The schools are dilapidated. The health care is anything but a health care facility, and the governor of course flies overseas to look after himself, and when he returns he gets to hear that he now gets more salary for owing me my pension, for getting the salaries unpaid. And by the way, some governors have not even cleared backlog of old salaries, legitimate salaries. What is the likely consequence of this?
Well, the likely consequence is that sooner or later we are heading somewhere. There is going to be a major crisis in this land. There is no doubt about it. I don't know when it will come, but it will likely come. Because let me tell you what is increasingly happening is that we do not have any sense of responsibility or obligation to the people anymore. Nobody in what we call public service, quote and unquote, that expression is an anomaly. There is no service in that. Nobody is servicing anybody anymore. And we are heading to that point where people who are in position believe and they know that the people who they are supposed to serve actually do not exist, and there's nothing they can do. And that's the truth of the matter. And when a colleague here spoke, he said, there is developing a certain animosity, a certain anger. And it is going to explode somewhere, because when you take people for granted for a very long time that they cannot do anything, I don't want to open another line of discussion and all that will even lead to pointing fingers that may not come exactly to me at the point or any other person. But what it means is that people believe that no matter whatever I do, you cannot even move me out of that seat. And when public service becomes that nobody can move you from the place where purportedly you were elected or put into, and those who put you there can no longer remove you, they will have to find an alternative means of getting you out, and it will eventually come. And so what is playing out now is actually a very dangerous situation that is coming up. What the government and those who are in government do at the moment, which they think they are getting away with it, is that when people raise a very serious issue of concern about their state of being, you either shout them down, or you also mobilize a counter force that drown whatever they are saying. You are not trying to actually find a means of addressing that problem, but by shouting them down, you believe that you have bought yourself more time, and then you head towards renewing your, being on that seat one way or the other. At some point in time, something has to give. So the proposal to actually increase the salary or the pay of people who are in a political position is extremely insensitive, is extremely uncalled for. And if indeed we owe obligation in public service to the people around who put us there, I don't see how anybody can actually think of this now. This is the least thing that we should be thinking about. I also have a different perspective on the labor union and the rest of the unions, asking for give us more money, give us more money. I'm not always inclined to that give us more money. You bring more money and the more money gets you nothing. So I'm looking at the position, the situation where they are going to come at a certain level, where they are going to say, give us houses, give us more services in terms of transportation, give us all the things that the food, we are no longer talking about, people can no longer buy the food. So if I give you and increase the minimum wage, which we can't even get the 70,000 paid, assuming that you even make it 700,000, and then one bag of rice automatically costs 1 million, then it makes nothing again now. So what are you doing with the money? People should be more concerned with, we are agitating for you to make sure that there is a provision for food. We are assuming for you to make sure, of course, we no longer discuss mass housing and all that kind of thing. They are no longer, what we hear in governance today. But that's the type of thing they should be asking for. Secure yourself shelter, secure yourself food, secure yourself health. We have a public health system, and anybody who had tried to use that thing that they call, what do they call it? The health thing that they make for people. When you go to hospital, that primary health, whatever it is, when you go there, I think it can guarantee you only paracetamol. Invariably, you can get nothing out of, that situation. But we all know that that is not what obtains in serious societies. We all know that people who work for government, who work in public service, actually have their health services guaranteed. It is there. We know that the food is there, that the people, that's what actually secures the ordinary people in the society.
And keep society stable.
Keep the society stable, so that then the political class can then afford to play and do what they like. But you can't afford to play and do what you like when the majority of the people are not eating, they are not secured. Why will they not be stealing and mugging people and killing and whatever it is? It's insecure for everybody. That is the danger that is coming. I don't know how people are reasoning, but we all, the elite should be worried.
Yes, we want to make a contribution.
Talking about elite being worried, I saw a picture or even a video of a scenario that made me really think. I laughed, chuckled, and all of that. But then there's this public official that I saw in the church, and then I saw security men standing
while
the
service was on,
worship was going on. They were doing like this, looking this way and that,
inside the church.
Inside the church, the big guy was seated, and the boys all over from the door to where he was seated. He's seated like this. Somebody is standing by his side and is doing this way. Why is that? And let me also remind us that insecurity was exacerbated, especially in the southeast, because certain category of persons felt shortchanged. Now, this is not about ESN or IPO and all of that, because I know of a story of people just targeting certain kinds of vehicles. It didn't matter who was inside.
Mm-hmm.
There were certain kinds of vehicles that they will see. They will say, "This is a politician," and they will face you with AK-47. It didn't matter whether you genuinely
bought your vehicle,
the money with which you bought your vehicle, but you had come to become a target. They are not looking for you to give them
That's
money.
A symbol of their operation.
That is not armed robbery. They are not interested. They just want to kill you. Symbol of exasperation. Symbol of frustration.
Okay, but my take is that's just sorry.
Why that is not sir? Why that is not justified by any?
No. But
I'm just trying to.
We're headed to
that. What we're saying about going somewhere is something that is avoidable. This kind of thing is avoidable. Political office holders should not throw it in our faces that they are living big off our money, of our commonwealth, our common patrimony.
And the Revenue Commission wants them to live bigger.
This group of people are now, further, bastardizing our sensibilities by this kind of nonsense.
Yes, you were trying to say something.
Yes, I'm saying that it's difficult to place this in just around the political class. If you take a deep and very cursory look at what is going on, you find out what we need in this country is what I will call ethical revolution. The political class we're talking about is People, all of us are in the political class. It's a matter of rotation of these seats. We'll keep moving. Everybody here is a politician. And everybody here will rotate into one political position or the other, either by default or by design. But if you remove everybody that is in public office now and go to this same street and bring another fresh set of Nigerians into this
and put them there,
they say, oh, our turn. It's our turn.
It has been established.
It's our turn. Let us, they will become more vitriolic, more bullish, more intolerant. Let me give you an instance. There was a time we were able to get the age required for certain positions, we brought them down. And that afforded us the opportunity of having some young governors and young
commissioners, young public office holders.
All of us here, I don't want to mention them. We saw some of the young governors that emerged, some in their late 30s, some in their early 40s, or much younger. And we saw that, what the other elderly governors were still trying to do in
the closet.
They now did it with much more
on the stage,
impunity and brazenness
and ferocity.
Now, if you go to the students, the other day you saw it on the social media, where student union elections were being conducted, and people were being, brutalized, and gunshots were ringing everywhere inside the schools. And of course, there was that advertisement also where a student union president had a list of his appointees.
250 or something.
About 250 of them. So it's not a matter of profiling a particular
class,
strata, sediment of the society and say the politicians, the political class. It's a matter of going back to Romans 12, verse 1. Be ye transformed by the renewal of your mind. We need an ethical revolution. We need a governor, a president who will come into that seat and make part of his major, go to what one of our brothers, even though I disagree with the fact that he came to power through the rule of the gun in our neighboring country, Burkina Faso. The young man there, if I was going through a documentary in the YouTube day before yesterday, and I saw that in Burkina Faso today, first of all, they removed all the foreign contractors. They took away the whole Bretton Woods structures and institutions, and then the citizens wake up and go to the presidential villa, the palace. If you finish as a security man, you finish as a banana seller, you finish as a cobbler, you go and they sleep all around the presidential palace. I ask them, what are you doing? They say, we don't want this particular president
to protect the president
to die. We don't want what happened to Thomas Sankara to happen to him. He has restored our dignity. He has brought us back to our sanity. How I wish, sometimes when I look back at the 80s, and just a minute, and I see what happened when those days we were in school and there was war against indiscipline, and you go to Lagos and you're no longer jumping inside the mole like a monkey, and you see everybody, waiting for their time and turn to enter the bus, and you saw that little period
window here
of maybe 6 months show that all that we need is a leader that will come, lead from the
has an idea of what he wants to do.
Politics. Go ahead.
No, lead from, because you see, there has to be a conviction. It's not about politics. It's about getting a leader who walks into that seat and say, I want to make a reorientation. It's not about having an orientation agency. No. It's about the president coming up, somebody going into that seat, no matter how he comes in. For instance, in Burkina Faso, the man came through the gun, which arguably almost all of us here would say that's a British way of getting
accessing power.
So whether the person came through the manicured or pedicured ballot box, or he came through the gun. But we need, I pray every day for that Nigerian leader that will, however he happens into that seat, we sit back and say, now I want to turn things around. And I want to
like
Diko attempted to do.
I want to make it. Look, Nigerians, I have declared my assets. Yes, all of these assets I acquired them, like he's saying, I acquired them as a governor of Katsina State, probably rightly or wrongly, but I've declared them and I'm forfeiting this asset. As you are saying it, I'm going back to what I should have had if I was an ordinary, reasonable working adult. Now that I've done it, Mr. Vice President, you must do the same. SAG, you must do and the moment, I can assure you that the moment Nigerians see integrity in what he's doing, see sincerity of purpose, sees that his children and his relatives and his friends do not get any form of preferential treatment, Nigerians are very easy. Nigerians are waiting. Nigerians are willing. And we need this ethical revolution more than we need answers. We need it more than we need any form of riot or destruction of our public institutions. What we need is a turnaround of our thinking. There has to be some form of surgical, surgery. Yes, the inverted commas, opening and close. The way we think, our mindset. If you don't do this quickly enough, this ethical revolution I'm talking about, our children, these boys you are seeing here, all these youths you are seeing there, they don't want to work. They don't even want to read and study the way all of us know how studies are done. They want everything now. They want everything through the shortcut, and they tell you, look, see, in Igbo parlance, pardon me, they say,
not small one.
I don't want to waste time. I want to happen. So, and now people are being butchered. You see videos of young people killing. Cannibalism is coming into our society. Conscience is being completely seared and destroyed. Any form of consideration for the neighbor
is out of the question.
There must be that thing that want to happen, like he says, something will happen. I'm praying, sir. Let this thing that will happen be violent. Be an ethical revolution. Let it be that all of us, having concluded that we have all gotten it all wrong, will, from among the political class, maybe, let's have a group of people that will engineer some level of ethical revolution.
Some level of ethical revolution. My producer says I've gone halfway. I should take a break, and I'll do just that. But is the step taken by the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission in consideration of the consequences of giving political class more money? Can the political class itself reject this offer? Where does the National Assembly come in this matter? Can the president himself bell the cat and call the commission to order? That will be the second part. Please stay with us. Thank you very much, and welcome back. Andy, before we took this very short break, Chikam Nayo said, why don't you drink a cup of coffee? Chikam Nayo, the weather in Abuja, the temperature is rising. It was very cold about 2 weeks ago. I don't think a coffee will do you good. What do you make you feel cool? Maybe a banana?
Coffee is always good. And Abuja weather is so dramatic that it fluctuates like the pendulum. If you give us coffee, it's better than the banana.
Well, Andy, the revenue mobilization, is it thinking of the consequence of what it is about to do? If it fails to think, isn't there an institution that is draw it back and say, look, you are leading us into temptation. And Chikan Mayo gave a very strong profile of who can get things changed. Somebody with a clear value comes in and says, we cannot be doing things this way. And I begin with myself. Can the president not call revenue mobilization to order?
Well, I don't know whether I can speak for the president, whether he can call them to order, but the first question you ask is the revenue mobilization, whether did they think of the consequences? The answer is no, they did not think about the consequences. The follow-up comment is that they couldn't have thought about consequences because in this very society now, there is never consequences. You don't have consequences for any action. And that is the truth. So they couldn't have thought about what does not exist and what doesn't often come up. You can, if you're occupying public position in Nigeria today, you can actually get away with anything. And we all see it happening, whether it is at the level of even the security agencies, at the police or the governors or at the presidency or at other lesser positions. People do things that we know that are out of the way. The things are done in the public service. And nothing happens. In fact, a common expression that comes is that nothing will happen. You have had that.
And nothing really happens.
And nothing happens. So how do you run a system where people who are in public positions do things and say nothing will happen and nothing happens? So revenue mobilization in making this proposal definitely did not think about consequences because definitely there will be no consequences. So the question you ask, can the president call them to order? I don't know. I've never been president before. I don't know whether this one will call them to order. Will the National Assembly call them to order? I've not been there, but I know the answer is that they will not. Now, why do I say that? Because you are going to ask yourself, the thing that revenue mobilization proposed to do, is it out of sync with what actually exists in terms of appropriating money at the national, at the legislature? I mean, we have gone through appropriation and budget, and we all hear all sorts of things. Some of them very unfortunate. Some of them you don't know whether they are really true or not. You talk about the patterns of the budget. You talk about, appropriating money that actually make no sense to any sane person. And so, who calls who to order? These are some of the things that when I said earlier on, and I said in public service today, there is no service in it at all.
No, but I'm a little hurt. I'm a little hurt by what you're profiling, institutional profiling. Okore, every year the National Assembly appropriates. It sees the quantum of money the Nigerian establishment is investing in offices. It knows how much goes to the president. It knows how much should be going to the governor. It knows how much goes to the governors. It knows how much goes for remuneration. It knows how much is needed to protect all of us. So the National Assembly knows. Therefore, the allocation of resources and prioritization is on the table of legislature. They know. If the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission decides, wakes up and says it wants to shift resources in a particular direction, the National Assembly knows. And National Assembly knows the needs of the nation. If those needs, if Ramfak's move is not in sync with those needs, the institution that should raise the red flag should be National Assembly. Can't we task? Are they without feelings? Are they without understanding? Or they don't care really? This fear raised by two of our colleagues that something may happen.
The buck stops at somebody's desk to start with. But before I address that frontally, there's something he raised that I think needs a bit of a response. Yes, we are all politicians, and the table moves around, and we will all become like. But eventually, I'm happy. Eventually, he still got back to the same point The solution must come from the politicians. Not because in Igbo aphorism, there is this saying that when a goat is eating chewing cord, the little goat is watching his mouth. And that is our worst nightmare in this country. That's the bane of leadership in this country. Look, he also raised the issue about younger people not wanting to work. Why would they work? When all you need to do is carry gun for the politician. Just come and say, or you say, I'm ready to work for you, Oga. You are my boss forever. Nothing do you, And you do that and you just get by. You understand? Why would they work? They are seeing a thug, an unschooled, I don't want to be modest on set, and all that he does is follow this politician around, kill for him, name for him. And suddenly he arrives. And then you see him becoming local government chairman, you see him becoming commissioner, you see him becoming, and even eventually gets to become governor. When will the cycle end? Why should the cycle end? So at the end of the day, it boils down to either, the system changing one way or the other, violently or ethically, like he has suggested. And yes, I was making reference to former president Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. His tenure was unfortunately cut short by death, but in the short period that he stayed in office, one legacy he left was that statement, that admission he made publicly, that the system that brought him to power was flawed, and he was going to do something about it. Whether he lived up to doing that eventually or not is a different thing. But that brings me to reinforcing what my colleague has said. We need to come to that point where we need to pray to God to give us that leader. No, see, pray. Please. Wait. Thank you. Because praying and prayer. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Pray and work. Let me tell you why I said prayer. Because at the end of the day, I believe in God, and I believe God still has the final say over these things. Because how can you look up to anybody in a society that is endemic with corruption? How can you look up to man? We have come to a point of despondency where you can no longer look up to anybody to make a change. And then you can only resort to praying, because it will take God to bring the kind of leader he's talking about. Whether, and I said this, it is going to be whether by the Burkina Faso example or by the ethical revolution of Chikamnayo. I'm talking about ethical revolution. Somebody has said, if you want to hope for that kind of revolution, then you will hope forever. No. I don't want to go that route. That is why I yes, because my producer says, don't bust the time. Don't bust the time. Let's just leave it at that. That we need leadership to take the lead. And if indeed, he cited the example of Burkina Faso, which is a live example. If the leader takes the lead, the people will follow. Thank you, Chikamnayo. I apologize to you because my producer says I've overshot already. They are even going to have to edit to accommodate us within 1 hour. I didn't even know 1 hour is already spent. An interesting conversation, all provoked by the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission. Conclusion, please think again before you lead us into temptation. My name is Kumar Bosenjoku. Let me thank my colleagues who have found the time to be with me today. The conference will come day after day. For this edition, good morning.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Hello, this is the Signature Show. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. You may have noticed that in the last couple of weeks, we've been bringing you Nigerian icons, those in their special way in what they do that signposted the Nigerian name. Today I have another great Nigerian, and it's my pleasure, very distinguished pleasure, singular pleasure, to welcome to our show Chairman Christian Chukwu. Chairman, you're welcome to our program.
Thank you very much, Vin. It's a long time.
A long time. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Good.
You're looking good too.
Well, let's change.
I want to start our story from the very beginning.
Okay.
But before I do that, you were named the captain of the Green Eagles. Tell me how you felt when you got that information that you were going to be the captain of the Green Eagles. It's the dream of every player.
Yeah. You know, those days is the coach that looks at his players and know who has the command and everything to make a captain. And before my captainship, Dominic Ezani was a captain. So when Dominic left to the United States, that's when Dan Ayam brought me in as the captain.
Dan was the coach at that time?
Yeah. It was a difficult task, but I said, well, it's a responsibility, you know, so I took it over. So if Dom hasn't traveled, he will remain the captain.
So was it like, oh, here I am, I just realized every footballer's dream?
Mm-hmm.
Was it the way you felt?
Yeah, and you know, it was my first call to the national team.
The very first call?
First call, 74.
And you became captain?
Yeah, because Ezani left to the United States, who was the captain then. You know, and then Ayam looked at everybody and gave me the captain. He knows the reason why he did that.
You don't want to hazard a guess
why he did that?
Well, maybe the guess was that I was so, I was so close to all the players. They know me very well, I know them, and they have respect for me, and I have respect for them. And they feel I can represent them very well too.
You also captained the Green Eagles to win the Nations Cup.
Of course.
How did you feel?
Well,
that this happened under your captainship?
Yeah, I feel very, 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 very happy. You know that winning the Nations Cup was not easy. We started in that 1994, 74. I was the captain 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80. See how many years we were together. So we become a solid
Gunning for that laurel.
Our first Nations Cup was in Ethiopia. When we went there and came back with a bronze medal. Our second Nations Cup was in Ghana. We went there too. We came back with bronze medal. And the third one was in Nigeria, where we are hosting. We said no. We can even play without a coach because we are together by then. We are like a family, brothers and so on. And God willing, being on our side, we fulfilled our promise to Nigerians and we won the cup. And on that day, may he so rest in peace, let President Shadari honor us very, very well.
Anyway, we are going to come back to all this because, I'd like to pick what you already said. It was not easy.
At all.
So we're going to come to the journey, what happened in 74, what happened in 78, I guess, and all that. But let's take this story back to where I started. You're from ENUGU State.
Of course.
And you were born just a few days in January in 1951. In 1951.
Yeah.
I mean, what a beautiful year for your parents that would have been. I mean, you just started the year and you had this son. So let's start from there. What was it like? Were you born, were your parents in ENUGU State at that time? It wasn't ENUGU State then, it was the Eastern region and all that. Were they in the East when you were born? Were you born in the eastern part of Nigeria?
Of course. I'm from Kano local government, ENUGU State, yeah?
Yeah.
So I was born in Kokam.
Our own Kokam?
Our own Kokam. So from our own Kokam, my parents came to Owani. My father had a plot there. We moved over to Owani. Before from Owani, we moved over to Kenyatta. Owani Extension. People may not know all these names.
Yes.
And by then, I started my primary school in Christchurch. Owani. Yeah. So in actual fact, that's where my football started.
In Christchurch?
Yes, Owani. But my parents were not in support of that. Those days now, you play football, I say you're a vagabond. You're a comedian. People came to your father's place and made them happy, say, look at what on is, and so on. It's not that people are seeing it as a good thing. So in Christchurch, I played in Christchurch School. I played in junior. That time for you to play in junior, your hand must reach your ear, and so on. From there, I played in the senior team of the Christchurch.
The primary school?
Yeah. From the Christchurch, then I went to National Grammar School, Nika. I went there, I played there, captained them. And from there, I played to all these local clubs, Olympic Football Club. If you know ENUGU well by then and so on.
Olympic, that had to do with the man that owned the Olympic Hotel then?
Of course, Chukwuma. So from there, I played for Highlanders of ENUGU. Highlanders is owned by Ministry of Lands.
Then?
Then, and survey. I was still in school. And from Highlanders, I was selected in the East Central State Academicals.
We'll pause it there because I think we are going too fast. Let's go back, to Christ Church, where you started your career. Was there something the school did in a special way to groom those of you that were young then to actually be interested in football?
There was no particular thing. We have the game masters. Those days we have game masters that were interested in sports. And when we came to play, they look at you and they make their selections. And from there you started playing. Even after that, when I come back from school, my mother will give me some plantain or these things to sell. Those days we help our mother and father. And I will carry my own and put one side and start playing football.
I thought as much. I thought as much. Because
at times after playing football, I come, I will not see my distance again.
You will not see your plantain?
The plantain again. What will I tell my mother and my parents? So when I come back, I have to stay at the corner of the house till it gets dark for me to enter inside the house. What will I tell them? But when I come in, I told them what happened, and my father will flog hell out of me.
Because that was what a lot of children did even then.
Yeah.
And I'm imagining that even then there were no boots.
No.
There was no socks.
No.
You guys just probably there was no ball. It could be an orange. Was that the kind of environment that you were exposed to at that time?
Yeah, it's the kind of environment we were exposed to. But because of interest I have in football and everything, my parents cannot stop me.
No matter how much they flogged you?
Because I was stubborn and I love football, So that is how it started.
Would it be right to say that even then, you knew what you wanted in life? You knew that this was your star, this was your talent. Did you know then, or you were just being a child?
I knew then, but I didn't know it would be money spinning like this nowadays. It's just for pleasure. We use it for pleasure. We are not playing for money. We are not playing for anything. After the game, maybe the head of the place or everything will buy glucose. You put in there, you lick orange and so on. That's what you get, and you are happy. You are part of the team.
You were playing for Highlanders in ENUGU.
Yeah.
A team that was owned by the Ministry of Lands, which even brings something out, that even then, so many individuals and organizations were interested in growing football. Because you talked about the Olympics, which was owned by Chukwuma, who owned the Olympic Hotel in ENUGU then.
Yeah.
And one is wondering why you don't see such interest anymore in the football, especially in the Southeast. Not many individuals want to invest in football in the Southeast.
Well, it's because of interest. Most of them don't have the interest. Those that are
even now that it's money spinning,
are having the interest and now money spinning, are trying their best. They are trying their best, but it's very expensive
to run
a football club. It's very, very expensive to run a football club. So you have to buy a bus, you have to buy this, you have to buy balls, you have to buy boots, you have to kit the teams, you have to camp them, and so on and so forth. So many of them don't have that kind of money. And those that have that kind of money don't have that kind of chance and interest. But gradually it's coming up.
Okay, let's go back to Highlanders. So you were playing for Highlanders. So at what point did you leave Highlanders? How did you end up at Rangers, which was the number one at that time?
Yeah, well, I left Highlanders after my school days.
Secondary school?
Secondary school. And from there, I was invited on East Central State Academic House. And we went to Lagos, East Central Academy. They say, we are just from war. We don't know how to play.
You were just from war?
From the war, you know, Biafra war. We were just coming out of the war. And the Igbos were not regarded in football-wise and so on because we were fighting war. And from there, we won the academic house.
Oh, the team that came from East Central State?
Yeah, we beat the Kwara Academic House 2-0 in the finals, and so on. So on that day, the Igbo people in Lagos went wild. That is what started giving Igbo people the courage, the power to come up. As we were leaving the stadium, you can see the Igbo people singing Eimba, and any car that blocks our bus, they do a shobe and put the car out of the way, and so on. You know,
that must have been very, very exciting.
So during that time too, the Rangers won the Amakri Cup, which is National League now.
Oh, that same year.
That same year.
That your school team won the academicals.
Yeah. They won the Amakri Cup the same year. So the two teams, we have to come back. They organize a friendly match
between the academicals and Rangers.
Rangers as the champions, you know. And there, after the match, only three of us, myself, Ezani, and Obueze, were drafted into Rangers. The rest of us went to Vasco da Gama. That will tell you why Vasco was a very formidable side by then, you know. So that's how it started. You know.
So you started playing for Rangers?
Yeah.
And at that time, Rangers, like you said, was a very formidable team in Nigeria.
Of course.
As a little boy, I don't know whether it was, whether 73 or 75. There was a match that Rangers played that even as a young little boy, I can't ever forget because it was celebrated all over. Rangers Mahala of Egypt match. Were you in Rangers at that time?
I was the captain.
Of Rangers?
Yes.
Tell me about it because as a little boy, it was the number one story.
When we were drafted into Rangers, not quite long ago, Achebe retired and became our coach. Luke Okpara retired. Ezani played briefly and went on. You know those people that came from Lagos that formed Rangers? You know, Will Amosu, NSU Fele, name them, that formed the Rangers. Okoseme,
yes,
you know, and so on and so forth, you know, that formed the Rangers. So we started replacing them gradually.
As they were retiring.
As they were retiring. We started replacing them gradually, you know. And by then, for you to enter Rangers, you must come from school, academicals, and so on. And not now that anybody can come and they say they are going to bring him and so. Rangers have their procedure.
And tradition.
Tradition of promoting team. So that's how we came in. All of us.
So you were captain?
Yeah.
When you played Mahela.
Yeah.
Which year was that?
We played Mahela in 76 or so, you know. We went to Mahela and we lost.
I think it was 3-0.
Yeah, and we came here, we said, Mahela, we see Wahala, you know. Because by then we are not used to cold weather, you know, Egypt and all this.
Oh, so it was cold when you played there?
So when they came to our own, we brought them in the sun by 2 o'clock.
In the afternoon?
Yeah, that's when the match started. And luckily for us, that was a fantastic team. But we were lucky and determined, you know, and we were able to eliminate them from the tournament.
I remember it was But then, Rangers of those days, you had two arch, I don't want to call them enemies, but opponents. One was in your back door, Vasco da Gama, and the other was somewhere in the southwest, IICC of Ibadan. Tell me about those encounters. Why was it so difficult for Rangers to win almost everybody in Nigeria, and it was always a tough match playing Vasco da Gama?
You know, those days, we are not opportune to change clubs, travel, because we were employees of the Sports Council.
Okay, for you to play for Rangers, you had to be an employee of the Sports
They
Council.
will give you a job, not that you have to play. If you decide not to take the job, it's left for you. But most of the teams by then don't move about. It's not only IICC, but then insurance have a very good team then. Kano Pillars, you name them, stationary stores.
Yes.
All those clubs, we have formidable clubs then because the players don't move about. Like nowadays, you know, I'm playing for Rangers and another club can come and offer me better condition. Then I leave. You know, those days there were no such things. And that's why we have formidable teams. Secondly, the two clubs, Rangers and IICC, have a strong chairman. Lekon Salami is a fantastic chairman, football fanatics, and he's the chairman of IICC. Jim Mobodo is the chairman of Rangers, and he's a fantastic person too, you know. So these two big wigs are always competing, not only the players and so on. And Vasco da Gama have a good administrator, Ogufere. Ogufere started Vasco da Gama, and they have a good team. That's why he took about 18 of us, you know, to their team, and so on. So teams were very strong by then. But immediately we finish match, we beat Vasco da Gama, we know we are going far.
Did they ever beat Rangers? Did Vasco ever beat Rangers?
Well, I couldn't remember to my knowledge.
But it was always a tough
game, because they have Patrick Ekeji, you know, Waha, Osaka. All those are colleagues.
That knew even how you guys played?
Yeah, in the academic house. Umero was the goalkeeper. We watched our goalkeeper in the academic house. A lot of them, you know, were playing for Vasco da Gama. And Vasco was a very formidable side by then.
How did your team, even then, because there was something you said about when the Academicals won in Lagos and the new pride it gave to the Igbos who were just coming back from war. When you played for Rangers then, because Rangers became like a rallying point for the Igbo people, did you see yourself as an ambassador? You and your colleagues, when you played for Rangers, did you see yourself as ambassadors of the Igbo people that, look, we have to win?
Well, that is our motivation. We don't want to disappoint Igbo people, because if you go to IICC, it's all Yoruba. You go to Bender Insurance, it's all Benin. You go to stationery stores, it's all Lagosians and so on. So everybody has people they are representing. So we don't want to disappoint our people, the Igbo people, you know. And that is what is part of our motivation. You know, then there was no money, there was nothing, you know. It's for you to make sure that you represent your people very well. And they reciprocate. Because after that, when you come out in the streets, you are being held. You go to market, they dash you meat, they dash you everything. Ah, Christian Chuku. Benyan, no problem. But, you know, and so that is our benefits those days.
Not the money.
And we are proud of it. There was no money, nothing. And when we win any tournament, the Sports Council gives us promotion. That's another promotion, another motivation. We get promotion. You go to the level of level 8, they give you a car, you know, then, and so on. So that's kind of motivations we have, you know. And Jerry Yazo was our director of sports by then.
So how would you compare those that led sports then and those that lead sports now? Is there anything missing?
Commitment. Commitment. Those that were then when we are playing are very, very much committed to the game. I don't know about those now, because there's money in it, everything. Everybody wants to be this. Even a lawyer will leave his profession. He wants to be chairman of NFF. A doctor leaves his profession. You know, those days you don't have such things. You know, that's the difference.
Commitment.
Commitment.
Let's look at your days in Rangers. When you look back, which match can you tell me was the most challenging for you in Rangers? I know there were so many.
So many of them, but the one that got us angry and annoyed was the final we have to play with Hafi of Guinea.
That's for the club championship, African Club Championship.
We went to Guinea and played. And when we come to Nigeria, instead of them allowing us to play it at ENUGU, we were forced to play it in Lagos. And we were in ENUGU preparing.
Who forced you to play in Lagos?
The National Sports Commission. So we have to enter, we struggle to enter flight that day in the morning to be in Lagos, to settle down and play the match. And we lost that match to Hafi of Guinea, which would have been the first African Nations of Cup we would have won.
In Nigeria?
In Nigeria.
Do you think there was sabotage?
Well, I believe it's sabotage because those days it was home and away. When you go away and come back, you play at your home, and our home is ENUGU. No matter we are Nigerians, it's all the same thing. But they forced us to play in Lagos. It's just the same thing like when we played IICC, Tracy now. We played them in Lagos, they choose Lagos as their home. We played them there. On the second leg, we're supposed to play in ENUGU. And they said no. They brought in politics that ICC did not play at their home. Our home is in Ibadan. But they choose Lagos. It's not we that choose Lagos. So it became a big controversy. And the Yeredua, the then head of state, have to decide that we move to Kaduna. That's how we moved the match to Kaduna. And luckily for us, when we got to Kaduna, the match ended in a penalty, which we won.
So even then, there was a lot of politics in football?
Of course. Of course.
So how about matches that were tough because of the opponents you were playing that was not politics? Do you remember any?
I believe all the matches were tough, especially African competitions. You know, I could remember we went to play Police of Senegal, in Senegal, and they gave us beating of our life. And Obasanjo had to send a flight to us to come back that day, that night.
You won that match?
Yeah.
And the people got the Sierra Leoneans?
Because it's second leg. They came here and got a draw, and they believe they have won. So when we went there, we said, we beat them. And they beat hell out of us. And Obasanjo had to send us a flight to come back that night.
I'm not laughing really, but you mean like they descended on the players?
Straight ahead, everybody. You know? So
Obasanjo sent a flight that night?
We came back that night. We went straight to our hotel, packed our luggages and so on. The flight was waiting for us at the airport. We have to fly back before we are killed. You don't know what they will do next minute.
This must be the dangers of playing football.
Yeah, a lot of
Was it something
dangers.
that worried those of you then? Because it's
No,
not like
we were-
today that there's so much security
We were
in the...
surprised that the people that did this was police of Senegal, who would have given you protections and everything. And when police of Senegal did that kind of a thing, why are you sleeping? You don't know what will happen in the night. It pained them a lot. They never believed it.
But that's football.
But that's football.
That's football.
Yeah.
So, you were captain for Rangers for several years.
Yeah.
How did you end up in the Green Eagles? Super Eagles as we know it today.
Yeah, in the Super Eagles, I ended up after the Nations Cup in 1980 when we won the cup.
No, how did you get into Green Eagles? At what point were you invited into the team?
Yeah, I was invited in 1974. That was
The
when
same
I
year
was-
you joined Rangers?
No, Rangers was 72.
Okay.
I joined the national team, Green Eagles. And by then, Achebedem, all these old players have gone. Ezani became the captain. And not quite a long time in that 74, Ezani traveled to the United States. And I was made the captain. So I was in the Green Eagles stroke Super Eagles till 1980, from 74. And the name was changed after we won the cup in 1980 to Super Eagles. We were all along Green Eagles.
Tell me about the struggle. I mean, 80, like you told me earlier, was not the first time. You had made an attempt in 70.
76, attempt in Ethiopia.
What went wrong there?
We came back with bronze medal.
What happened? Why couldn't you leave the cup?
It was a game other countries were preparing. you don't underrate other countries. We have good teams, good countries that we are preparing. You know.
So you lost in Ethiopia?
We lost in Ethiopia, but we came back with bronze. We won the third position.
Okay.
You know.
Then you went back in 70.
76.
You went back to in
78. We went to Ghana. And the same thing happened to us. We lost in the semi-final, then played in the third position and won the bronze. Then in 1980, we won the cup.
Tell me about the journey. Tell me about how it was possible. You were captain, so you knew.
It was not easy. All of them were not easy. They were very hard journeys. But luckily for us, we were building ourselves. We were knowing ourselves, understanding ourselves very, very well. You know, at a stage, we became brothers and everything. At a stage, I can close eye and pass the ball to Shego Debame without knowing where he is, and he will get the ball. You know, so we became one unit. Even without coach, we can even play a match. We have a solid team. And that led us to winning the cup in 1980.
You know, one thing I'm learning from the story you're telling is that in those days, it didn't matter how many Igbos were in Green Eagles or how many Yorubas were in Green Eagles. Because just telling me, from what you're telling me, an Igbo man was captain, Ezra, and he became captain, and then you became captain. And it was not such an issue.
No. Then there was nothing like Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, anything. No. We are just one. The coaches, we are selecting people they feel that can give them results. And nobody queries them, And once you are winning, Nigeria don't know where you come from.
You're correct.
Everybody is giving you the support, the outside, the Yoruba, everybody. So far, you are doing well. Nobody wants to know where you come from. It's Nigeria, So there was no such thing by then. And of course, the most big teams by then was Rangers and ISIS.
And it was healthy competition. I remember the match in ENUGU that was played at the temporary stadium. Yeah. It was always a fight.
Yeah. Yeah. By then the fence of the temporary stadium was zinc. Mm-hmm. And everybody was struggling and
a lot of people got wounded
and everything.
But that was how important those matches were.
Yeah.
Chairman, why are Nigerians not supporting local teams like they did when you were playing? What is the problem?
Well, I think the problem is that the English football came out, the television came out.
Cable came out,
and so on. When we are playing no such, the television then was black and white. How can you get Europe and get all these things? And everybody was, coming. You can see last match Rangers played on Sunday. It's because the English League have ended.
The stadium was filled up.
The stadium was filled up. If not, if the English League was still on, you see people going in the bar to watch Arsenal or Chelsea or this or that, So it's part of our problem.
But you've been in this business, Chairman, for a long time. You've been a player, you've been a coach, you've been this and that. What can we do to promote our local football? What should we do? Yes, we know there's the English Premiership, the European Premiership, and all that. What would you suggest we do so that we can have a robust, local football in Nigeria that will not only bring money for the sponsors, it will bring money for the footballers or whoever is interested? What do you think we should do?
Number one, we should get people who are interested to run the football. It's not everybody that can run the game of football. And number two, in Nigeria, let me not say Africa, there's no money in football. So you see all our players moving out. Some are going even in the Benin Republic to get a higher pay. Some are going to Europe and everybody, all our players are moving out. So there's no motivation, no incentive. The money was not there. You play a match finish, there's no match bonus, no allowance, and so on. So this discourages the teams. In those days, when we are playing, before you come to the stadium, you know the 11 that will start the match.
You know the 11? Yes.
But nowadays, you cannot see, people will come to the stadium and say, which side is Rangers? And which side is this? And which side is that?
They are not interested.
They are not interested because they know the player today. Tomorrow they say the player is out. And so on. So a lot of motivation have to come inside it. No sponsors, and so on and so forth. A lot to be done. And
okay, Chairman.
Will come back.
Let's go back to 1980. You led the Green Eagles that became the Super Eagles to win that coveted trophy for Nigeria. So what happened after that?
As I said, after that, we have to give thanks to Shagari. May his soul rest in peace. You know, Shagari awarded us with buildings in Festac.
In Lagos.
We got cars. We got money. We were taking around Lagos. And that was the first time I rode a horse in Lagos.
In celebration of your victory.
So, in short, Shagari rewarded us very well, more than well. And that is why the football is promoted to the level it is now. You know, otherwise in those days, they don't take us as nothing. And we are playing it for the interest. That's the difference. People playing now are playing for money. Our only was interest. There was no money, no nothing. It was after that 1980, we got this gift and everything, that people started
taking it seriously.
Taking it serious, you know, and so on and so forth.
Tell me how you felt when all this was happening. You were celebrated everywhere, in Lagos, in Enugu, on the streets.
Well, we never believed it.
Were you walking in the air?
We never believed it. We're just playing that we want to satisfy our country, our people, and we make them happy and everything. And in response, they made us happy too.
Mm-hmm.
So it was that time we knew what we did. We don't even know what we did when we won the cup. It was when the showering was coming in.
From everywhere?
Everywhere. We said, so this is a big thing. And we thank God for it.
Let me ask you a question. Was your father alive in 1980?
Of course.
Tell me, what happened? Because he was the same man that wouldn't let you play football.
Yeah, my father and my mother considered when I entered the Rangers.
As they say today, they became loyal.
They wanted their son to be a doctor, mama doctor, pardon, a lawyer, you know, something, you know. But when I entered the Rangers, they started hearing their son's name. And when they were passing, I said, you know this woman? Mama Christian Chuku. They say, hey! Oh, yeah, Mom Christian Chuku. The same thing with father. That is why when they surrendered, you know, and started giving me prayers and encouragement.
And respect.
And respect.
because,
you know,
because they
wanted me to be one of the doctors, lawyers. That was what is reigning by then. And my mother wanted to answer one of the names.
When you won the cup in 80, did your parents come to you and say, oh, thank God we didn't stop you?
They were so happy, you know, so pleased. And even they reigned more than me.
Oh, they enjoyed the fame.
They enjoyed the fame. They reigned more than me. Because anywhere they are going, they are being recognized easily than somebody who has a doctor and a lawyer. You know, those days.
It looks like I'm missing something.
Yeah.
At what point in this, your journey, did you think like, oh, come, I need to settle down. I need a wife?
That was after the Nations Cup.
It was going to be a big challenge for you because every woman wanted you. So how did you navigate?
My mom intervened. It was even
she
my
knew
mom.
She knew you were in trouble.
You see, it was even my mom that made me to marry. Oh. Because I was not ready.
You were enjoying...
You know, those days, the parents will get a wife for you, whether you like it or not.
No, but in your case, I knew...
But I had so many girls.
I know.
I had so many girls, girlfriends and so on.
They wanted to be girlfriend to Christian Chuku.
My mom said, I'll find a wife for you. This is the person you are going to marry. And we respect our parents those days. We obeyed them. You know, I said, okay, to make you happy, no problem. You have to make your parents happy.
So there is no doubt that even when you got married, especially after the Nations Cup, you were still a very busy man. Of course, your career even got you busier than ever. How did you juggle your career in football and your family life?
Yeah, I was very, very lucky. The person my mother chose for me that she brought, was very understanding. I married after 1980, and we wedded in 1981, and we had our first child in 1983. So she too understands my movement, my profession, So she was coping, to my movements, because after the 1980, 81, I coached Rangers briefly, before going to coach the first under-17 that won the cup for Nigeria with Sebastian Broderick. So from there, I was drafted to the national team. But from national team, I went to Kenya, become the Kenyan national team. I'm from Kenya, yeah. I'm from Kenya. When I came back, I went to Lebanon.
As a coach too?
As a coach too. It was in Lebanon that I was told to come back and handle the national team again. But before I could come back, they said they have given Shaibu the job. I said, okay, no problem. It's all the same, but you wouldn't have told me to come back when I was comfortable in Lebanon.
No, so the National Sports Commission or the NFA reached out to you in Lebanon where you were coaching a team, and asked you to come back to Nigeria and coach the national team, only for you to get here, and they told you they'd given the job to Shuaibu.
Yeah.
So what happened? Why?
So from there we said, okay, no problem. He's a colleague. He's everything. So there was this one man called Noel, who is a Nike man. He brought Nike to Nigeria.
The sportswear company.
Yeah, Noel. Then he found me a job in Kenya. So I went back to Kenya as a Kenyan national team.
Okay. So you went to Kenya twice?
No, once. I went to Lebanon first.
Okay.
It was Lebanon that I went first. When this thing happened, I came back. He said, no. He found me a job in Kenya.
As a national team coach?
That's how I went to Kenya.
Tell me about Kenya and your career in Kenya.
Yeah, when I went to Kenya, I found out that Kenya was so backwards.
In football?
Yeah, I went to Kenya. I have to build junior teams for them because I have coached under 17 in Nigeria. I built under 20 for them and so on. So they were enjoying it, and the senior team. So when I went there, those East African Nations Cup and they are playing and so on, Kenya was dominating, doing very well, which they have not done before, So they enjoyed my stay in Kenya, and they never want me to go.
So at what point did they now ask you to come back to the Super Eagles to coach?
I told you when they called me from Lebanon. Mm-hmm. Kenya, my contract expired, and I said, no, I'm going home. So when I came back home, then they called me to Super Eagles with Clemens Westerhoff.
Okay.
So I worked with Clemens Westerhoff, and from there we went to World Cup, we won Nations Cup, and from there we dispersed again.
What a journey.
Yeah, so that's how it was.
You played football, wonderful career, a lot of successes here and there. Do you have a regret that you didn't play football when it became gold? Do you sometimes sit back and say, oh, if it were now, maybe I'll be a billionaire. Does it occur to you sometimes?
Yeah, yeah, it occurs to me, if it were now, I will invite Vin Euro to London to come and do me this interview. Because but I was not regretting anyway.
Yeah.
You know, I was not regretting because I got everything I deserved because I was not playing it for money then.
Yeah.
You know, it's for fame, posterity, and so on. When I look back now, I'm happy that I built the football.
In Nigeria?
In Nigeria. I built it to where it is now, for people to start recognizing that football is a big business, and so on. So that's my pride. Whenever you want to talk about the progress of football in Nigeria, well, we will not forget Chairman Christian Chukwu.
Do you think that our country, Nigeria, has paid enough attention to footballers like you who made Nigeria proud in your retirement? Do you think Nigeria has taken good care of you and your colleagues?
Well, that's a problem in Nigeria. You know, other countries are trying to build their footballers. You see in Cameroon, Eto'o is the chairman. You see Ivory Coast, Drogba. You see, they are starting to recognize footballers, you know. But in Nigeria, we don't recognize footballers. People running our football, there's none of them played football. None of them knows what they are talking.
They are businessmen.
They are businessmen. They come. Otherwise, people like Kanu Nwankwo Okocha them, and all these people should not be lying low while football matters are being taken. You know, you leave the job for the footballers to run. You know, and you see the change. You know, it's affecting everything we are doing.
A lot of you worked. For instance, you told me that as a Rangers player, you were a staff of the Sports Council. Do you get your pensions regularly, even now?
Well, this is the state government problem. You know, I'm a pensioner, but anytime they pay, I get my own.
When they pay?
When they pay.
Don't you think that for men like you, who have done so much, I mean, in their prime for this country, that maybe there should be a special package different from just you getting your pension? Is it something you think about sometimes?
Well, I think if Martin is governor tomorrow, I will get all my entitlements and more, because when I come and say, Your Excellency, say, Chairman Chukwu, what are you doing now? I say, I'm sick, I don't have anything, you know. Like when I was sick, the person that took care of me, so Tedola, you cannot imagine that. A Yoruba guy. Tedola, who was a small boy, his father was the governor of Lagos State by then, you know, and he was enjoying my game and everything. So when I became sick, he was the one that took me to London and made me to survive today.
But we also heard that the state government had helped.
They have helped. Help comes in different ways.
But if it wasn't for Tedola?
There was no time the state government wants to take me abroad. Help is that if you enter hospital here in Nigeria, maybe they shall offset your bill. But this singular man said no. Hey, prepare him, let him come over. And that's how.
Had you known him before then?
Is the father I know, who was the governor of Lagos State when we were playing. You see? And without him today, I don't know It's only God knows
Whether you'll be alive
whether
today.
I'll be alive.
So are you saying that even now that you're managing your health, that the state government is not reaching out to you?
No. The only state government that is reaching out to us is Anambra. Anambra from P2B was giving us 2 pence to take care of ourselves. P2B started with 10,000 naira. Then this person came in, Obiano came in, and increased it to 15.
15,000 naira. A month.
A month. And now Soludo came in. I said, no, 50,000 will not do anything for you. And increase it to 100,000 every month. You can imagine.
And your state in Enugu does not pay you anything?
Nothing. Oh.
Chairman, wonderful journey, wonderful career, wonderful life, and of course, the greatest one, getting ill and getting well by somebody's magnanimity. What are your regrets in life?
Well, do I remember anyone now? I don't think I have any. I thank God I was alive. I was successful in what I choose, the profession I choose, and everything. So I'm not the kind of person who is expecting the nation to give me millions of naira or the state to give me this and that. I feel comfortable myself. Maybe that's what is keeping me alive till today, you know. So everything I have, I achieved myself, you know. So I think I'm satisfied with myself. I don't have much regrets. I have a wife. I have 4 children, 2 boys, 2 girls. They just married, so I'm a grandfather now. So what else? What else am I looking for? So I thank God for life.
Of course, you already told me you have so much to be grateful for. But in your very, very eventful life, what time can you look back and say, this was the height for me?
Well, as a player, when we won the academic house, 2, when we won cup winners, Rangers, 3, when we won the Nations Cup. I think that was the highest for the first time. So anytime you want to talk about Nations Cup in Nigeria, you must look for people who won it first. And you find our names there. So that one is there forever.
My last question. Successful footballer, great coach. Do you regret not playing in the World Cup?
Well, it's part of my regret.
You didn't remember that?
Yeah, it's part of my regret, but because we nearly went to the World Cup until we lost to Tunisia here. When Odie headed the ball mistakenly inside our net, we lost 1-0. You know, because apart from that, we have been to the World Cup. It's part of my regret. Thank you for reminding me.
Chairman Chukwu, I must thank you so much for your time. I know the back and forth for us to have this interview take place. I'm really grateful, sir.
You're always welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And as you age gracefully as you are aging, I say congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. You know my place now. You're
Yes.
always free.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
And that's the signature show. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. Thanks for watching.
logged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, House of Reps makes strong case for strengthening of military institutions. Court of Appeal strikes out NBC appeal, upholds ban on broadcast fines. Gunfire heard at Niger's capital's airport. And end to Iran's nuclear weapon ambition as details of US-Iran peace deal emerge. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, says the country must strengthen its military institutions to effectively confront emerging and existing security threats for the country to make meaningful progress. Abbas made remarks at the opening of a two-day public hearing on 5 security-related bills who are currently before the National Assembly after scaling second reading. The chairman of the House Committee on Defense, Babajimi Benson, agrees with the Speaker that the proposed legislations will help strengthen military institutions and boost response to insecurity, including insurgency, banditry, kidnapping, and cybercrime.
The bills listed for consideration over the next 2 days are not mere legislative exercises. They are, in my considered view, a direct response to the evolving security threats facing our beloved nation and the imperative to build a more resilient, inclusive, and effective military institution. This is a core component of our legislative agenda in the 10th Assembly. Fellow Nigerians, we cannot pretend that our nation is at ease. From the relentless insurgency in the Northeast to the scourge of banditry and kidnapping in the Northwest.
The bill before us today addresses several critical aspects of national defense, including military education and professional development, joint operations effectiveness, medical training and healthcare support, strategic research and doctrine development, veterans welfare, military governance reforms, food security initiatives, and greater inclusiveness within the armed forces. Collectively, these proposals represent an important effort to build a stronger, more professional, innovative, and future-ready institution.
The bills currently under consideration include the Armed Forces Farms and Ranches Scheme, linking food security with military capacity in conflict-prone communities, gender representation in the armed forces, and the Veterans Federation Bill to improve welfare of retired personnel. The hearing on the Veterans Federation Bill, however, generated mixed reactions from the Director General of Military Veterans Family and Welfare Association, Awal Aliyu, who supported the bill, and Sadiq Shehu, the legal advisor of the FCT Chapel of the Nigerian Legion, who said that it was poorly drafted and biased and proposed a Ministry of Veterans Affairs instead.
2019, he did the same thing, called again, and we all went, and that was where the VFN was born. He said international best practice is on Veterans Federation of Nigeria, not Legion. Legion is an obsolete body that does not exist anywhere. Where the Legion does exist, it exists as an association, not a government, National Assembly enacted body.
The bill's biggest mistake is the proposal he mentioned President to the Minister of Defense to CDS to Unified Commanders. This mirrors exactly what operates in the United States, superficially. However, the bill fails to distinguish between operational command, administrative command. This must be separated. Most modern militaries clearly distinguish operational command and administrative control. Who is in charge of training? Who is in charge of force generation? Who is in charge of force employment? Without these distinctions, we'll have command disputes along the line.
The minority caucus in the House of Representatives has urged President Bola Tinubu to put politics aside and concentrate on tackling Nigeria's growing insecurity and economic challenges. Addressing journalists at the National Assembly, Minority Leader Fred Agbedi said the worsening insecurity, rising cost of living, and increasing incidents of kidnapping and killings across the country demand immediate government intervention. The caucus expressed concern over the death of retired Major General Rabe Abubakar while in captivity, as well as the continued abduction of school children and teachers in the country, especially the case in Oyo State. The opposition lawmakers called for a comprehensive overhaul of the nation's security architecture, improved welfare for security personnel, and the implementation of a 6-month national security and economic recovery plan to address pressing national challenges and restore public confidence.
President Tinubu must suspend all 2027 political activities and declare a 6-month national security and economic recovery plan. Lead or leave. On security, an immediate overhaul of the national security architecture. Although a state of emergency has been declared by the President since November 25, 2025, what we are rather witnessing currently is a state of emergency on political opponents rather than security. The nation therefore requires funding on security intelligence, not propaganda, improved welfare for frontline troops, and not wildcards for appointment.
Meanwhile, the member representing ENUGU North and South Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives, Chimobi Ato, has described insecurity as a major setback to the economic stability and development of the country. Ato stated that all hands must be on deck to see that the issue of insecurity is giving a multi-frontal attack in the country. He, however, acknowledged a notable reduction in insecurity in Enugu State, a development he attributed to the strategic administrative approach of Governor Peter Mba.
That will move the emotion about state police, which by God's grace, the House of Assembly have passed the bill. We are waiting for the president to assent to it. If you invest without adequate security in your investment, you are just like you are running, but you are standing in one place.
The federal legislator also reacted to alleged irregularities in the recruitment process of the newly established Southeast Development Commission, which he said prompted the House to summon the SEDC leadership for formal questioning as part of its constitutional oversight function. Atu maintained that the Commission, if properly managed, has immense potential for the region, saying it could help address the long-standing logistical challenges, including the operational efficiency of dry ports and maritime economy of the Southeast.
They know what our people need. If it's a seaport that our people need, the Southeast Development Commission will help to do it. If it is railway line, they will help to do it. When we went for oversight, I found out that they are not doing what they are supposed to do. They are supposed to use the money for the interest of our people, our region.
No fewer than 9 persons were reportedly killed, while 11 others sustained injuries following an attack on Angwan Magaji community in Kamaru ward of Kauru local government area of Kaduna State, a community bordering Plateau State. The incident, which occurred at about 1 a.m. on Wednesday, has raised fresh concerns over insecurity affecting communities along the Kaduna Plateau axis. A statement by the National Publicity Secretary of the Irigwe Youth Movement, Joseph Yomba, said that the attackers invaded the community and opened fire on residents. Yomba stated that most residents of the affected community are members of the Irigwe ethnic group with roots in Basa local government area of Plateau State. He expressed concern over what he described as repeated attacks on communities in the area and urged authorities to strengthen security measures to protect lives and property. The Court of Appeal in Abuja has struck out another attempt by the National Broadcasting Commission to overturn a federal high court judgment barring it from imposing fines on radio and television stations. In a unanimous ruling delivered on Wednesday, the appellate court dismissed the NBC's appeal, declaring its notice of appeal fundamentally defective and legally incompetent. Delivering the lead judgment, Justice Jane Inyang identified a critical discrepancy in the identity of the parties involved, noting that while the case at the Federal High Court was between the Incorporated Trustees of Media Rights Agenda and the National Broadcasting Commission, the notice of appeal listed the appellant as the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission, which is a different legal entity. Justice Inyang held that the inconsistency constituted a fundamental defect that deprived the court of jurisdiction to hear the appeal. The appeal stemmed from a January 17, 2024 judgment by Justice Rita Ofili Ajumogobia, who ruled that the MBC acted unlawfully and unconstitutionally when it imposed 5 million naira fines on some media outlets for airing documentaries highlighting banditry and insecurity in Zamfara State. which the MBC claimed undermined national security. The decision further strengthens judicial restrictions on the Commission's authority to impose monetary sanctions on broadcast organizations without court intervention. Nigeria's former Minister of Petroleum Resources, Dezani Alison Madueke, has been cleared of bribery charges in a UK court. The Southwark Crown Court, which has been trying the former minister, declared Dezani of six charges of bribery after a 5-month trial. The trial was brought by the UK's National Crime Agency, which targets serious organised and international crime, after a year-long investigation concerning alleged offences between 2011 and 2015. She had been accused of accepting financial or other advantages from individuals linked to 2 energy companies that had secured contracts with Nigeria's state-owned Petroleum Corporation when she was the country's oil minister. Alison Madueke had also been accused by prosecutors of enjoying a life of luxury funded by those interested in the lucrative oil and gas contracts, and that her lifestyle involved chauffeur-driven cars, a private jet flight to Nigeria, and refurbishment work and staff costs at several London properties. Madueke, who was the president of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, between 2014 and 2015, Alison Madueke has been involved in numerous legal cases worldwide, including in the United States. She has been on bail in Britain since she was first arrested in October 2015. In 2023, she was formally charged with accepting bribes, which she denied. She had a British address at the time of the alleged offences, according to the prosecution. Nigeria and Cameroon have signed a memorandum of understanding to deepen bilateral defense cooperation and secure their shared southern border. The signing ceremony, which follows 2 days of intensive deliberations by defense and security experts from both nations, establishes a modernized framework to counter emerging threats across both terrestrial and maritime domains and ensure regional stability. Speaking during the ceremony, Nigeria's Minister of Defense, retired General Christopher Musa, stated that the Memorandum of Understanding would henceforth provide a structured framework for military cooperation and operations between both countries, and further institutionalize collaboration in addressing common security concerns. He identified limited indigenous production capability of military hardware as one of major challenges confronting African, and stressed the importance of building stronger regional industrial partnerships. Cameroon's Minister in charge of Defense, Joseph Assomo, expressed interest in advancing cooperation in defense innovation and technology, and confirmed that a formal proposal framework is currently being finalized to concretize bilateral arrangements in defense technology. The agreement marks a pivotal milestone in Nigeria-Cameroon relations, reinforcing both nations' shared commitment to sustainable peace, regional sovereignty, and collaborative defense. Still to come, Moscow region governor says 16 people were injured in big Ukrainian drone attack. Teams battle for early dominance in the group stage across North America. Stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Reports say explosions and gunfire were heard coming from the airport in Niger's capital, Niamey, on Thursday. A witness told the AFP news agency that the gunfire, which lasted for 2 hours, came from the entrance to the airport. Niger has been fighting a militant Islamist insurgency for a decade, and in January, suspected jihadists launched an attack on the same airport. Like its neighbors, Burkina Faso and Mali, Niger is run by a military junta that came to power in part because of the failure to deal with the violence. Residents say Thursday's attack was repelled by the army, which is now hunting down the fleeing assailants who reportedly abandoned their weapons. The authorities have not yet commented, and no group has said it was responsible, but an affiliate to the Islamic State group said it had carried out January's assault. The governor of the Moscow region, Andrei Vorobyov, said on Thursday that 16 people had been injured in a major Ukrainian drone attack. Scores of Ukrainian drones bore down on Moscow, hitting the Russian capital's oil refinery for the second time this week, in what Kyiv cast as a demonstration of its growing capabilities that should force Russia to accept a peace deal. Russia, for its part, fired missiles into Kyiv, also for the second time this week, following an attack that damaged Kyiv's landmark 1,000-year-old monastery and drew international condemnation. Russia's defense ministry said 555 drones were shot down across the country, with 180 shot down around Moscow alone. More than 4 years since Russia's full-scale invasion, Ukraine has increasingly been targeting Russia's energy infrastructure with long-range drone strikes, while Russia has continued firing missiles at Ukrainian cities. President Volodymyr Zelensky called the attacks on Russia a totally fair response to Russian strikes on its Ukrainian cities and communities, and another important result of the work of their soldiers on facilities that provide support for the Russian war machine. The United States and Iran have signed a deal to end the Middle East war, with a ceremony set for Friday in Switzerland that will mark the start of a 60-day negotiation period. Trump put his signature to the Memorandum of Understanding during a candlelit dinner at the Palace of Versailles following a G7 summit as host French President Emmanuel Macron and other guests applauded. The Memorandum of Understanding aims to put an end to months of conflict initiated by US-Israeli strikes on Iran in February, which wreaked chaos across the region and rattled the global economy. Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Ismail Bakai said the document was finalized with the signatures of the presidents. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan, who mediated the agreement, said on X that it shall enter into force with immediate effect. The deal aims to draw a line under the war launched February 28th by the United States and Israel, prompting Iran to counterattack with missile and drone salvos across the region, and effectively shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, a critical waterway for the world economy. Iran and the United States commit to negotiating and achieving the final deal in a maximum of 60 days, extendable with mutual consent. Pope Leo on Wednesday hailed the deal on ending the Middle East war, announced between Iran and the United States. Speaking during his weekly audience at the Vatican, Leo expressed his gratitude to those who helped the negotiations, describing the deal as the result of encouraging work in dialogue and negotiation. He expressed hope that the agreement will contribute to strengthening mutual trust, security, and stability in the Middle East by promoting paths of dialogue and cooperation between peoples. The 70-year-old Pope also spoke about the war in Ukraine and prayed for dialogue to make a just and lasting peace possible. He noted that so many innocent people and rescuers have been killed, while churches and cultural heritage sites have been devastated by flames in Ukraine. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has become Europe's bloodiest conflict since Second World War and has dragged on longer than First World War. Pressure on British Prime Minister Keir Starmer intensified on Wednesday after former Health Minister Wes Streeting declared that he was prepared to trigger a Labour Party leadership contest as early as next week. Streeting, who resigned from the government last month in protest at Starmer's record, said the party could no longer afford continued uncertainty and urged a swift resolution to the growing leadership crisis. Streeting told the press that he believed that any challenge should happen sooner rather than later, and indicated that he had the support of the 81 Labour MPs required to formally trigger a leadership contest. The remarks represent the clearest indication yet that Starmer's grip on power is under serious threat amid mounting discontent within Labour ranks. Despite the growing pressure, Starmer insisted he would not step aside voluntarily and vowed to fight any attempt to remove him from office. Attention is now focused on Thursday's local election in Makerfield, where Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham is seeking a return to Parliament. The FIFA World Cup 2026 continues to deliver excitement as teams battle for early dominance in the group stage across North America. England produced one of the tournament's standout performances so far, defeating Croatia 4-2 in a thrilling Group L encounter. The victory places the Three Lions in a strong position as they pursue a place in the knockout rounds. In Group K, Colombia secured an impressive 3-1 victory over Uzbekistan, boosting their qualification hopes and reinforcing their status as one of the tournament's early surprise packages. Meanwhile, Ghana claimed a dramatic 1-0 win over Panama thanks to a late winner, earning 3 valuable points in their opening campaign. Portugal, however, were forced to settle for a 1-1 draw against DR Congo, despite entering the match as favourites. The result leaves Group K finely balanced heading into the next round of fixtures. Elsewhere, Argentina began their campaign in style with a convincing 3-0 victory over Algeria, while France defeated Senegal 3-1 to strengthen their position in Group I. Attention now turns to today's fixtures, where Mexico will face South Korea in a crucial Group A clash. Canada will take on Qatar, Switzerland will battle Bosnia and Herzegovina, while Czech meets South Africa as teams continue their quest for a place in the round of 32. That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome once again to the Sage, a journey of adventure. I'm Dr. Kechi Obuagu, your blessed guide on this journey. Today, our topic is of grave importance to all of us, here in Nigeria, but all over the world. We're going to look at the issue of environmental sustainability. Yes, we're going to look at the urgent need to ensure as a people that our environment continues to thrive, not just for us, but for our generations unborn. And so let me set the stage by quoting the UN Commission on Environment and Development. According to the Commission, the official definition of environmental sustainability is about acting in a way that ensures that our natural resources are available in the same manner or even in a better manner for our future unborn generations. Wow. As my children would say, deep. It is something for all of us to think about, because reflection, candid reflection, would reveal that perhaps as a world, we are far short of that ideal. Why? I personally believe that when this world came into being, when this world was created, there was perfect harmony. That is the way the Creator made it. The biological environment was lush and provided everything the human being needed to survive. It is also the duty of us human beings to ensure that in taking what we need from the environment, we do not deprive, we do not destroy our planet Earth. It is a problem that we're only beginning to recognize the huge urgency around it. There's a lot to be done. But why are we talking about it on this show? Let me say that we have an extremely exciting, wonderful guest whose area falls under this. Let me admit at this point that it's a young lady, a remarkable young lady. A young lady who came into this life within her short time on this earth, recognizes the importance of ensuring that our environment is indeed sustainable. And for her, it didn't end in recognition. She had the courage and thankfully the talent to do something about it. And in her own little way, she began to do something about it. She began to look at the issue, particularly of waste disposal, to use her talents to do something about it. But not just in terms of managing the waste, she also has a heart that recognizes the need to mobilize others to that effort. And so she's also a great teacher and a great mentor in that field. She's a young lady worth meeting. Stay with us. We'll be with you in the next segment. Welcome back to The Sage. And thank you for staying with us. We appreciate that. But what a journey we have for you today. A remarkable young lady. Brilliant, talented, artistic, with a huge sense of social responsibility. I'm beautiful. When I look at her, I'm filled with joy. I've known her for a bit, and all the time during those interactions, she gives me joy. Join me as we welcome Bilkisu Garba to the show.
Thank you very much, Mom.
Smile now, give me a smile.
Thank you very much.
Bilkisu, it's a pleasure. I've been looking forward to making this show, this particular one, because there's so much beauty and goodness that surrounds what you do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for agreeing to be with us and for sharing what drives you with everybody else.
It's such an honor. Thank you so much.
Great. Before I start, tell us a bit about yourself. Who are you? Well, I've forgotten, so tell me your name again.
Okay, so my name is Bilkisa Garba, and I'm from a town called Auchi in Edo State, but I was born and raised in the northern part of Nigeria, Kano State precisely. So I schooled, I practically spent most part of my life there before coming down to Abuja. And in school I studied architecture, and while I was in my 300 level, I developed interest in a particular aspect called interior design. And then I started researching, just finding out everything I could on everything that had to do with interior design in Nigeria. And it was still relatively new then. There was no institution in Nigeria offering interior design. But I knew the moment I was done with my first degree, I was going to pursue things in that line. And fast forward, while I was during my postgraduate days, while running my master's program, there was a particular course. It was still master's in architecture because for some reasons I just wanted to specialize in architecture, and there was a particular course that I took in my second semester of my first year in, because it's 2 years, it was a 2-year program, and it was called Sustainable Architecture.
Okay.
And that was more or less like the beginning of the journey for me. I didn't even know, but I picked so much interest in that particular course, and I knew once I was done, I was going to do something that had to do with sustainability and interior design.
Wow.
And that was the beginning for me.
Wow, that is just great. That is just great. So you sort of had discovered your passion.
Yes, I did.
Tell us a bit more. So what did it materialize into?
Okay, so while I served, I was running online courses. I was looking for institutions in Nigeria because I left Kano then, and then I came to Abuja. And I started attending several courses. I was looking for organization firms, just anything that had any affiliation to interior design. And it was interesting then because a lot of people sort of discouraged me because they felt architecture was going to be more lucrative, and they didn't really see the essence why I would pursue interior design. But I knew I really wanted it, and for some reason, whenever you would find me maybe sketching an interior space or using computer software to design interior spaces, and that was how it started for me. So I got like a contract job in an interior design firm, and I started teaching people at the same time, just running spaces. Then I got another job in a renowned interior design firm in Abuja, which was in early 2016, and that was the turning point for me. But all these things were happening, and I didn't know it was more like a transitioning process, because at that point I started building experience in interior design, and I was still reading and researching on environmental sustainability, sustainable architecture, and even sustainable interior design. And at that stage, I started building content on sustainable interior design.
Okay.
Until date, it's still a little scanty, even when you check online on courses that have to do with sustainable interior design precisely. But I started building content, and I just started. I still have that sketchbook till date. And then there was a particular project that I was given while working in that interior design firm, and it was to renovate and revamp a 3-bedroom bungalow, not too far from here, funny enough. So every time I pass that place, it brings so many memories.
Okay.
And while
I think it's telling you need to come and redecorate this place.
Absolutely, absolutely. So while that project was ongoing, you know, there was really nothing wrong with the space. The client was just bored and wanted a new look, wanted a new feel, and we ripped literally everything from that space, from that interior, from the floor tiles to the furniture to the light fittings, everything, bathroom, everything, to the doors, completely. And there were some people just waiting outside for me, waiting outside. They kept asking me in Hausa, they kept asking me if I wanted to, if I was okay with them clearing the site for free. And I was looking at it like, that is fantastic. So I don't need to get people, I don't need to pay people, truck drivers, to clear the site for me. These people are willing to clear the site for me for free. And that, to the light fittings, as simple as light fittings, WC, everything, they took it, and that was it. Then fast forward to I think October of that same year, 2016, I went to Jabi, a place in Abuja called Jabi, and lo and behold, I saw two of those men that were asking me for those discarded items from that site, and they had shops where they were selling these things, and that struck my mind like, wow. So I asked them what they were doing. I said they're actually shop owners, because when you see them on site, they just look like uneducated people roaming the streets, but they were actually business owners. And what they do is they go to renovation sites to get these scrap items, they refurbish them, and then they sell to a particular market. You understand? And that was when I knew and realized that, okay, there's a market for this kind of business. And if you can remember, I told you I had already started developing content for an aspect called sustainable interior design.
Okay.
So I presented, I can't really remember when, but in 2016 in an interior design symposium in Abuja. It was called Denim, Defining the Nigerian Interior Design Market. And
Defining the Nigerian...
Yes, interior design market.
Okay.
And I was one of the speakers that presented on sustainable interior design practices in Nigeria. And I knew I couldn't just come on stage and just talk theoretically, even though I had PowerPoint presentation and all that. I knew I had to make something. And that was the first ever product I upcycled. At that point, I didn't even know it was called upcycling.
Okay. Because I was going to take you up on that. What is upcycling?
Yes, I didn't know it was upcycling. But what I did was I took like a scrap kitchen cabinet, an old kitchen cabinet, and 3 granite bottles that we had in, because I was saying my elder sister, and she loved granites a lot. So just sprayed them and just made like a tabletop and put flowers in them, and it was a coffee table.
Wow.
Yes, it was a coffee table, and that was it for me. As soon as I presented it, I showed them the assembling process on stage. A lot of people picked interest, and they said they wanted to collaborate, and I didn't even know what collaboration was then, you know. So that was what pushed me further to keep researching, keep reading, and that was it. So in September 2017, that was when I knew I was ready to unveil all these ideas that I had.
Hold it there. That sounds extremely interesting. When we come back, Bilikisi will show us some of these creative masterpieces, right?
Yes, well.
Thank you. Stay with us. Welcome back to the stage, and thank you once again for staying with us. It's going to be great. There's so many beautiful things, even in this studio with us. But before I let Bilkisu tell us about her beautiful works of art, I'm going to push a little and say, Bilkisu, tell us, you said earlier that you found you had a passion for environmental architecture, or is that the word?
Environmental sustainability.
Yes. Okay. Why? What drove you?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, because while studying sustainable architecture and reading and researching on sustainable interior design, I discovered the huge issues and challenges that we face in our environment, especially in Nigeria. And that's really one of the main reasons that prompted the creation of the Upcycle Architect. Now, Nigeria has a population of over 200.
Upcycle Architect, that
Yes.
is your name?
Yes, that's the brand name.
Wow.
The Upcycle Architect, because my background is architecture and we specifically focus on upcycling, so hence the Upcycle Architect.
And upcycling is where you take wastes,
yes,
and turn them into
amazing products. When you creatively convert items that people classify as waste, junk, scrap, old, useless basically, and then you find a creative way to repurpose them into functional items that are even better than they originally were. That's what upcycling is all about.
Wow. What a concept.
That's right. So, while reading and researching, I discovered that Nigeria has a population of over 200 million people. And it's so sad and unfortunate that we are tagged as the waste capital of Africa because of the high level. Yes, we are. We are. Yes, we are. Tagged as the waste capital of Africa. And, it was so heartbreaking to discover this because also I kept checking, I kept reading and inquiring on how much waste the average Nigerian household generates. And like annually, it's reported to be over 120 to 150 million tons annually of solid waste. And you ask yourself, where do these waste items go to? So your neighborhood or your home or your environment might seem neat, but when these solid waste items are taken away from these places, where do they actually go to? They pollute our oceans, our water bodies. They go to dump sites. In other parts, they are littering the entire environment. They go to landfills. And these dump sites keep building up. They keep accumulating. They keep piling up. So I knew, and then, the unfortunate thing is most of these solid waste items are non-biodegradable. So which means you could have a plastic bottle today that you innocently bought water and you drank and you discarded it. And in your mind, you feel, I've discarded it, but that plastic bottle is somewhere in our environment, standing exactly as it was. It hasn't broken down in any form.
Because it is
It is non-biodegradable. It does not disintegrate into the environment until, after, for plastic bottles, it could take up to 400 to 500 years. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? And there are some of these plastic bottles that you cannot recycle. And even the thing with recycling, upcycling is a little different from recycling, because upcycling is when you take these waste items and you repurpose them. But recycling is when you take waste items, specific waste items, and then you break them down into smaller components to produce other products. So that plastic bottle, if it's recyclable, you take it to a recycling company, it goes through chemical and mechanical processes, it's broken down and then used to create another plastic bottle or plastic item. And these were alarming challenges. The construction industry in Nigeria is also one of the highest producers of solid waste. And I kept asking myself, what do we do about these things? So I found myself, in as much as I had the passion, but starting the Upcycle Architect was more or less like a platform to find creative solutions to these problems. How do you find ways out? And that was the beginning of it. So it wasn't even meant to be a business, because the initial idea I had was for it to be a blog site where I talk to people about it. But talking is one aspect. Another aspect is actually implementing and finding solutions, and that was how it became a business. And throughout 2017 to around April 2018, I was still trying to find my path, running the business and all that. And that was when it was actually my husband that told me about the C4C platform. He told me, okay, there's an opening, someone told him about it, why don't I apply? You just never know. And I didn't even know what it was all about, but then I went online, read on Conversations for Change from the website, and that was how I applied. And to God be the glory, and in all amazement, I was selected, to come for an interview. And I can remember that day so well, the day of the interview. It was so amazing because when I was being asked questions and all that, it was strange to some of the interviewers because I had to show pictures. I didn't have bearing that time, so it didn't cross my mind to come with flyers or come with live products for people to see. So I had to go to, refer to my phone images and social media platforms where they could see these products. And I was hopeful and prayerful that I would get selected. And to God be the glory, I was actually selected. And that was when the business aspect of the Upcycle Architect, for short, TUPA, started. That was it. So from the entire training sessions to what a business is, what is the difference between running a business and who is an entrepreneur, what is entrepreneurship? That was when I even understood that there are different aspects of entrepreneurship. This aspect I focus on is called social entrepreneurship because it's a business and at the same time you're also finding solutions to real life challenges. Exactly, real life challenges. So to branding, I was also always so confident that I could speak in public, I could present and all that, but the C4C program made me know that, okay, you studied architecture, you can present designs and all that, but pitching a business is also very different. And that was when I learned about elevator pitch, how to talk about your entire business in 1 minute, how to talk about your entire business in 3 minutes. And it was so tough then, but in all honesty, I've become so good at these things that it's more or less like a dream come true. How to manage finance. So you want to do all these amazing things, but you also need funds. You need to generate funds. You need to sustain the business. You need to be able to generate funds to do a lot of pro bono services because that's why it's a social enterprise. And that was the stepping stone and the beginning for me, the C4C platform. And that's why I'll always be grateful because it also gave me that platform to meet amazing people. Till date, I'm still friends with so many people from the fellowship program, and meeting you has also been a blessing to me because not only have you encouraged, mentored, and tutored me, but you have also held my hand in so many aspects of my life, personally and business-wise, and it's been an amazing experience. In all honesty,
I'm blushing.
In all honesty, it's been amazing.
Thank you so much. Bilukisi, you're so dear to my heart.
Thank you so much.
So I'm not surprised to know that. But for some of our viewers out there who may not understand when she talks about what's C4C, let me just say again that we run an intensive 1-year fellowship program where we collaborate with enterprising, gifted, brilliant young people who have ideas that could work and who are seriously interested in business, in helping them turn those ideas into profitable businesses. And as we tell them, if it doesn't make a profit, it's not a business, it's not a viable business. But it's been amazing. It's been an amazing and exhilarating journey. And Bilukisi has been a pride of the program. And so have so many of the others whom you've been meeting and many more that you will meet. But this is the potential that if we all come together is possible for every young Nigerian out there. Stay with us. We'll be back for the last segment. Thank you once again for having stayed with the Sage. There's still so much to discuss with Bilkisu. Actually, for a lady as remarkable as this, one needs 1 hour, but we'll see. We'll do our best. First of all, before we go to the last few questions for her, Bilkisu, please tell us, at least show us some of your beautiful works of upcycling that you brought to the studio before we move on to the next one.
So these are like the simplest of products that we make. If you look closely, you will notice that they are bottle vases, and the small one here, and small one over there, are mayonnaise jars. And what we try to do specifically is create products for interior spaces. So they're predominantly furniture and furnishing pieces. Usually that's what we do. And these are just supposed to be like decor vases. If you know, glass wine bottles are non-biodegradable too, and these are fabric pieces that we've just tried to like merge in a form of patchwork, which are also non-biodegradable. So we just try to create interesting products that can be used as decor or for accessorizing. The possibilities are endless, but these are like very minute of products that you make.
Absolutely beautiful.
Thank you very much. And interestingly, this one actually emits light, but you would only see the illumination when it's entirely dark. So.
Are you encouraging the save electricity?
Exactly.
We fully appreciate
it.
Exactly. Thank you so much. We shall also be sharing with our viewers some of the other exceedingly creative bits of work that you have in your workshop. So this is a tip of the iceberg. So please tell us a little about your business. How did you structure your business? Have people noticed this amazing talent, this amazing gift? And then I'm throwing all the questions at you. You find a way to sort them out. Like I said, there's so much to talk about. So, is there room for investment? And then finally, what do you say to all the wonderful young people out there who are watching us and who wonder whether they can also be this courageous and do things like this?
Thank you so much for this amazing platform. Like I said, we predominantly make interior products, furniture and furnishing pieces, and we have been able to expand to the level where we have established a full-time academy. The academy runs online and offline too.
So you're teaching others so that they.
Yes.
I mean, that is the answer to, please tell them how they can be a part of this academy.
Yes. We one of the main reasons why we decided to establish the academy is because when you talk to the average Nigerian about upcycling, they have no idea. So the essence of that academy is to have a variety of green, that's eco-conscious courses where people can enroll and have an idea of the different aspects of environmental sustainability. So we try to encourage people. Some of them are entirely free, some of them are paid, but at a really reasonable rate. And why we do this is because we want more people in this conversation. We want more people to get to know about these things and in their own different ways. So it's more like a ripple effect in their own different ways, have these positive influence in the environment. So all you need to do is just go to our website, www.theupcyclearchitects.com, and it will give you like an overview of everything that we do. We are also active on every social media platform. Just search The Upcycle Architects and you will find us there. And running this business, we've been able to, so far from scratch, we've been able to train over 732 people.
Wow.
And over 80% of those training sessions have been free. And during the course, it's been tough, definitely tough, but we've gotten a lot of recognition and appreciation. So many other bodies have come to want to partner and collaborate with us. And in 2020, I actually won an award from 111112 Foundation. It was the Africa Green Female Award. So it was all across Africa. And that was so dear to my heart. We just need to keep forging ahead. We have collaborated even with a university in the United States. We've had partnership in our bits.
Great. And you've expanded your business somehow?
Area 1 Gurki. And we're also very present and active online. Due to COVID-19 restrictions, most of our courses have been virtually and they've been very seamless. and almost every other month we have courses that are running, from free courses to paid for courses, and they've been very seamless. So it's something people can, tap into. And what I always tell people is, sometimes you might actually have a vision and plan, or sometimes you might not even have a plan for, you might not really have a plan for your life, but it's always important to believe in yourself. It's important to pursue your dreams, know that your dreams are valid. And even when people try to burn you down or people try to discourage you, if you truly believe in that vision of yours, go for it. I can assure you that the sky will only be your starting point, because it has happened to me. And we're also very particular about young people and women, and we try as much as possible to raise the self-esteem of these young people and women, so they know that I am strong, I am powerful, and I can do these things. And
every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Good afternoon and welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Wokotao. I have a whole lot of stories today, and of course I didn't do social trends yesterday, so I'll be doing that today. Let's delve into the stories of the day. Renowned fashion designer and entrepreneur Toyin Lawani has opened up about her harrowing battle with paralysis and the strength it took to push through the pain. In a candid Instagram post, the mother of three reflected on a time when she was bedridden and unable to move, describing the experience as one filled with unimaginable pain despite the physical and emotional toll. Lawani said she refused to let her condition define her, choosing instead to fight through every setback. There was a time movement seemed impossible, she said, revealing that each movement, smile and light workouts came at the cost of immense pain. Still, she remained determined to rebuild her strength. Lawani, the CEO of Tiana's Place Empire, shared that she spent 6 months confined to a bed and is now committed to doing everything she can to avoid returning to that state. Under the guidance of her neurosurgeon, she continues to follow a strict regimen, avoiding heavy lifting and sit-ups to protect her spine while engaging in light exercises. Encouraging others who are dealing with physical pain, Lawani urged them not to let it take over their lives. Show up when it matters most, she advised, underscoring the importance of resilience. Known for her bold fashion and creative flair, Lawani has styled some of Nigeria's top celebrities, including Wizkid, Iyabo Ojo, and Toyin Abraham. So I keep mentioning this every single time, that so many celebrities go through a whole lot every single time just to show up at events, at awards and all that, even at responding to clients and customers. You can imagine if she didn't come out to say she had paralysis, how would we know? Because most people do not bring their private life to social media. I think that's one thing about celebrities that I really don't like, because it's more like you're living for the society. You don't have a private life anymore. It's more like people are poking their nose in your private life. But on the other hand, it's not really everything you put out there on social media, because a whole lot of people have a 2 cents to everything that happens in your life. Whether you do good, you do bad, or you do nothing, they will always say something. You can remember when people were dragging Miss Johnson why she's losing so much weight and wondering if maybe she's taking a weight loss, even blaming her for taking a weight loss when you don't even know what the problem is, until she came out and told us that she had a thyroid surgery. So if she had not mentioned that, she would still be dragged. All right, but I felt she had to do that because the dragging is too much, and it's beginning to look like a blame game and not really maybe wanting to know what the problem is. Some people were even thinking she's going through a lot in her marriage, you know. But most times you don't need to say those things, and most times they don't even come out to say those things, except maybe it's time to share. And they share this to encourage people because they've gone through it, they've survived it, and now they are bold enough to talk about it. Imagine someone as Toyin Lawani, bedridden. If someone even say that to you, you'll be thinking about it, that's how she always stands out, she always comes out, and her outfit is always there to give a spoken word. You must say something, and everybody will be like, what is this again? It's either she's creating things with animals, with reptile, with iron, with rod, with wood and all. So if she didn't come out to say she was having paralysis issues, we wouldn't even know. So yeah, let's move forward. Nigerian music star Rema, born Divine Ikobo, delivered a heartfelt tribute to veteran artist D'banj during his sold-out performance at London's O2 Arena, praising him for playing a vital role in taking Afrobeat to international heights, particularly in the United Kingdom. Rema described D'banj as a trailblazer, crediting him for laying the foundation that allowed a new generation of Nigerian artists, including himself, to flourish on the global stage. Highlighting D'banj's groundbreaking in 2012 hit Oliver Twist, which became the first Nigerian song to break into the UK top 10 chart. Rema noted that the milestone was instrumental in opening doors for the genre. You were one of the first to bring Afrobeat to the UK. There would be no me without you, Rema said emotionally, and the crowd erupted in cheers. He went on to declare his enduring love and respect for D'banj, calling him a lifelong inspiration. Rema also extended his gratitude to veteran producer and Marvin Records boss Don Jazzy, acknowledging the crucial roles both he and D'banj played in shaping the global reach of Afrobeats. The concert, which drew over 20,000 fans, was a celebration of Rema's meteoric rise and featured surprise appearances, vibrant visuals, and a powerful set list showcasing his evolving artistry. The night was not only a musical spectacle, but also a movement of reflection on the genre's journey and the legends who paved the way. Take a look at this.
No, we don't have too much time, but I will do fast. First of all, I want to appreciate you for opening the doors. We did not do it alone. You were one of the first ones to bring the UK for us. You and Chazzy, y'all held it down. Y'all opened that door. But OGs before us. I appreciate you. I love you from the bottom of my heart. I want to thank you so much for it. If it never existed, I would have never existed. And ladies and gentlemen, this is Bangali. And you know what's very ironic? When I recorded my first hit, I just said, another banger. No, we don't have too much time, but I will do fast.
That was a mind-blowing one. The band is one of the artists that made Afrobeat to get to the point it is, especially Afrobeat from Nigeria. You know, and the fact that Rema had to acknowledge him made me so proud of Rema right now. He had to acknowledge him, and notwithstanding Don Jazzy, because Don Jazzy is his boss. You know, Don Jazzy gave him that label that, you know, brought him out. Despite the fact that Rema has an outstanding music, voice, sensation, and all that. But I love the whole drama he played out in O2 Arena to, you know, acknowledge the band, to reference him, to give him the praises, to give him the accolades, that he did a good job, especially for that his music, Oliver Twist. He even sang it in that particular arena, so you could see audience cheering, vibing to the songs and all that. So the band is not even a small person. You know, he's not a small person, and it's not today that's so. Imagine song of 2012. Can you imagine? How old were you that time? How old was I that time too? So you can imagine why he would actually say such thing, that he paved the way for young artists like him, Rema, Arasta, named them, to be able to do this thing in the diaspora, in New York for that matter. So it's a very, very, very big milestone for him. And of course, congratulations to the band for that showering of praises in presence of people in the diaspora. All right, let's move forward. Afrobeat sensation Daniel Anidugbe, popularly known as Kiss Daniel, has successfully regained ownership of the masters to his critically acclaimed debut album, New Era, along with his hit singles Yeba and Sofa from his former record label G Worldwide. The singer shared the news via his X, formerly Twitter, account on Monday, expressing that the milestone holds deep personal significance. This means more than words can express, he wrote, reflecting on the emotional weight of the achievement. New Era was originally released on May 14, 2016 under G Worldwide and played a key role in propelling Kiss Daniel into stardom, with hits like Woju and Mama. However, in November 2017, he parted ways with the label and launched his own imprint, Flyboy Inc. His departure led to legal dispute with G Worldwide CEO Emperor Jeezy, but Kiss Daniel was eventually acquitted of all charges. In a surprising turn of events, the artist announced in 2023 that he had appointed Emperor Jeezy as the new CEO of Flyboy Inc., signaling the reconciliation between the two. The retrieval of his masters marked a major victory for Kiss Daniel, both professionally and personally, as artists across the globe continue to advocate for ownership of their creative work. And that's true. Let's emphasize on that particular part. Artists across the globe continue to advocate for ownership of their creative work, because most times when you're under these labels, you're not really the owner of the creative word. You know, you're under somebody. So of course we know you as the artist, we know you that, oh, you wrote the song, but like you're not really the owner of it. I don't know how to put it, but if you understand what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying. So let's not forget that Kiss Daniel is already going through a lot, you know, since last week till now. So that's why this particular news, he had to break the silence on social media, that he now has ownership to New Era. You know those songs that he sang, Woju, Mama, name them. Okay, Laye is not part of it. Laye is not part of it. But these two songs that got him to the spotlight are the songs that came out of that particular New Era album. So I'm so proud of him. I still have a question. Why is it coming out now? Why now? Anyways, that's their own reason. But I'm still also happy that thank God they had to reconcile that issue. You know, thank God they had to reconcile that issue. But making him the CEO of Flyboy Inc. Wow. So many people do things that me and you cannot even do. You open a company and you name somebody else the CEO. Wow. After you and the person had a dispute, of course, yes, you were acquainted of those disputes, but that's actually the height of it. Maybe it's a way to thank him for, you know, putting him at that limelight and spotlight, you know, because he leaving G Worldwide was a very big shock to each and every person, because that is where we knew Kiss Daniel from. All right, but what made me surprised is, oh, he actually made him the CEO of Flyboy Inc. And now that he's going through a lot, losing 600 songs and deciding to give music a break and focus on his family, they had to give him ownership to New Era. That's something to applaud for, at least to calm him down a little bit to whatever he's going through, you know. So yeah, let's move forward. Tiana Taylor, an American singer and model, has confirmed the relationship rumors with actor Aaron Pierre. In an Instagram post on Sunday, Tiana shared pictures of herself and the actor together while wishing him a happy birthday. Tiana hosted a surprise birthday party for Aaron, and the two were seen sharing a passionate kiss in a now viral video. The two stars sparked relationship rumors after making several public appearances together at award events. The actress was once married to basketball player Iman Shumpert, but the duo got divorced in 2024. The 34-year-old is a mother of two. You got divorced in 2024 and now you're in a relationship. Make it make sense to us, bro. Anyways, these two our faves. My fave, actually, I don't know about you. Aaron Pierre is my fave. Tiana also my fave. So if they're in a relationship, if they're a thing, I'm happy. I like. So I think it's that at that point where she couldn't hide it anymore. Maybe she wanted to hide it a little more, but nah, what's the point of hiding it again? She had to, you know, give him that kiss, because of course she knows there will be cameras, people would post. So she felt like there's no need to hide this anymore. I'm in a relationship with your Aaron Pierre, so you guys should deal with it. That's what that is. But I'm proud, I'm happy. The only thing I don't understand is you're divorced in 2024 and now you're in a relationship in 2025. You have to make that, you have to make it make sense to us. Even though I'm happy for you. Yes, but isn't that so quick? Wasn't it so fast? But yeah, congratulations to them. Let's see where this relationship gets to. We hope it leads to the altar and walking down the aisle, not breaking up again, because we're actually tired of hearing things like that. So happy birthday to Aaron Pierre in arrears, and big congratulations to them in their new relationship. So let's move over to the foreign scene. The Not So Beautiful show, Kenya's first aerial arts competition for young performers, tackles environmental issues through choreographed routines. Christine Misenga, 29, a Congolese aerialist who founded the event, said she wanted children to understand global warming. Misenga, who came to Nairobi to study medicine but discovered acrobatics instead, runs Biso Learning, which teaches aerial skills in local schools. Performers drew inspiration from environmental clubs and personal observations for their act on pollution, deforestation, and rising temperatures. Misenga hopes to make the competition annual and expand her program to more Kenya schools. So sometime last week, close to the weekend, I got to reveal to you what the preparation looks like and what she had to say concerning it, her idea concerning it and all that. So here comes the event. Take a look at that.
as artists, as I tell them every time during class, we are storytellers. We might not be competitors, but we tell the story of what is, and we reinvent the future. Because only artists have that power. Government is legal, everyone else has a job. But you as an artist, it is yours to tell what is happening and to reinvent it through your performance. And I hope they did it today.
Or you can drop fast. Do this drop fast, then Eiffel Tower, then the slack drop, then you're done. Stage manager, MC, I need the MC.
We have high global warming, and I really wanted to do something where the kid could understand that, and I wanted to know, how does a kid get to understand such a big issue? And then, thank God, one of my students is like head of eco in her school. So the more she talked, I was like, oh, they actually understand. Because before I used to think, oh, they don't. But with each child, when I was creating the performance, we got to like, oh, so what's your performance about? So what is it about? And they got to like understand what is happening around the climate and find a solution.
Or everyone just, yeah. Some of them here.
I believe that every small thing you do makes an impact. You're never too small to make a difference. So even if you plant one tree, you still saving the environment. And as kids, we are the future of this earth. So the last generation has passed, and now it's our turn to try and take charge.
If we continue like littering and all the different ways the people were performing, our earth will slowly get worse and we won't be able to live in it. And we need to create awarenesses so that people know and understand and try to help what we're doing to our earth. Yeah. Otherwise, we'll just destroy it.
It was amazing to see these kids performing today. It was so powerful to see them bring a theme that they care so much about with climate change, that matters for them, for their future, and that they can see we're in such trouble if we don't act now and fast. And they were bringing this message through their art, which was very powerful. As parents, I think I sat there watching these children thinking they're giving us this message. We need to act now on climate change for our time and for their futures.
From colorful frocks and hats to handbags and shoes, items belonging to the late Princess Diana go under the hammer this month in what Julian's auction says is the largest collection of her fashion to go to auction. The live and online Princess Diana style and the royal collection sale will take place on June 26th at the Peninsula Beverly Hills, offering an array of fashion items Diana wore. Among the highlights in the 1988 silk floral dress by Belleville Sesson, dubbed the caring dress because Diana wore it several times on hospital visits, with a price estimate of $200,000 to $300,000. A cream silk embroidered evening gown Catherine Walker designed for Diana's 1986 golf tour has a similar price tag, while a bruised old-filled two-piece yellow floral ensemble she wore for the royal escort in 1987 is estimated at $100,000 to $200,000. Other sale items include a Dior handbag gifted to her by former French First Lady Bernadette Chirac in 1995, a sketch of Diana's 1981 wedding dress with two fabric cut-offs from when she married then Prince Charles in 1981, and a peach hat she wore for her honeymoon send-off. The auction also includes pieces belonging to other British royals, including the late Queen Elizabeth II and the Queen Mother. Nolan said Julian's auctions had previously sold a dress belonging to Diana for $1.14 million. Part of the proceeds from the sales of Diana's items will go to charity Muscular Dystrophy UK. The pre-sale exhibition in Newbridge will run until June 17. Take a look.
Now, this is the largest Princess Diana auction because we have over 100 items from her amazing life and career, those short-lived, incredible memories, part of her legacy. Keeping in mind Diana herself, she sold over 70 of her dresses at the behest of her young son Prince William back in 1997 to raise money for her charity. She raised over $3 million, which at the time was a huge amount of money when she did that auction in New York, and then sadly we lost Diana 2 months after that. And people do consider these items as an asset class now, because if people own these items today, chances are in years to come they will sell them for more than what they pay for auction. You see that incredible Belleville Sassoon, beautiful, colourful dress made for Diana for her visit to Australia in 1988 when Australia was celebrating their bicentennial year. I was there in Sydney, living in Sydney, so it was incredible for me to see Diana, the royal family, come for that huge event with the fireworks, the tall ships in the harbour, and Diana to wear that dress at St Andrew's Cathedral in Sydney. And she loved it so much, and people loved it so much that she wore it, in fact, on at least 9 occasions that we know. She wore it in Africa, she wore it in Spain, she wore it numerous events in the UK. The Lady Dior bag is the one item that every lady or girl wants to talk about or see. So incredible. Gifted to Diana in 1995 by Bernadette Chirac, First Lady of France at the time, and it was known as the choo-choo bag. And because Diana wore it and carried it, and we know that she had it in Argentina in November of 1995, and then many, many times after that. She always loved the Dior bags. She had them in different colours. But this bag was then renamed Lady Di or Lady Dior, very smart on Dior's part, and it can still be bought today for probably 5,000 to 7,000 in any of the main stores around the world. The Catherine Walker evening gown is truly exquisite, so made for Diana for a royal visit to Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates in 1986. You'll notice by the neckline and the long sleeves, very conservative. Of course, they were going to Saudi Arabia, a very conservative country. But Catherine Walker and Diana were brilliant because the falcon is the bird, the national bird for that region, so they have falcons right from the front of the dress in migration mode all the way down the back of the dress onto the train. Just exquisite.
I think it's good if the person is experienced, though, because it's such a huge job that it helps, you know, if you've got a track record of designing couture. Because at the end of the day, it's a handmade dress for one person. It's got to be totally unique.
The dress was exquisite, made by Elizabeth and David Emmanuel. We have that sketch in the sale. I spoke to Elizabeth at her exhibition in London last week, and she told me about the dress. She was reduced by, Diana shrunk by 5 sizes from her first fitting to her final fitting for the wedding dress. The dress weighed 20 pounds. The train was 25 foot long. So as they had to take in the dress to fit Diana, they had to trim the lace on the train to make it proportionate. So a piece of that original train lace is attached to the sketch from Elizabeth Emmanuel in this auction. So that's really historic. Diana herself, she did not want to be pigeonholed into the Diana era like the Edwardian, Elizabethan, Georgian eras that we all are familiar with. She wanted classic, timeless fashion. The outfits you see around me here are over 40 years old, some of them, and they could be worn today. So she really achieved what she wanted as a classic, timeless Diana. 21, 25, 100 years from now, will still be relevant. We will still talking about her, and we need more people like Diana in the world today because of what she represented and the message she delivered every event she attended.
Yeah. Works by Yoshitomo Nara on a display in London this week, and what organizer says is the largest European retrospective of the Japanese artist's career. The show, running at the Hayward Gallery by the River Thames, features more than 150 pieces, drawings, paintings, sculptures, ceramics, and installations. nodding to the long-time influences of Nara's works, including music, nature, the importance of home, and the peace movement. Nara, 65, is best known for his portraits of childlike characters with big gazing eyes. The display are plenty of those kinds of paintings and drawings, as well as sculptures. The show, which opens to the public on Thursday, is an expanded version of a touring exhibition previously at the Guggenheim in Bilbao and Museum Frieda Borda in Baden-Baden. The exhibition will run until August 31st. Take a look.
This is about 40 years worth of my work. When I look at my work, I don't think what I'm trying to say has actually changed in that time. Whatever period I look at reflects a part of myself, which is why this exhibition is not done chronologically. I think all the pictures I've created are like my reflections, so they are not so much self-portraits as alter egos. I was born way up in the far north, and it's not quite like how people imagine Japan, for example Tokyo or Kyoto. It's more like Scotland or Ireland, a place full of nature. All the music I heard came by the radio, and you get a great variety music on there, and you can listen to it anywhere, out in the apple fields or even in the city. Anything goes, waits for translator. I don't think about what I'm doing, but when I've done something good I can feel the reason behind it, almost like a kind of hindsight.
Alright, that's all I have for you in the news segments this hour. We'll go on a very, very short break, and after that I'll reveal my social trends to you, so stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is the social trends segment. Vicky James' 30th birthday story happened yesterday, and the internet have been so busy and buzzy. Apart from the fact that she had 10 different designers design her outfits each day before her birthday as a way to support them, and as she said, all designs came out so outstanding. Now, the fact that she had 10 different designers design her outfits is something that I begin to ask myself, why exactly? But she said it's because she wants to support them, which is quite interesting. And the fact that those designers did not fall her hand is what I love the most. There's this particular outfit that it had this whole what's that word? Oh my goodness. I actually tagged that outfit when they say, when you think the world revolves around you. Actually, the world revolves around her, because we have the Jupiter, the Mars, the Pluto, the Mercury, the Venus, the Earth, the Sun, the Moon, you know, around her. Yeah, that's the outfit actually. That is a clear definition of the world revolves around me. That's what I actually tagged that outfit. Then the outfit that was made with cowries, perfect. It's all giving the whole vibe of the goddess, you know, the goddess of the sea, you know, things like that. I also love the outfit of that traditional outfit that this one that just passed now, that had that flower design and all the outfits. Wow, interesting, perfect, beautiful. But let's take a look at the parts where celebrities graced her event. Let's take a look at that.
But I'm gonna conquer myself. Outside is so cold, and I gonna need your ginger, brother me. I did for you and you did for me. No be today you dey cover me, even though we don't see on a regular. I deal with you, my brother. Cash and machine, we share the money. Everybody is a winner, man. Out any road, explanation. I'm on no foot for a lazy man. Anybody when you there for me. No, today you dey cover me. Even though we don't see on a regular. I deal with you, my brother. Go, Lamborghini, yellow Bugatti, me I can't lie, better like to my pair. Everything nice and everything good. Oluwa bless everything that we do.
Not all the celebrities, of course. There's no way I'd have reviewed each and every person one after the other. Today would end. So her cake actually wowed everyone, because who makes 30 steps cake? No other person than Vicky James. Take a look at it.
Je te laisserai tes mots en dessous de ta porte, en dessous de la mur qui chante, tout près de la place où tes pieds passent, caché dans les trous d'or. Je te laisse.
Now this cake is giving the vibe of Tower of Babel. You know, someone said there's no way that whole step is a cake. We don't know, my dear. We don't know if the whole step is a cake. But the truth is, Vicky James always gives us something to talk about, and we would always talk, because it's your 30th birthday, you're making 30 steps of cake. That means in your 50th birthday, we should be expecting 50 steps of cake too. But of course, that designer actually did a very good job. There was a little display of fashion parade for best dressed among these celebrities, and there was a winner. Nons Mirage won 1 million naira as best dressed. Take a look at that.
Beautiful, come be there, we love you. Sophisticated, look at that. Papaya, Mahala, Papaya, Wahala. Give it to them, 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 give it to them. Attitude, energy. DJ, go with you. Energy, DJ, go with you. This is another one. So you're gonna Sarah there, Sarah belly, Wahala, Sarah home there. Hey, come on. People are blessed. Nigeria is blessed. Come on. Yes, baby. Come on. Show them your steps. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate Jarvis. Thank you. Now, have a work on the content creator. So live view. Tell her how far now. Tell her you're good. Nelly.
This is not your regular woman. She's the king of queens. She's the queen of queens. A queen and more. Malaricia. Calicia. akụgopụta n'ọgbọ ọma mgbakwa ka wee na maka na egwu a na-ada ego oyibo foreign currency you can look but can't touch nekene kosi eje ebube nwa juleju ijele nwanyị apụta ndị obele mmanwụ na-apụsie.
We're not giving this out because we feel like, okay, I mean, we all know that all of us are millionaires, super billionaires. You know, I just thought that because I'm also an influencer and someone who goes out for events a lot, I know what it takes to actually come out, to honor people's invitation, to dress up to do that. And you guys spend millions upon millions doing that back to back. And I thought it would be nice to just acknowledge that fact by just doing this. So thank you so much. Every single person who came out here, you all look amazing. Yeah. You all look so beautiful. Like, have you seen your social media? Have you seen what people are saying? You guys look amazing.
So, of course, no other person would have won best dressed for me because, yes, Nons Mirage went all out with that whole ego wing and all. And the music that came right after, when she was walking in, so perfect. Perfect movie. Perfect music, rather. So, let's take a look at the grand entrance of Vicky James when she walked into the event. So take a look at that. Alright, so this is the part where Vicky couldn't hold her tears to her birthday wishes, and Mr. Atire, her husband, saw it as a perfect moment to steal a kiss. That man always stealing a kiss every single time. But let's take a look at that.
Work, dedication, zeal, passion, drive, pays off. I was inspired when I came and spent time with you. I said, if the woman works, this is not a joke. She puts in her heart into what she does and it rewards her greatly. Thank you for being such an inspiration for me. I love having you in my life. Come on to using the first letters of your name. Vicky James Atire. Vicky V. May you come out victorious in all the seasons of your life. James. May the journey of your life be sweeter and smoother in Jesus' name. And finally, Atire. May the answers to all your silent prayers come speedily in the mighty name of Jesus. And I'm wishing you a happy 20th birthday, Auntie Vicky James Atire.
Hey Vicky, what's up? It's your one and only fashion designer. And today I wish you the best, all the money in the world, and the most beautiful kids. I wish you twin.
I pray that this year is the best year of your life. I pray it is filled with unlimited favor, grace, and an abundance.
Happy birthday, CPR.
Love you so much. I pray to God make you happy, make you smile, guide you through every mile, grant you health, increase your wealth. And more importantly, may God protect your faith.
I want to wish you the best of birthdays. I pray that this birthday gives you everything that you have asked God for, everything that you are desiring.
Who exactly wouldn't be emotional watching every single fan of yours, friends, family, wishing you happy birthday? in the video actually. So of course it's expected. I don't want to hear people say, oh, she's always doing too much or whatever. Yes, she always gives us something to talk about, which we always have to talk about, whether we like it or yes. I think her marriage gives me the inspiration that, okay, I want to get married now. Yes, I'm very factual. Even though some people will say, hey, they don't bring out the part where they fight and all that. Every day we are seeing the part where they fight. And another thing is, I like the fact that her husband loves her so much and lets her do her thing. He's not insecure that she's more popular than him, or insecure that probably she makes more money than him, because we don't even know. You know, he allows her to do her thing. In fact, he stands by her side. The only problem I have is he's always stealing a kiss every single time. But yes, that's where we draw the curtain. The show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow for more insights, more stories, more drama on E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Don't forget to always tune in on SLTV channel 265. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I remain your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta.
You don't tire for this picture? Or ya make you follow Unorodo? Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they wait you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Presenting the motion on the spate of killings, Kabiru Amadu warned that rising violence and forced payments to armed groups are pushing already vulnerable residents further into poverty. The Zamfara-born legislator noted that many of the residents who are being exploited rely on small-scale farming and petty trading for survival.
Mr. Speaker, the above-mentioned killings are just few examples of many killings and kidnapping that have been taking place only within 1 month in my constituency. The following were resolved, Mr. Speaker. Number 1, call on the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to explore a new strategy to end these killings and activities in Zamfara State and Nigeria at large, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want this House to mandate all ministers of defense, all service chiefs to relocate to Zamfara State to conduct a massive and rigorous operation that will bring an end to this menace.
The House urged the President to adopt fresh security strategies and directed the Minister of Defense and the Civil Service Chiefs to relocate temporarily to Zamfara to coordinate an intensified security operation. Later, proceedings took a dramatic turn when Anambra lawmaker Ifeanyi Uzokwe attempted to give a personal explanation on Section 82, subsection 1 of the Electoral Act. He argued that the law does not mandate INEC to physically attend political party primaries or conventions and was supported by Joe Onuakaluse.
And I stand this afternoon, all of us, to look at our electoral law 82.1. When we go out, the impression that people have outside is that INEC must be present in conventions and congresses of party, but it is not in our law. I will take our members to 82.1 and it reads, Notice of Convention and Congresses. 82.1.
Honorable Ifeanyi,
point of order.
I hope you are aware that we are in the process of amending our electoral acts.
Yes.
And that a session is going to be dedicated very soon to look at clause by clause all the relevant provisions and the amendments proposed. So I don't think if in the light of what we have before us, we need to discuss anything about electoral acts. You should wait until when those issues that you are raising are not addressed in the amendments that...
Your Excellency, what happened if you watch the televisions, you will see that these people are throwing in our democracy into spanners that we cannot handle in future.
I believe, Honorable Ifeanyi, hold on, please. Wait until when the amendments are brought before us. If it is not captured, then you have every right to actually
it is an existing.
But Speaker Abbas Tajuddin ruled him out of order, insisting that any amendment issue must be channeled through the Constitution Review Committee.
But my appeal to him was that rather than discussing about this issue,
please.
We should wait for the Deputy Speaker, who is going to bring before the Parliament a comprehensive amendment on... Please, can we sit down? Let's have order, please. Order, please. Order, please.
It's the laws that guide us while we're here. And when issues of law are raised, Mr. Speaker, we are the makers of the law. We are the protectors of the law. And we are the amendments of the law. By virtue of 7th schedule that we are sworn in of the 1999 Constitution, the issue that were raised by Honorable Ifeanyi is an issue of law. And the House have the right to hear him out. That's my position, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I'm coming under Section 4. Section 4 is Section 4. I want to read. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Joe,
Mr.
please,
Speaker,
can you sit down?
4. Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Joe.
Lawmakers also adopted a motion urging the NNPC Limited to fast-track oil drilling in Obi local government area of Nasarawa State, following a request by Abubakar Dahiru.
The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has sufficient funds allocated under the Petroleum Industry Act to prosper the oil anywhere in Nigeria. Be aware that drilling the OB oil is statutory duty of the Nigerian National Petroleum Limited, as provided in the Petroleum Industry Act, which allocates 30% of the funds for oil prospecting. Concerned that the delay in drilling the OB oil in Nasarawa State is affecting potential income, employment opportunities, and economic growth for both the state and the nation.
A bill sponsored by Essen Martin Etim and 24 others seeking to amend the Constitution passed second reading. The proposal seeks to reduce the minimum age for Senate and governorship positions from 35 to 30.
It further proves that if a member of this House at 25 years spends 2 terms in the House of Representatives, he will be 33 years, and he will still not be qualified to go to the Senate or to become a governor. So I think that this Honorable House should look into it, and we maintain the gap between the office of the governor and Senate, as it were, and that of the House at the 5 years that it has always been. So this bill is seeking to reduce the age from 35 to 30 for the office of the governor and membership of the Senate, as it were, Your Excellency.
Late President Muhammadu Buhari in May 2018 signed the Not Too Young to Run constitutional amendment into law, reducing the minimum ages for the office of president from 40 to 35 years, and House of Representatives and State Houses of Assembly from 30 to 25 years. The age limit for governorship and Senate seats was, however, left unchanged at 35 years. I am Princess Ken Ochama, Signature TV News.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
We are local.
International communities observing Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, House of Reps makes strong case for strengthening of military institutions. Court of Appeal strikes out NBC appeal, upholds ban on broadcast fines. Gunfire heard at Niger's capital's airport. And end to Iran's nuclear weapon ambition as details of US-Iran peace deal emerge. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, says the country must strengthen its military institutions to effectively confront emerging and existing security threats for the country to make meaningful progress. Abbas made remarks at the opening of a two-day public hearing on 5 security-related bills who are currently before the National Assembly after scaling second reading. The chairman of the House Committee on Defense, Babajimi Benson, agrees with the Speaker that the proposed legislations will help strengthen military institutions and boost response to insecurity, including insurgency, banditry, kidnapping, and cybercrime.
The bills listed for consideration over the next 2 days are not mere legislative exercises. They are, in my considered view, a direct response to the evolving security threats facing our beloved nation and the imperative to build a more resilient, inclusive, and effective military institution. This is a core component of our legislative agenda in the 10th Assembly. Fellow Nigerians, We cannot pretend that our nation is at ease. From the relentless insurgency in the Northeast to the scourge of banditry and kidnapping in the Northwest,
the bill before us today addresses several critical aspects of national defense, including military education and professional development, joint operations effectiveness, medical training and healthcare support, strategic research and doctrine development, veterans welfare, military governance reforms, food security initiatives, and greater inclusiveness within the armed forces. Collectively, these proposals represent an important effort to build a stronger, more professional, innovative, and future-ready institution.
The bills currently under consideration include the Armed Forces Farms and Ranches Scheme, linking food security with military capacity in conflict-prone communities, gender representation in the armed forces, and the Veterans Federation Bill to improve welfare of retired personnel. The hearing on the Veterans Federation Bill, however, generated mixed reactions from the Director General of Military Veterans Family and Welfare Association, Awal Aliyu, who supported the bill, and Sadiq Shehu, the legal advisor of the FCT Chapel of the Nigerian Legion, who said that it was poorly drafted and biased and proposed a Ministry of Veterans Affairs instead.
2019, he did the same thing, called again, and we all went, and that was where the VFN was born. He said international best practice is on Veterans Federation of Nigeria, not Legion. Legion is an obsolete body that does not exist anywhere. Where the Legion does exist, it exists as an association, not a government, National Assembly enacted body.
The bill's biggest mistake is the proposal he mentioned President to the Minister of Defense to CDS to Unified Commanders. This mirrors exactly what operates in the United States, superficially. However, the bill fails to distinguish between operational command, administrative command. This must be separated. Most modern militaries clearly distinguish operational command and administrative control. Who is in charge of training? Who is in charge of force generation? Who is in charge of force employment? Without these distinctions, we'll have command disputes along the line.
The Minority Caucus in the House of Representatives has urged President Bola Tinubu to put politics aside and concentrate on tackling Nigeria's growing insecurity and economic challenges. Addressing journalists at the National Assembly, Minority Leader Fred Agbedi said the worsening insecurity, rising cost of living, and increasing incidents of kidnapping and killings across the country demand immediate government intervention. The caucus expressed concern over the death of retired Major General Rabe Abubakar while in captivity, as well as the continued abduction of school children and teachers in the country, especially the case in Oyo State. The opposition lawmakers called for a comprehensive overhaul of the nation's security architecture, improved welfare for security personnel, and the implementation of a 6-month national security and economic recovery plan to address pressing national challenges and restore public confidence.
President Tinubu must suspend all 2027 political activities and declare a 6-month national security and economic recovery plan. Lead or leave. On security, an immediate overhaul of the national security architecture. Although a state of emergency has been declared by the President since November 25, 2025, what we are rather witnessing currently is a state of emergency on political openness rather than security. The nation therefore requires funding on security intelligence, not propaganda. Improve welfare for frontline troops and not wildcards for appointments.
Meanwhile, the member representing ENUGU North and South Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives, Chimobi Ato, has described insecurity as a major setback to the economic stability and development of the country. Ato stated that all hands must be on deck to see that the issue of insecurity is giving a multi-frontal attack in the country. He, however, acknowledged a notable reduction in insecurity in Enugu State, a development he attributed to the strategic administrative approach of Governor Peter Mba.
That will move the emotion about state police, which by God's grace, the House of Assembly have passed the bill. We are waiting for the president to assent to it. If you invest without adequate security in your investment, you are just like we are running, but you are standing in one place.
The federal legislator also reacted to alleged irregularities in the recruitment process of the newly established Southeast Development Commission, which he said prompted the House to summon the SEDC leadership for formal questioning as part of its constitutional oversight function. Ato maintained that the commission, if properly managed, has immense potential for the region, saying it could help address the long-standing logistical challenges, including the operational efficiency of dry ports and maritime economy of the Southeast.
They know what our people need. If it's a seaport that our people need, the Southeast Development Commission will help to do it. If it is railway line, they will help to do it. When we went for oversight, I found out that they are not doing what they are supposed to do. They are supposed to use the money for the interest of our people, our region.
No fewer than 9 persons were reportedly killed, while 11 others sustained injuries following an attack on Angwan Magaji community in Kamaru ward of Kauru local government area of Kaduna State, a community bordering Plateau State. The incident, which occurred at about 1 a.m. on Wednesday, has raised fresh concerns over insecurity affecting communities along the Kaduna Plateau axis. A statement by the National Publicity Secretary of the Irigwe Youth Movement, Joseph Yomba, said that the attackers invaded the community and opened fire on residents. Yomba stated that most residents of the affected community are members of the Irigwe ethnic group with roots in Basa local government area of Plateau State. He expressed concern over what he described as repeated attacks on communities in the area and urged authorities to strengthen security measures to protect lives and property. The Court of Appeal in Abuja has struck out another attempt by the National Broadcasting Commission to overturn a federal high court judgment barring it from imposing fines on radio and television stations. In a unanimous ruling delivered on Wednesday, the appellate court dismissed the NBC's appeal, declaring its notice of appeal fundamentally defective and legally incompetent. Delivering the lead judgment, Justice Jane Inyang identified a critical discrepancy in the identity of the parties involved, noting that while the case at the Federal High Court was between the incorporated trustees of Media Rights Agenda and the National Broadcasting Commission, the notice of appeal listed the appellant as the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission, which is a different legal entity. Justice Inyang held that the inconsistency constituted a fundamental defect that deprived the court of jurisdiction to hear the appeal. The appeal stemmed from a January 17, 2024 judgment by Justice Rita Ofili Ajumogobia, who ruled that the MBC acted unlawfully and unconstitutionally when it imposed 5 million naira fines on some media outlets for airing documentaries highlighting banditry and insecurity in Zamfara State, which the MBC claimed undermined national security. The decision further strengthens judicial restrictions on the Commission's authority to impose monetary sanctions on broadcast organizations without court intervention. Nigeria's former Minister of Petroleum Resources, Dezani Alison Madueke, has been cleared of bribery charges in a UK court. The Southwark Crown Court, which has been trying the former minister, declared Dezani of 6 charges of bribery after a 5-month trial. The trial was brought by the UK's National Crime Agency, which targets serious organized and international crime, after a year-long investigation concerning alleged offences between 2011 and 2015. She had been accused of accepting financial or other advantages from individuals linked to 2 energy companies that had secured contracts with Nigeria's state-owned Petroleum Corporation when she was the country's oil minister. Alison Madueke had also been accused by prosecutors of enjoying a life of luxury funded by those interested in the lucrative oil and gas contracts, and that her lifestyle involved chauffeur-driven cars, a private jet flight to Nigeria, and refurbishment work and staff costs at several London properties. Madueke, who was the president of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, between 2014 and 2015. Alison Madueke has been involved in numerous legal cases worldwide, including in the United States. She has been on bail in Britain since she was first arrested in October 2015. In 2023, she was formally charged with accepting bribes, which she denied. She had a British address at the time of the alleged offences, according to the prosecution. Nigeria and Cameroon have signed a memorandum of understanding to deepen bilateral defense cooperation and secure their shared southern border. The signing ceremony, which follows 2 days of intensive deliberations by defense and security experts from both nations, establishes a modernized framework to counter emerging threats across both terrestrial and maritime domains and ensure regional stability. Speaking during the ceremony, Nigeria's Minister of Defense, retired General Christopher Musa, stated that the Memorandum of Understanding would henceforth provide a structured framework for military cooperation and operations between both countries, and further institutionalize collaboration in addressing common security concerns. He identified limited indigenous production capability of military hardware as one of major challenges confronting African, and stressed the importance of building stronger regional industrial partnerships. Cameroon's Minister in charge of Defense, Joseph Assomo, expressed interest in advancing cooperation in defense innovation and technology, and confirmed that a formal proposal framework is currently being finalized to concretize bilateral arrangements in defense technology. The agreement marks a pivotal milestone in Nigeria-Cameroon relations, reinforcing both nations' shared commitment to sustainable peace, regional sovereignty, and collaborative defense. Still to come, Moscow region governor says 16 people were injured in big Ukrainian drone attack. Teams battle for early dominance in the group stage across North America. Stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Reports say explosions and gunfire were heard coming from the airport in Niger's capital, Niamey, on Thursday. A witness told the AFP news agency that the gunfire, which lasted for 2 hours, came from the entrance to the airport. Niger has been fighting a militant Islamist insurgency for a decade, and in January, suspected jihadists launched an attack on the same airport. Like its neighbors, Burkina Faso and Mali, Niger is run by a military junta that came to power in part because of the failure to deal with the violence. Residents say Thursday's attack was repelled by the army, which is now hunting down the fleeing assailants who reportedly abandoned their weapons. The authorities have not yet commented, and no group has said it was responsible, but an affiliate to the Islamic State group said it had carried out January's assault. The governor of the Moscow region, Andrei Vorobyov, said on Thursday that 16 people had been injured in a major Ukrainian drone attack. Scores of Ukrainian drones bore down on Moscow, hitting the Russian capital's oil refinery for the second time this week, in what Kyiv cast as a demonstration of its growing capabilities that should force Russia to accept a peace deal. Russia, for its part, fired missiles into Kyiv, also for the second time this week, following an attack that damaged Kyiv's landmark 1,000-year-old monastery and drew international condemnation. Russia's defense ministry said 555 drones were shot down across the country, with 180 shot down around Moscow alone. More than 4 years since Russia's full-scale invasion, Ukraine has increasingly been targeting Russia's energy infrastructure with long-range drone strikes, while Russia has continued firing missiles at Ukrainian cities. President Volodymyr Zelensky called the attacks on Russia a totally fair response to Russian strikes on its Ukrainian cities and communities, and another important result of the work of their soldiers on facilities that provide support for the Russian war machine. The United States and Iran have signed a deal to end the Middle East war, with a ceremony set for Friday in Switzerland that will mark the start of a 60-day negotiation period. Trump put his signature to the Memorandum of Understanding during a candlelit dinner at the Palace of Versailles following a G7 summit. As host, French President Emmanuel Macron and other guests applauded. The Memorandum of Understanding aims to put an end to months of conflict initiated by US-Israeli strikes on Iran in February, which wreaked chaos across the region and rattled the global economy. Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Ismail Baqai said the document was finalized with the signatures of the presidents. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan, who mediated the agreement, said on X that it shall enter into force with immediate effect. The deal aims to draw a line under the war launched February 28th by the United States and Israel, prompting Iran to counterattack with missile and drone salvos across the region, and effectively shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, a critical waterway for the world economy. Iran and the United States commit to negotiating and achieving the final deal in a maximum of 60 days, extendable with mutual consent. Pope Leo on Wednesday hailed the deal on ending the Middle East war, announced between Iran and the United States. Speaking during his weekly audience at the Vatican, Leo expressed his gratitude to those who helped the negotiations, describing the deal as the result of encouraging work in dialogue and negotiation. He expressed hope that the agreement will contribute to strengthening mutual trust, security, and stability in the Middle East by promoting paths of dialogue and cooperation between peoples. The 70-year-old Pope also spoke about the war in Ukraine and prayed for dialogue to make a just and lasting peace possible. He noted that so many innocent people and rescuers have been killed, while churches and cultural heritage sites have been devastated by flames in Ukraine. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has become Europe's bloodiest conflict since Second World War and has dragged on longer than First World War. Pressure on British Prime Minister Keir Starmer intensified on Wednesday after former Health Minister Wes Streeting declared that he was prepared to trigger a Labour Party leadership contest as early as next week. Streeting, who resigned from the government last month in protest at Starmer's record, said the party could no longer afford continued uncertainty and urged a swift resolution to the growing leadership crisis. Streeting told the press that he believed that any challenge should happen sooner rather than later, and indicated that he had the support of the 81 Labour MPs required to formally trigger a leadership contest. The remarks represent the clearest indication yet that Starmer's grip on power is under serious threat amid mounting discontent within Labour ranks. Despite the growing pressure, Starmer insisted he would not step aside voluntarily and vowed to fight any attempt to remove him from office. Attention is now focused on Thursday's local election in Makerfield, where Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham is seeking a return to Parliament. The FIFA World Cup 2026 continues to deliver excitement as teams battle for early dominance in the group stage across North America. England produced one of the tournament's standout performances so far, defeating Croatia 4-2 in a thrilling Group L encounter. The victory places the Three Lions in a strong position as they pursue a place in the knockout rounds. In Group K, Colombia secured an impressive 3-1 victory over Uzbekistan, boosting their qualification hopes and reinforcing their status as one of the tournament's early surprise packages. Meanwhile, Ghana claimed a dramatic 1-0 win over Panama thanks to a late winner, earning 3 valuable points in their opening campaign. Portugal, however, were forced to settle for a 1-1 draw against DR Congo, despite entering the match as favourites. The result leaves Group K finely balanced heading into the next round of fixtures. Elsewhere, Argentina began their campaign in style with a convincing 3-0 victory over Algeria, while France defeated Senegal 3-1 to strengthen their position in Group I. Attention now turns to today's fixtures, where Mexico will face South Korea in a crucial Group A clash. Canada will take on Qatar, Switzerland will battle Bosnia and Herzegovina, while Czech meets South Africa as teams continue their quest for a place in the round of 32. That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
What we have seen over the years in Nollywood, are they equitable storytelling? The Igbo man is the trader, is the businessman. The Yoruba man is 419, and then the Hausa man is the Mugu.
After small brouhaha, I learned that's my farm. Where it started from. I was drenched from my head to my toe.
You must create stories that are balanced. You see a girl, she's flaunting Gucci bag, LV shoes, blah, blah, blah. Please, what comes to your mind?
My name is Bearded Steving. I'm a writer, producer, director.
Biodun Stevens is a Nigerian filmmaker whose work quietly, consistently, and deliberately shifts the narrative around women on screen. In an industry where gender stereotypes have long shaped character arcs in screen time, her films offer something different. Women with interior lives, ambition, contradictions, humor, and authority.
When you talk about gender equity, you're thinking, oh, something is not favoring woman and then it's favoring, then you realize that no, it's not just about that. It's about culture, it's about societal norms, it's just a whole lot. And just a better and a clearer understanding that gender equity is not really about the difference in man and woman, but it's really acknowledging our difference and offering an equal opportunity, taking into consideration our differences.
Formula for storytelling. Yesterday when there was a video of Daddy Face, when they asked him if your 16-year-old daughter gets pregnant, he said, she will abort it. And people are coming for him. But you see, because of what I know now and the way I think now, there are like 3 dimensions to that argument. She's 16! Yes. If the boy that is also 16, and please, so parents are 16, what do they know? They are babies. So I'm not saying I'm endorsing it, but I'm saying that I'm understanding why. And that is really what formed how I then take stories. Take something in a simple form, ask why, and explore the why. Always. Many times I'm inspired by my own life, my own journey, you know, and you know, sometimes when it comes to like real life situations, people have said, oh, this reaction that you are giving is not natural. And I'm like, but it is rational. It doesn't have to be natural, but it is rational. Because everybody must win last time. Yes. And if I break down and shatter, we do nothing. So that for me is how, you know, I try to tell stories. I just take a very simple story, look for people that I can relate to, and build this character. If I use an example of a film like Breaded Life, right? When I was younger, my mother had a shop in Agege Market. And in Agege Market, there was this bakery. The children of the owner. We eventually became friends. Two families. We had a family friends that were very well off. They had opportunity to be great because the money was not a problem. So you can travel, you can do whatever. But I saw that those kids, they didn't do anything with their lives. Then I go to this, so these were like rich posh kids. Then in Agege, these my bakery people were the rich trenches kids who could also, literally, I bought my first pair of jeans when I was 14 and a half, and I took my mother's money for a period of 6 months to gather down money and buy it. So these girls were already wearing, not designer, shop on my body, but jeans. You know, all the body top. I couldn't dream of those things. It's gown. It's very American gown that I used to wear. So, but you see, all I had, thankful for my mother, I had really good education. She really invested in my education. So the only thing I had is English. If I speak it, I don't even speak it well again. If I speak it that time, you would think I just called. That's all I had. So, you know, and I looked at, so years has passed. What I'm saying is these kids had, both of these children had opportunities that I didn't have. I lost my mother when I was in my year one. So I didn't have them, but my vision didn't stop. For some reason, these kids didn't, this one did not continue. They just assumed that daddy's bakery is going to be there, you know, forever. Business will be booming. No, but the bread business has morphed into other things, you know. So you have to get with that program for the other people to develop their dad, so the source of income. And that really was how I created Breaded Life. So I went back to my friend's bakery to go and shoot that scene as an ode to remind me of my journey. To remind me that I've come thus far. And these children had everything, and they are still there. Wow. The story is that when I make a decision on the story, I can defend it because I'm not writing from a place of fiction. It's from a place of reality. I take one character, and that character I can flesh with so many people that I know. So for instance, Sister is Auntie Awa, my cleaner for the past 15 years. Who comes clean in my house, and I see how hard she works, and she has 2 children. I'm a producer, and this class is important to me because it teaches the basics of producing, you know, what is needed in the act of filmmaking, especially in telling gender equitable stories.
Incorporating gender equitable stories is actually about dignifying our stories and dignifying our characters. It is important for us to see that our male characters are given a dignified process, a dignified natural storytelling process or narrative. And our women are exhibited the way that we are in our natural environments in the real world.
Aside from getting to sit with really brilliant and super talented women, I also got to learn how to layer characters, you know, and then move away from, you know, the stereotype of characters as was portrayed in the presentations by our facilitators. So it's an eye-opener, it's very impactful, and I look forward to this going forward.
Again, because of my background, I think my background had sort of pretty much influenced the way I reason. And so I've come to appreciate that, you know, even when things are supposed to be like this, it really shouldn't be like that. It's the conditioning that makes us think that a single mom cannot advance into marriage or have an happy ending, you know, it's conditioning. And so what I was trying to do with the film was tell a 4-part story from 4 different perspectives: the children, the mother, the father, and the wife.
Her stories do not reduce women to background figures in someone else's journey. They position them at the center. Through films such as Picture Perfect, she explores the emotional complexity of modern relationships and the societal pressures women navigate while balancing love and ambition. In Breaded Life, she examines growth, humility, and responsibility under character-driven storytelling that resists one-dimensional portrayals. With projects like Sister and other television and film works, she continues to spotlight women as decision makers, professionals, caregivers, and change agents. Her storytelling is grounded in realism. The dialogue feels lived in. The conflicts are layered. The resolutions are thoughtful rather than simplistic.
Many a times we've seen Nollywood has been a celebration of stereotypes. What are stereotypes? Stereotypes are the cliches that you and I see. So for instance, and I always like to use an analogy to sort of describe when I'm talking about stereotypes. When you think about the Igbo man in terms of marriage, the Igbo man is the one that takes care of his wife. We have that. The Yoruba men are the Yoruba demons, right? And then, that's a stereotype. I don't really care whether you are one of the different. You get. And then the Hausa man is what? So when you, in fact, just think about it, let's talk about it in terms of career. The Igbo man is the trader, is the businessman. The Yoruba man is the 419. And then the Hausa man is the mugu. And you see it every time on screen. Not just on screen, it's what we've been told. And just like that, many of the things that you do as you are growing up, you keep going back to what you are familiar with. You keep going back to, because it's your comfort, but so it doesn't mean that what you're familiar with many times is right or is wrong. It's just because that is what you're used to. My sister here drinks coffee every morning. I don't like coffee. It gives me the shakes. But she cannot function without having a cup of coffee in the morning. It's not that it's right or wrong. It's just, it's like the British, how they drink tea. The British guy, when they are happy, they offer you tea. When you are mourning, they offer you tea. And let me tell you, if you grow up in that kind of household, when you have your own family, you will be a tea drinker, And so many times as storytellers, we many times write from a place of what we know. But we're saying that give us equal opportunities, however, take into consideration my differences. Which means, for instance, if I'm a woman and I'm on my period, you have to understand that, okay, for this number of days, I'm not going to be available. It does not diminish my worth. It does not diminish my value, because that is how we've sort of projected women, that women are weak, women are, but how can you say a woman is weak when a woman is raising 4 children, going to the farm, cooking, doing homework, prayer warrior, still servicing a guy in the night? And all of God's job is to go and provide. Do you know what I'm saying? So that narrative has been something that we've been handed over for years, where people just assume, they are the weaker being. It's like when you see a woman driving a car, and the woman does not say, "Now, woman, what do you mean? I've seen worse drivers that are men." Do you understand? And so when we begin to think about these stereotypes, these cliches, we begin to understand that no, there's something wrong. And one of the greatest avenues that has endorsed these stereotypes is television. I think that even just simply put would be, if you imagine how Nollywood was, it used to be, it belonged to the men. The Nollywood of now belongs to the women, and I think that knowing what we know now is no longer a case of one gender owns it, this other gender takes over. And where we are going now is both of us can equally sit on the table, and I think that's what we're evolving to, that collaboration. It's no longer a case of what men can do, women can do better. Yes. We're no longer in that narrative. Where we should be evolving to, where I see us in a couple of years now, is that togetherness. For me, I think it's an opportunity to also relearn, also share what I know so far, and even examine what I know so far, and more importantly, demystify some of the myths, about filmmaking, about female representation, and just really explore, stereotypes that has permeated the industry, and how storytelling, can reshape that and reinforce, female representation
in film. So hence why I think it's very important, particularly because we have a new crop of filmmakers and we need to begin to change, how we tell stories.
She challenges audiences to reconsider assumptions about gender roles, power, vulnerability, and leadership. But her contribution to gender equitable storytelling extends beyond the screen. Behind the camera, Biodun Stevens creates space. She mentors emerging filmmakers, both men and women, helping them develop their voices in an industry that can be difficult to access. She advocates for inclusive hiring practices and supports women stepping into directing, writing, and production roles, areas where representation has historically been limited. She also uses her platform to engage in conversations about fairness, visibility, and narrative ownership. By encouraging diverse perspectives in writers' rooms and on production sets, she strengthens the creative ecosystem itself.
When you think about Patience Ozoko, how many of us have terrible mother-in-laws? I don't. But because we saw this so much on screen, people started praying that when I married, my mother-in-law should have died. And Eleni, you have already killed the person. Yes. In fact, for some people, it now became deal breaker. Is your mother still alive? I'm sorry, you cannot. Because you've seen that over and over on the television. And Patience Ozoko has done a phenomenal job of being the wicked mother-in-law. But not all, mother-in-laws are wicked. Not every short skirt wearing girl that likes to wear crop top, short skirt, do crazy hairdos is a prostitute. There are prostitutes that wear, forgive me, that wear purdah. So because we keep showing that is the only picture we have in our heads. So if a woman now says, oh, I want to be with a man that can take care of me, aka gold digger, let's be honest. You see a girl, she's flaunting Gucci bag, flaunting LV shoes, blah, blah, blah. Please, what comes to your mind? Yes, there's a big God, there's a smile. Is it big girl, big? Yeah, she has followed man. It does not matter to you whether the girl is from a rich home, whether she inherited money from her family, whether she's even even when a woman is saying, I'm self-made, we are still doubting. Because we just believe that at the bottom of that money is a man. Because we have sold it in films many times that the only person that can remove you from this penury is a man. Why is the Agbero always the Yoruba boy? And why is the ritualist the Igbo man? Every time. We have to start looking at these dynamics because these things are reinforcing narratives that are wrong.
The entire project is about equitable gender storytelling and female representation. Biodun happened to be a champion, and she felt that I was doing something and we should collaborate instead of just doing it by herself. So we started talking.
To be honest, I'm just taking in all the information. I think that one of the key things that we must do is that a lot of us, this industry was built out of pocket. A lot of us are doing this work fueled by passion, not because you're making anything, to be honest, surviving by God's grace. It is not an easy industry to be. And as Amisha was talking about collaboration, access, and I'm here just thinking about the young new filmmakers. Even me. I'm thinking, the stars, they have it easy. The actors, they have it easy. But for somebody behind the scene, walking to any place, they first look at you. Who are you? And I'm saying this happening, and I'm thinking about the young, the young filmmakers who are saying to them, oh, just be persistent, just even getting an opportunity to speak, to even pitch. That's tough. That is the worst you can say is no. But just listen to me. That is tough. So we should not move. I feel like, let's try and balance these conversations. Because just getting through that door from the gatesman, they have already signed you up and telling get out of here. So I think that it is such a tough thing, but I think that more importantly is that when we make this kind of global passion, we also need to educate the audience. Earlier on, the conversations with the critics was really, really important. But I also think that the critics also have a job to do, and their job is not just to criticize the film, but also educate the audience. The audience don't even know sometimes what they are watching. And I'll give an example. I was having this conversation a few minutes ago. And you see, the audience also determines the kind of film we are making, because literally everybody is trying to make a film to impress the audience. So where they train me, first 15 minutes you sort of introduce the actor and build up reasons why this actor will play that really. But Nigerians like bad goes from the first scene. So that is why sometimes you feel like the film looks like a collection of kids, because that is what they like. Once the film is 15 minutes and the abuse story is dragging, so I think that this whole collaboration is not just between me and producer. Audience collaborate with us. Understand that? Because those things are also helping us. So as much as we complain about, audience are so quick to talk about Nollywood, the audience are also not helping us, because we are literally struggling to survive, and we're trying to give them what they want, which is why you see one producer, today action film, tomorrow comedy, next tomorrow, because you are reading feedback and you're like, okay, this is what they want. Okay, they want this person. Let's go fight. And it's not helping you.
I think one of my favorite things I've experienced today is just being in a room with people you've heard about since you're literally a child. We just had a session with Wale Adebida, and it was so insightful. It's just generally meeting people like Yodel Steven and Jilla Abraham, and it's been a great time. Yeah.
Events like this are very beneficial to filmmakers. I know filmmakers just want to be on set. I know we just want to tell our stories. But when we gather like this, we rub minds together. What it helps us to do is, one, there's this creative collaboration in shared ideas, and two, we can pick these shared ideas and then begin to create solutions that can help us build our industry.
Female representation and advancement in media. I think it's such an amazing conversation to have right now, where we are having, conversations around gender equity. So yes, I'm passionate a lot about female storytelling, and these are values and themes that we're infusing into our African stories now. So yes, I'm a story consultant. So yes, I'm much interested in that.
For Biodun Stevens, equality is not a theme, it's a practice. Her work demonstrates that storytelling is cultural architecture. The stories we tell inform the futures we imagine.
So we wanted to approach us from advertising. Okay. Many times we watch maybe like Disney Cube adverts, and you always see that it's depicted as the man is daddy in the living room, watching TV, and mother in the kitchen. I'm trying to create a new type of ad that addresses this traditional stereotype, as well as giving the woman the opportunity to say that a career also matters. Opening scene. So we get an ad called Belefo. I think that when I got the opportunity to be selected, first I had no idea how much work was involved, how much learning. Just being a storyteller, understanding how I have to be more intentional, giving the narratives, the narrative change opportunities that are there. I feel responsible now with the kind of story that I'm telling, and how much work I need to put in, and how much intentionality. Also, just beyond filmmaking, seeing my work as a change. So for me, being a champion is very, very daunting. But I'm learning, and I'm soaking all the knowledge, all the conversations. Yeah.
When women are portrayed with depth, dignity, and agency, society shifts meaningfully. Through intentional narratives, industry leadership, and sustained advocacy, Biodun Stevens advances a more balanced, more truthful representation of the genders. This is why Biodun Stevens is our champion.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa's development. My name is Patrick Okibo, the founding partner at Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory firm, focused on contributing to solving Africa's most complex development challenges. And one of such challenges is poverty. Africa won't catch up with the rest of the world or even close the gap until it transforms the fortunes of rural Africa. Nearly 60% of our brothers and sisters reside in rural communities. 80% of Africa's poor can be found in these communities. Despite the vast natural and also human resources in these communities, they remain poor. Productivity is very low, weak infrastructure, poor connectivity to markets. Life there feels disconnected from the modern world. Too often, policy debates or discussions like this one stop at how to revitalize agriculture, as if agriculture is the only route out for these rural dwellers. Or the conversation could be around how to help smallholder farmers, do better. But rural Africa is much bigger than agriculture. It's time for us to begin to think at scale and also to build at scale. My guest today has dedicated most of his career thinking about these issues. Wandile Silobo is the chief economist at the Agricultural Business Chamber of South Africa, AGBIS. He serves as a senior lecturer extraordinary at Stellenbosch University's Department of Agricultural Economics and a visiting research fellow at the Wits School of Governance. Since 2018, Wandile has been a commissioner at the International Trade Administration Commission of South Africa. He's a prolific writer. He's a columnist for Business Day and Farmers Weekly, and author of multiple books on agricultural economics and land reforms. His thought leadership has made him an influential voice in shaping Africa's agrarian policy and rural economic development. Wandile, welcome.
That's very kind, Patrick, and thank you so very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to sit in one of these conversations at next year, and grateful to all of the people also that are joining us online for this conversation. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. And maybe I'll start by providing a little bit of a caveat to my first question. You may not know this, but my bachelor's degree was in agriculture as well. So my question is really, beyond food security, right? Why should we continue to discuss agriculture as a means of revitalizing rural Africa's economy? Especially in the face of the emerging fourth industrial revolution, where it appears that we need different types of skill sets, assets to play in that world.
I think, Pat, this one is it's of course an important question, and I mean, today in South Africa, in our business daily, the Business Day, there's a column by a writer, in fact, the editor of the Conversation, the academic a newspaper that's available online. The Africa editor is a gentleman called Jabus Kakane. He has a piece in the paper today where he says, look, we need to move beyond agriculture and thinking about rural development in South Africa and begin thinking about it. And then he makes his case for South Africa. And he prompted me to respond, which I hope the newspaper put the letter out sometime this afternoon or tomorrow. But the point I'll make is this to what you're saying, Pat. I think agriculture must remain part and parcel of the conversation of how to transform the rural economies in Africa. But we do need, though, to reframe how we are thinking about agriculture. For many years, we have thought of it in this idea of a social aspect of saying just produce so that you can be food secure. And we obsess a lot about smallholder farmers and having a little thinking instead of saying, okay, this is an economic sector that is important. And in many countries in the African continent, it usually accounts for double digit as a share of their economies. If then we can come up with the fundamental way of increasing the agricultural productivity in the African continent, prioritize commercialization, and we begin to see this sector changing structurally, then I think we can see much more bigger gains than what we've been trapped on for many decades. And I think the value addition to where then the technologies you are referring to in the world of 4IR and all of these efficiencies that we can get from various technological applications, they then begin to be very powerful in that transformative way. So my answer, Pat, would be that we need to reframe on how we're thinking about agriculture, but still keep it there. But it won't be, of course, the end of it all, because agritourism is one of the aspects that you begin to thinking about it, agriculture and tourism, merging them. In South Africa, we have an area in the southwestern regions of South Africa, which we called the wine route, where then you visit and you taste all of these wines, but also the hospitality industry benefits on that. So we could have this in Nigeria, we could have this in Malawi, we could have this in Ghana. So depending on the cuisines of an area by area and what we do on that. And of course, there are other sectors then, Pat, that you could link, mining and the others. But I would still say this is an easy entry one, framed differently than what we've been doing.
So what is it that we as policymakers, tend to miss or misunderstand in terms of the potential that agriculture holds for rural development? What is it that we need to think differently about to help elevate, agriculture as that key engine that could drive rural development whilst every other thing comes along?
Patrick, about 2 or 3 years ago, David Pilling, the Africa editor at the Financial Times, had a thought-provoking column that he put out where he was saying small is not always beautiful in terms of development. That was the title of his column. And the key point that he was raising was that, and it goes at the heart of the point that you are raising. What is it that we need to do? We've gotten used to the position whereby many leaders in communities, leaders in local government and in the national government in the continent, and even NGOs have gotten used to this point of saying, we are here to help. Africa has 80% of the farmers are smallholder farmers. Therefore, we're there to help them and make sure that they can produce for their communities. And I think now we have to say there is an asset base that is there. We are here to think about how do we optimize it. And I would start to say perhaps a concept that was introduced much more strongly in South Africa by our former president, Thabo Mbeki, who said in a different context, better few, but better. Well, then we can say, how do we go region by region in many countries, selecting the better farmers that can actually be large scale anchors, then the medium and the small scale farmers can plug in into those. It can be that we can be a continent that is focused just on subsistence farming, while we say there are all of these resources and we can produce so much for the world. And we know that the demand is there in the world. And if we can produce efficiently, and of higher quality products, and we have the value chain infrastructure to link and deliver things to the markets in a most optimal time, then the game could pretty much change. Then that means then from a government perspective, and unfortunately this is a long-term thing, it's always a problem because people suffer from the challenge of horizon, of looking only from 3 years from where they are sitting. But it will take a long-term view of saying, all right, I am going to spend the next 4 or 5 years investing in building these roads so that farmers can move their things efficiently. I am going to spend the next 5 years thinking about how to improve land governance. The technology that is out there, I will use it now to map and allocate land and understand the land dynamics and capability in my country, then begin allocating it to farmers and bringing in agribusinesses. That also comes with the challenge whereby if you're a government or a community leader, it means easing up and letting power go, so that people can have power for themselves to empower themselves and their households. And I think that's that mindset dynamic whereby a government must not be a big daddy for village of always bringing in inputs, but we should think that entrepreneurial stuff. And I think young Africans, we are that mindset is pretty much there. I just hope that when they are getting into positions of leadership, they don't start thinking, oh, power is very nice now, let me keep things in order and remain in charge, but they liberate the continent.
Wandile, you opened too many vistas here, and I'm trying to see if we can, just chase them down, more specific details. And let me go back to the Thabo Mbeki idea, which is choose a few, and if I understand you correctly, choose a few winners, run your winners, and those winners are going to pull everyone behind them, right? This has been a big policy debate amongst, economic policy folks. When we think about places like South Korea, that and the Shabos that picked some winners and helped them become big players, and by so doing, grow the economy, grow all the other players in the space. In Nigeria, for instance, we have some of that issues in, say, the oil and gas sector, where prior governments picked some winners, and the hope is that they can solve problems that the government could not solve. If we look at agriculture specifically, if I'm hearing you correctly, it is to say that there are some players who may need some level of government support to become more successful. And by so doing, they would support the smaller holders and other medium-sized players. Some scholars might argue that, that is kind of picking winners, and it's not an efficient way of doing it, that we should allow market efficiency to drive who wins and who loses. Have you spent time thinking about this, and what is your view on these points?
I mean, I think that both viewpoints, they stand on this quite solidly, because I wouldn't dismiss and say they are wrong on that. And let's be fair, all of this also differs sectorially. regionally, and market conditions also differ. And when we are saying picking winners, we are not necessarily saying decide who and what sector. Let's take this context and we say what to do with Africa's agriculture.
Yes.
And if you coming as an example to a country like South Africa, it has about 9 provinces. You decide that in South Africa's 9 provinces, I will support about 10 large-scale black farmers in each province, because the challenge I'm having in South Africa is not the challenge of growth in agriculture. I'm having racial disparities in agriculture. Therefore, to close the racial disparities, I'll take 10 black farmers and try to support them to be commercial in all provinces of this country. How you select that, you will go for the farmers that the market has already sifted and put them upwards. And I understand that that is an unfair system, because now you will be taking public funds and then selecting a few. But that's a policy choice that you have to make. But I do think that there is an appetite for a significant pool of African farmers that are operating at a world level with a scale, both for aspiration for the future, but also on building these infrastructure that others over time they may plug in. It's not going to be a system of fairness, but I do think that in terms of boosting the output and in terms of over time creating the pathways for others to climb up, we may actually be able to do that. In agriculture, it may work, but if you were to take that and go to mining and go to oil industry, because of the tougher barriers to entry there, you may not actually see that. While in farming, one can argue that it's something that perhaps maybe can work, because there's also that power of aggregation that makes agriculture quite distinct with the other industries where such things may not always be applicable.
Interesting. Let me push one more question around the policy issue. Is the problem we're facing with rural development centered more around how we have over time defined these rural communities? And what I mean here is, if you go back to like from our independence, most policymakers, leaders have always looked upon rural Africa as a place that needs to be helped, and not as a wealth engine, not as a center of economic activity. And in fact, if you look at the policies that we've used in rural development, it's always been around, rural development strategy or community-based development strategy or integrated rural development. There hasn't been this link up with the commercial urban centers where we see the rural communities as economic engines. If you agree with my premise, why do you think this is so? Why do you think that policymakers are not able to see the assets, that exist in these rural communities?
I mean, I would venture here and say it is all, Patrick, really the policy choice that people have to make. And if you can bear with me, I'll make a point, and I know that many fellow Africans don't have time for this, because there's always this idea that some people in South Africa push the idea of thinking that they have their own South African way of doing things. But bear with me on making this particular point, this one. So the African continent in its totality, net importer in food. We are bringing in as a continent about 80 billion US dollars of food products. You take away the Maghreb region, you leave all of us in sub-Saharan Africa region. We spend each year about 45 billion USD on imports into the sub-Saharan Africa region. One looking at the continent in that way can say this is a continent plunged in hunger and in need and all of those things. Therefore, go away and learn how to farm from America, Europe, Australia, and all of these places. But that picture is not uniform, because if you can look into it, there are glimpses of light here in South Africa, for example. We sit at a position where we export about half of what we produce. We export about 14 billion US dollars of food products each year. And what makes the South African agricultural sector different from much of the African continent is probably about 5 broad things that I think, even if not adjusted to all countries in equal proportion, but they are worth debating as to should we explore those. One of those things, the first thing, Pat, is that in South Africa, there's been a deep embrace of structured and prioritization of property rights, whereby land is nicely governed. Each farmer has their own allotted piece of land. They can trade it, they can do whatever they want to do. And you contrast that with much of the African continent, where you realize that over 90% of the rural land is actually informal. The land rights are not clear. Then what you do then there, you are minimizing and squeezing off the investments that could have flowed in from agribusinesses and many others. The second aspect, which is a policy choice also, there's been a disconnect or distrust of embracing technology in terms of the seed cultivars, better seed cultivars and all of those things, either because they are brought by multinational or whatever belief that many people would have. The difference, which is a case then in South Africa or in the continent, is the fact that there's been an embrace of that scientific aspect. Again, on large-scale farming has been embraced instead of the smallholder farming is the third aspect that is actually differentiated. And of course, there are inherent privileges that have been there, the infrastructure, the connectivity that has already been in. But the point I'm getting at is that these are some of the fundamental learnings where we can say, okay, should we be following this path? Should we be exploring all of these? Which is what I think for much of the African continent, those are things that we must do. And of course, other stuff that I didn't mention, like limiting the intervention into the markets by the governments, like what Zimbabwean government is doing at the moment, at any point deciding that you will stop the imports or you will stop the exports of particular products while disrupting the business activity of many of these businesses for the short-term benefit of either you wanting to control food inflation or any other aspect on that. So these are all choices that I think as the continent we have to actually play around with rather than romanticizing the idea of smallholder farmers. And this is not to say don't pay attention to smallholder farmers. They play an important role for regional food security. But I think there has to be a change in how we are thinking about development in rural areas, especially in the area of agriculture.
Your last two books kind of focused a lot on property rights and its role in developing agriculture on the continent. Can you deepen that conversation a little bit and use it to explain how it drives productivity, which is a big issue for agriculture and rural development, and also maybe even access to market? How does solving the property rights issue kind of unlock all the other tangles that we have holding us back?
I mean, Pat, while I make the story of South Africa, I mean, it is not uniform. South Africa remains a country of two agricultures. You have the large-scale, mainly white farmers that are in the commercial space, and you have a vast number of black farmers that are sitting in the smallholder farmers. And the distinct thing, amongst other things that have to do with the historical context, is around this land aspect, because where majority of the black farmers are sitting in South Africa is in the areas that were reserved. We call them former homelands before the dawn of democracy. Those are the areas that they were in. And what has been a failure of the South African government on that is that it has been very reluctant of saying, how does it improve the land governance in the former homelands? While the very same test case is here in the same country, where you have this aside of agriculture, which has a property rights, and he has a lot of capital that is flowing in and doing all of these big things. I mean, the commercial banks in South Africa, which are all over, take Standard Bank, for example, which is all over the African continent. These banks have put in the South African farming sector about 220 billion rands as a farm debt that they've said, this is the money, you are utilizing it to do all kinds of things. This is how then the commercial farmers are able to deliver and produce all kinds of these things. But that part of agriculture, which is sitting with informal land, if you look at the flow of capital to that, they are pretty much starved of that capital because of the inherent risk that is both on the weak land governance as well as then the inability to obtain the technology and all of these productivity issues that ends up piling in that area, which is why you sit with this disconnect. So as much as I'm saying South Africa is a case we can explore as a continent, but South Africa is a case that the South African politicians can look at within here and say, how do we correct the other parts? And I think it shows then the lack as well as a possibility of what we could achieve.
Interesting. And maybe just one more question on this. You mentioned in your last submission, our hesitance to adopting technology or even scientific basis to agricultural development. One question that comes to mind is the ongoing debate across the continent on the place of GMOs, GMO foods, crops, in our agricultural practice. Where are you on that argument? Is it something that we should be focusing on? Is it something that would kill off our agriculture and probably eat our people, which is a narrative that is being pushed out there? What are your views?
I mean, Bet, about 2 months ago, I went out in a conversation with the Financial Times, focusing particularly on that aspect to say we should stop playing a small game here and be open to that technology. And I was drawing that case again, looking at South Africa, which opened its doors to genetically modified crops in 1999-2000 production season. If you take, for example, a staple grain in Southern Africa is maize, corn, and the yields in South Africa on dry land, non-irrigated maize, they are about 6 tons per hectare on average. When it's irrigated, it's double digit. You cross the border of South Africa and you look all the way up north. The yield is about 0.5 tons per hectare. I mean, we shouldn't be having that. And let's remember, South Africa is a fairly semi-dry, arid country. Only about 15% of South Africa you can actually farm productively in terms of food crops. The majority of it is dry and it's utilized for livestock and all kinds of things, while the country is as big as 122 million hectares. That means then there are yield benefits that we can get from the technological aspect. But I do sympathize with part of the point that many Africans make, which is that I hear our friends in Zimbabwe, for example, and many other countries, we say, look, we cannot bring in all of these technology because we have a vast number of smallholder farmers that in the next season won't have enough money to go and buy these seeds. And that's the real issue. And then I think for me, we should as Africans look then into this and say, we are not going to look into this as a challenge, but rather we will say, how do we engage with the seed developers so that we are not putting the farmers at risk when they can't procure this? But also as governments, what program can we put in place to ensure that they are cushioned rather than being resistant on this? And this is, by the way, one of the things, Patrick, that almost happened in Kenya. Because when William Ruto, the president of Kenya, came into power, this is one of the things that he ran and he talked about. And I was hoping that he would actually get it over the line, but he ended up failing. And I must say here, and many people may not like the point I will say, but I do think that the NGOs also, some funded by EU and the others, they've really pushed some of the counterproductive narratives about the genetically modified crops. Because the painful point for me is that if you take Zambia and you take South Africa out of the equation and you look at the sub-Saharan Africa region, there's work done by Tom Janes at Michigan State University and his colleagues where they show that the yield gain in much of these of the countries in the continent has actually been because of the expansion in area planting of grain rather than the improvements in the yield, which means then now we are cutting more trees to plant instead of getting more on a little land. So if you're an NGO concerned about climate change and environmental aspect, you should be saying what technology can be used to get more out of limited area so that we conserve the biodiversity, and not to abuse technology, but to optimize it to improve yields for soil correction and also utilize any of the seeds. So that's where I sit on this. And I think as Africans all across, we should be saying, how do we utilize the technological capabilities that are there within the bounds and thinking of our domestic policies rather than blocking the doors.
And I know that you mentioned a few other points like the large-scale farming and linking to international markets, etc. But I wanted to, come down to something a bit more practical. So when we often talk about challenges in Africa, we talk about the last mile problem, getting goods and services to local communities, but increasingly I'm thinking that maybe what the challenge we have in Africa is actually a first mile problem, where it is, how do we get goods from the farms to the markets? It may not be a particular challenge in South Africa, but it's a bigger challenge in the broader sub-Saharan African continent because we don't have the infrastructure to get our goods to market. And sometimes in countries like Nigeria, post-harvest losses could be even as much as 50%. In your thinking about these issues and in travels around the continent, have you found any effective ways, pragmatic ways that farmers are beginning to address this first mile challenge?
I mean, Pat, I would still, I agree fully with you. And by the way, starting again on a bigger point here before I get to the practicalities, this is one of the things that worries me a lot, even when I think about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And my worry is that the African Continental Free Trade Agreement will end up having few people sitting in the table eating, while others are struggling, which means then those countries that have the infrastructure capability and the yield gains will be able to move their product and actually dominate the trade, while others that have been sitting on the periphery of this progress will remain there and be drowned out by the others. And I think it has to come to what investments can we make on easing up the infrastructure. And unfortunately, the infrastructure investments aspect is other choices that African governments must decide on doing that, because while farmers may utilize some form of technologies on conserving their products and ultimately to link up and to think about regional value chains that all of us write and talk about, that requires the practical things of saying, is there a road that links there? Is there a railway line that links there? And these are the choices that I think we need to talk about. And also then the developmental finance institutions that are there. I do think that they have to nudge the governments and the treasuries as they interact with them to say perhaps we will avail much more funding pool for infrastructure that could be ABC and build all of these corridors that could be vital for trade. Otherwise, you will end up with the countries in the north and then some in the east and some in the west, Nigeria, and the others in the south, South Africa, dominating all of these things that we are talking about, and other countries in the continent just sitting on the side. And then you will actually have a political economy risk, because now you have taken away even the tariff revenues that these governments used to take before we had all of these African Continental Free Trade Agreement, while they are unable to produce and move their goods. So I think these, yes, they are not as granular for the farmers to do anything, but I do think that some of the colleagues that follow the work of next year, they do need to take this into their respective government level, regardless of which country that you are in, and say perhaps the continental infrastructure conversation needs to be elevated. Otherwise, we will be choked in the coming years if we don't resolve that.
Exactly. And, again, Wandile, in my intro, I said these discussions about fixing rural Africa somehow tends to move deeply into agriculture, as if it's the only route for these regions. It's not the only, it's important, but not the only. So I'd like us to kind of broaden our conversation beyond agriculture to say, what are some of these other economic activities in these regions, in these communities that we should be thinking about? What are they? And how do we begin to explore how to build up on them to make them credible economic sources for revitalizing or re-energizing rural Africa?
I think though, Pat, all of this hinges on your last point, the infrastructure aspect. Because if we are going to talk about tourism, that means the network of connecting efficiently and easily or stress-free from one city to another, from one region to another, and for the villages to showcase the culture, the food, and all of these things that can actually be presented to tourists. That is the one aspect that needs to be improved, alongside the aspect of security across the continent, which also needs elevated on this, because those are the supportive mechanism for tourism and other exploration that can happen. And there are businesses then that can spring out from the second layer, even if then the community is focused on mining, on agriculture, doing something on tourism. They spring up as an addition on that. But I think fundamentally infrastructure has to be there. And I would say the network industries are the primary aspects of roads, water, and the energy will still be one of the key things that I would say they are the fundamentals for any then of the industries that we can think about. And I think it's always tempting to say, no, 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 there's technology now, we can create all of these things, but we forget that much of what we say we can create online, it's either providing services and all of those things, but the good old work that requires to be done for infrastructure is still needed. Otherwise, those gains will always be obscured to the countries in the West or in the East that already are far ahead of us in Africa in that infrastructure aspect than where we are sitting, which is why for me, I sympathize and I think that infrastructure conversation is something that needs to be lifted up because they need to unlock all of these other industries that are in addition to agriculture on how we developing particularly from a rural and also broadening beyond food and agriculture. And I do think that, Pat, even in agriculture, we have to change the conversation. Perhaps it needs to be added where we can say agriculture as well as food, fiber, and the beverages industry. So that, because I mean, fashion is agriculture, clothing, all of this stuff comes from agriculture. There's a whole host of things that can happen. But also then the value addition that happens beyond that in beverages and the others. These are all things. And in fact, those are also the areas where high quality jobs or high paying jobs would come from instead of only on the farm level side, because everyone has aspirations of getting a better pay so that they improve the standards of living of where they are.
Mm. And so this infrastructure, I mean, any way you cut it, it comes down to it's a responsibility of the government. You know, it's the government that's got to put in many of this massive infrastructure. And that begins to veer towards a political conversation here as to how do we get the government to focus on rural communities when these politicians are faced with this very short time frame of we've got elections coming every 4 years, and you know they're focused on getting the people in the big cities to like them and vote for them. How do we show, and I struggle with this, but how do we get government to really focus on the rural communities, knowing that that's where the growth engine, as I see it, you know, resides, and that we need to work that engine for the productivity we need to even drive economic activities in the urban centers. I don't know if that makes sense, and if you've given some thought to it.
I mean, you're making sense there, but because then what it ends up on, it's on the choices that people have to make, the horizons at which they look at things. But I would also still say organizations like Next Year and many others that are either think tank or forums of discussion that are able to have a convening power of leaders to actually sit and listen to what discussion. And some of the things that needs to be elevated, even on your research and the consultancy aspect, is of showing the medium and long-term gains. Because I think some of the governments, perhaps maybe they may not be paying attention to that because it's not mapped in a coherent way of saying this is what we could achieve, and thereafter build a narrative on that. Because I think people can still vote for the politicians if the narrative is clear, as well as the pathway at which people are going towards is pretty much clear, and they can see what this development that they are promised. Although the election cycle and the horizon is always short term, I think that assisting people in crystallizing that vision is something that has to be pretty much refined and done. Because in my mind, from where I'm sitting at, there is no escape on this. If a bridge is needed, a bridge is needed. I don't think it's responsible to say, I don't need a bridge, I will have a drone to take something here and drop it there. Therefore, you are moving with drones and you are not having any connected network system. I think some of these can be a short-term mechanism of closing issues, but the infrastructure that you go to London and enjoy, you go to Cape Town and enjoy, you go to Abuja and enjoy, you need that infrastructure everywhere. it ultimately has to be done.
So, okay, let me try this again. And I know that we've kind of touched on this particular question throughout the conversations, but let's see if you can help me crystallize the answers to it. Number one is, why are we still stuck in subsistence agriculture? Despite the many decades that we've talked about the need to commercialize, the need to improve productivity, etc. If you can just help listeners, some of them government folks, some of them think tanks and so on, see why this continues. And then the flip side to that conversation is, are there some thoughts, some ideas that you've seen in your toing and froing Africa on how to mobilize massive resources, capital, to invest in rural Africa, to get us to become more commercial, more productive, and just to, expand the economic activities in these regions?
I mean, I think the reason we are still stuck at a level that we are in, I mean, it's a political choice, and I won't blame only the politician here. The tribal council, the chiefs, the traditional leaders, they are amongst those that are in here, because they get to be custodians of some of this land that ultimately is owned still by the governments on this. And I think for me, that's the political choice at which we are not managing to move beyond and empower these communities. Had we been able to do that, I think we could be far. Over and over, literature does show that whereby you improve land governance, capital follows through. The practicalities of saying, is there anywhere where we can get this money? I mean, I'll give you an example. A number of countries, such as Saudi Arabia, they've gone out to say they want particular crops. They are interested in avocados or they are interested in grain. And they've gone into certain regions where they've actually assisted in putting the necessary infrastructure, the necessary grain elevators in, so that as long as they have a certain amount of time, years or least, whereby that produce can actually be produced, and they would have a portion at which they are exporting to their regions. And such arrangements have been made in a number of communities where we have seen as a case studies, and that has brought about the change on what to do. So the appetite to buy products of scale and of quality is available out there. The appetite to invest is available out there. But as long as we quickly begin to clarify the rule of the games domestically, and then be able to make those choices that this is what we will do. Because very few African countries have actually gone out and say, right now, we are selecting this state, and in it, we are improving land governance. We are calling in investors from any other country to come in and assist us on doing that. None of them have actually gone out and done that and see what happens beyond that. And there are some of these case studies where there's money that flow in the sector. I made an example of the billions of South African rands that are being put into this sector as a result of some of those things. And I think for me, amongst other things, that's something that we may need to try and let go of power of controlling some of these regions and let people to take charge of the communities that they are in.
Interesting. And just to say to our listeners, as always, we're going to open it up to your Q&A, but just type your questions in the Q&A tab, not the chat room, the Q&A tab, so it's easy for me to pick it up from there and then have Wandile, speak to them. Well, Wandile, let's talk again about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and its promise to integrate markets. Yet there are so many of these African countries that maintain restrictions on export. Some of those restrictions could be driven by internal political considerations on food security or to regulate food price inflation, etc. In your conversations in ITAC and your engagements at these, continental levels, how are you guys thinking about these issues? How are you thinking about streamlining just the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and ensuring, freer trade flows and ensuring closer regional trade integration?
I mean, Pat, nothing I wish more than the continent finally living up to its potential. Because, I mean, it's painful to always hearing this discussion that one day Africa will do 1, 2, 3, one day Africa will do 1, 2, 3. There's a Malabo declaration, there's Johannesburg declaration, many of these declarations, but very little promise get to be made. Because I'll tell you what, fellow Africans are not going to eat declarations. They are going to they require meaningful improvements in their lives. And my challenge in here is a lack of coordination on what we are doing. Of course, one of the things that we need to do is harmonize the rules, especially in the agricultural products, so that things continue to move and move freely across the borders. But that is not going to happen if we are again not agreeing that science is what will take the African continent forward in food production. You either block genetically modified or you block new genetical improvements that are being made on being planted in your country, and then you use that as a non-tariff barrier, which is what we are seeing. And those are engagements that we are having with many others. But again, to your point, these tends to be a domestic consideration ultimately. We can discuss it at a continental level. I mean, I'm sitting in a country here in South Africa. I'm talking to you from Pretoria at the moment. And Namibia, which is neighboring South Africa, has actually blocked the vegetable imports from South Africa to going to Namibia. And there is no necessarily clear justification on that, except of saying, okay, we don't need them now. We want to boost our own domestical production. And mind you, these are countries that are in the customs union in SACU. And we know that people are breaching the rules by doing that. But then again, when you put yourself into a Namibian policymaker, everywhere you move, there are products from Durban, from Pretoria. It may feel suffocating. You want to see some of your products coming up, which then comes back to the idea of saying the regions in the continent, those in the west, those in the south, those in the east, can we begin to think about the regional value chains in a way whereby we harmonize the rules, but also harmonize the inputs at which the farmers can have capabilities on, so that there is, because what we ultimately want, Pat, is shared prosperity across, not to be suffocated by one another. But then that shared prosperity requires that coordination at a political level, which is where then I think that differences in aspiration and the strategy at a political level begins to be an issue. Because ultimately, as you know from your undergraduate work, we can talk about this, but agriculture is a scientific matter ultimately. And I think there always have to be that idea that this is not a social development matter. This is a scientific matter which needs to guide us, guiding us, and also framed on an economic perspective, because all Africans need is an improvement in their living standards.
Excellent. And so I have a question here from Deirdre Lapine, who I believe is probably joining from Washington, D.C., but's done a lot of work across the continent and in Nigeria. I've worked with her in the past. And her question is, there's, different countries have had these different attempts at a green revolution since our independence. What, in your view, are some of the reasons why this big push, green revolution, the mantra, the policies, the programs around them never quite yielded the results, that they were set out to yield?
I mean, I think Deirdre will agree that much of this end up in big conferences. Either we are sitting in Nairobi talking about it or somewhere, but very seldomly some of these things end up at the ground level. I mean, I won't even lie to say even the South Africa case that we were making was largely on a government side. On a government side, it was an improvement in the sense that there was limited intervention, and they were not having a strong appetite to put restriction to technology, but everything else was largely done by the private sector on bringing some of those very limited forward attempt put by the government. And even if you can think, Deirdre probably knows those Malabo declaration where each African country said they would spend X amount of their budget on improving research, and all of the work done towards agriculture to achieve the gains that we're all talking about. But it never really yielded on that. In a way, I would still say from my perspective, it leans back again of saying, are we embracing science or not? Are we having a common understanding of what could improve the yields and then move forward from there? But I think all of this is still hinges on the political consideration of those that are running countries in the continent.
Excellent. And I have a question from Folari Wadebo Smith, who until recently was the Director General of Nigeria's think tank, the Nigerian Institute of Social and Economic Research, and also has been a guest on this show. And his question is, will you, Wandile, elaborate a bit more on the tension between ownership of the food chain and GMO seeds? And he says, it is clear that when the chips are down, and here he wants us to think about the COVID-19 vaccines, you had better be self-sufficient in essentials. The West cannot be trusted to supply critical needs, and this is a matter that can easily be weaponized. What is your view, especially with your strong support for GMO seeds and the ownership of the food chains, etc.?
I mean, I think the former TG is right that this and he's raising this issue at a difficult time at the moment, given all of the context of the policy direction that we are all observing on Truth Social from the White House, that it tends to have a bit of complications because certain things can be stopped. And I think the former teacher can think of this in the same way as at which the chips are now managed, where certain countries suddenly stop exporting to other countries the chips for their development in their technological direction, because it can get weaponized. So my thinking on this is this. One, when you decide that you are going to open up for genetically modified crops, you as the government have to make sure that you have enough capital resources to put into your agricultural research council, and then insist on the technology supplier that is bringing these yields to your country, that they share some technology with your agricultural research council. But make it clear that your Agricultural Research Council is only going to be doing seed improvement and the research, but is not going to release this technology for commercial use. So that if ever they are able to decide that they will pull out their technology from your country, you need to have the scientific capabilities to actually be able to produce this. And this is what in South Africa we have ours, which we call the Agricultural Research Council of South Africa, the ARC. The insistence was that it has to actually have the domestic scientists that can produce almost equal or even far surpasses what you have to release at a commercial use. Because if you don't do that, I mean, the DG's risk that he raises, I mean, it's ultimately true. But the other thing that hedges against that risk is also that the ownership now of these companies is no longer concentrated to one country. You have others that are owned by China Chem, you have others that are owned by the US, you have others that are owned by the European aspects. But I think it's always just making sure that you have a breeding program in your domestic country that can actually match those capabilities when you decide to go down that route. But if you don't have any breeding program and you are depending everything on what is being supplied, there is some level of risk. I mean, there is that unknown possibilities. But still, with all of that being said, I would still say it far outweighs this benefit that we can get. And you just have to have that coordination in a clear way. Thanks.
Interesting. And another question from Olusegun Debiyi, and he said, you talked about seeing rural areas as economic engines and not places in need of help. One feasible way that he proposes is through the power of aggregation, so have the local farmers aggregate and then maybe an off-taker, picks it up from there. He said, has such a process been implemented in South Africa? If yes, how can we replicate this in other nations? So here I think he's thinking like lessons learned, etc.
No, I mean, he's right there, Pat, because there's a technology a developer in South Africa. It's young guys called Khula, KHULA, exclamation mark. They have an app, KHIULA, cooler. What they do is they have, of course, the trading platform that is there where they showcase at whatever region what's available. Each farmer can quickly log in and list their product. And then they have a logistics capability where they can go and collect. And all of this is linked to a certain payment system. I think they partner with Absa Bank, which assists them onto that. So that aggregation model does work because the same organization is able then now over time to offer inputs to these farmers, distributing these inputs. The farmers can buy as a group, which lowers their transaction costs, and then they are able to have a much more affordable fertilizer than they would otherwise gone individually on that. And I would say such things needs to even go then beyond and be formalized so that you have these mini cooperatives that people can have, and then they can decide that in a certain region of Nigeria, we will only be focusing on soybean. In a certain region of Kenya, all we will do is just avocados so that we are able to have a volume at which we can put into market. It is being tried in South Africa, of course, not all over the country, but there are certain regions at which that is succeeding. And I understand that these guys, they are expanding across Southern Africa. So it's one of those things. And I think M-Pesa and the others in Kenya, they have certain platforms that are similar to that, where in Kenya these things happen. And I think the avocado industry in Kenya and even the floriculture one operate one way or another in a similar aspect as that, which is why I think even in South Africa, they can look at what smallholder farmers in Kenya are doing and say, can you do that in South Africa? Can you do it in Swaziland, in Lesotho? So it's things like that. But his point, he's on point on that.
Yeah, and it's difficult for many of these economic policy type conversations not to veer towards, some political conversations as well. So permit me this question from Tunde Arogunmati. He says, how can the rural communities develop sustainable capacity for engaging in the overarching political narrative, especially in cases of a nation like Nigeria, where the local government authority tends to be relegated to the background in national discourse? And I'm just tacking on the back of that to say, in your walk across the continent, have you seen, where in some of these local communities, they found ways of elevating their voices as a collective, in the national debates, especially on policies that affect their well-being, their commercial activities, etc.?
I think, what we have seen as being a success is making sure that the farmer organizations are something that are prioritized, whereby you must have commodity associations and the farmers can have this group. It's quite remarkable now that you are mentioning it in that way, because in South Africa, you have the farmer associations where when they have spoken, it becomes clear in Pretoria that they have spoken. So they gain that political power. But I think what then gets to be important on that, those farmer association, they need to be careful about how much of outside funding they receive. Because if they happen to be perceived to be funded by the UK, EU, or American, or whatever the funding is coming from, they may be seen not as a legitimate power that does that. But I do think that fundamentally, one of the other things in our continent we need to think about as fellow Africans is that when we think about infrastructure, yes, heavy infrastructure is important, Pat, but soft infrastructure is something that is needed also, of saying, how do you form institutions? And I think this links to the point that you are raising now, of saying, do we have the soft institutions, which then needs the intellectual capability of bringing all of these things together? Because people in the villages and in various communities, they are hard-pressed, preoccupied by their own survival of getting by. They're not sitting back and thinking about how do we reorganize the landscape that we are in. And I think this is where then the interventions have to be in two ways of doing this. And this is always a difficult thing even here in South Africa, whereby if you think about the former homelands, these former reserves, you find that they don't actually have that much strong of a soft infrastructure of having these organized groupings that can then go out there and bargain for them and lift their messages at a national level, and that they can have a political sway on the allocation of resources to some of the fundamental things that are needed for them. Because ultimately the politicians will attend to things that are elevated at a national level will make them to be seen to be doing something. And if your matter is not that much, notable, you may find that it doesn't get addressed. And this is why these things are important.
Another question from Ifeanyi Maduanosi, and he says, thanks so much for this productive engagement. But aside from the elevated conversations on the potential political and economic risks of the ACFTA to many of the countries and the economic risks to the farmers, what practical measures would you recommend to overcome many of these issues that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area seems to be having?
I mean, I think beyond that, it's a good agreement that we all having. The only thing that I would say is that for much of the speeches that I'm reading from leaders in our continent, is that they tend to sell it as if it's gonna solve all of our problems tomorrow. But this is not all what we are doing here. We are restructuring that there are now clear rules for us to move product from point A to point B with limited friction. But the good old problems that have been there, they still need to be resolved on actually doing that. Beyond that, I would say I'm pretty much optimistic, but I'm optimistic about the AFCA for 10 years rather than what we get told that it will help us tomorrow. I don't think that tomorrow we will be able to be helped by this.
Interesting.
So it's a building block towards something that may be meaningful.
No, fantastic. Thank you for that. Just shifting gears a little bit. Obviously, you know that there's been a significant decline in international aid to Africa. Some of this aid, yes, went to more the social type, trickled to agriculture, but largely they should have trickled to rural Africa. With this decline, are you seeing any signs, especially from the southern parts of Africa, on how community-based organizations?
I mean, Pat, one of the big problems that we are, one of the problems that we are currently observing is, for example, test case Malawi. And Malawi is struggling at the moment because they didn't have a good harvest. But whenever they struggled with this, you will see that the World Food Program would step in. But over time, of course, aid have gone to Ukraine, aid have gone to the Middle East, but also the Doge in the US have reduced some of the aid that would have otherwise been gone there, because we know that the US aid, they funded about half of the budget of the World Food Program, and this has created a bit of difficulty for them. As to whether then the African countries will be able to have a bit of resilience on this challenge is something that is yet to be seen. But I'm very worried about the current moment that the weaker World Food Program, because of the US policy decisions, as well as the shift of aid from other countries to Europe, to the Middle East, as deserving as those areas are, but there are many other problems in the continent, not only just environmental, but there's conflicts in part of Nigeria, conflicts in Sudan, conflict in Mozambique. All of these, they do need some bit of assistance. And to my mind, at least on having encountered the better ways of saying, how do we come out of this? What I will say, though, in terms of food, all of us in the continent, we are now weeks to the start of the 2025-26 production year. In South Africa, we are starting from the 15th, which is next week, to till the eastern regions of South Africa. Others will start a month, others in 2 months' time. I think that the local governments, they must do whatever they can to support the farmers on increasing their production, supplying fertilizers, whatever that is needed in here, because we will see the real effects of the shortage of that World Food Program and the other forms of aid in the months and the seasons to come. And that may put us in a very difficult area as the continent.
Fantastic. And, you know, again, moving more into solutions, thinking about solutions here. Another question from Folari Badebo-Smith. Are there examples of countries, maybe even in Africa or outside Africa, that have successfully migrated from small to medium scale or even commercial farming? And if there are, what are some of the routes, models that they used in making this transition? And what are the lessons there for African countries that really need to make the same migration from smallholder farmers to commercial production?
I mean, I won't make an example of from a country, but I could make an example from a regional perspective. What we have seen happening in certain regions of South Africa, provinces of Free State and the others, is that there are areas whereby the commercial farmers typically go to, and if the area is as better organized, decide that they will partner with the farmers in that community to either till the land or improve the genetics of their livestock. And whenever that has happened, we have seen them moving from being smallholder, getting in the commercial ladder, and others progressing and tapping into the export markets. I know that in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa, there was a huge program to improve the genetics for wool farmers. And the sheep farmers, they introduced new rams and all of that, and they began getting high quality wool. Now we are sitting whereby much of the wool in South Africa is going to China. South Africa, Australia, and New Zealand are some of the biggest exporters of wool to China. And the black smallholder farmers in South Africa, they account for a greater share of that. And not only that, we've seen the income in the communities where this was done, as well as how much those households were happen to see the improvement in the income, spending for their children education, spending on improving their houses and all of that. It fundamentally changes some of the things. So there are those test cases, but that involves the private sector, that involves those communities having to have organizing power, which is where then I think the previous point we talked about of ensuring that we not only talk about empowering people on physical infrastructure, but also on soft infrastructure, then being able to organize yourself and then going out there to look for any organizations that can partner on what you have. And then there's a sharing of gains. There's also another area in South Africa of Willowvale, and people can look this up, a project called Whiphold. Whiphold started being these black women in South Africa, in the southern region, in a coastal area of the Eastern Cape again, where they came together and they approached the financial institutions to put the grain elevators, the silos, and then they merged their plots of land and decided that all of them will plant grain on that. And they brought on the agribusinesses that started tilling all of that land, introducing the better seed cultivars, and that they became the workers in this project, while at the same time they are sure at the end of the financial year they get to have certain dividends, but in the meantime they also benefit in terms of wages throughout month by month in operating that land. And that has changed even the way that community is, because now it is known as a community that has infrastructure, a community that is operating at a commercial level, and certain areas of land that are reserved for agricultural activity. And everyone knows the generation that comes after those women begins then to focus more on other things and going to schools and doing, and it's been running for over a decade. So there are those test cases. What is always though difficult is to say, okay, if then we have all of those successful things, why aren't replicating them out to other regions and in other countries? And then it comes back again to the political consideration, not only of politicians, but also of the communities at which some of these things could be done.
So one of the, and give me time to build out this question. In Nigeria, one of the challenges we have with food security is that we have terrorism, banditry, and those types of issues affecting farmers, so they're unable to go to the farms. One of the bigger challenges we have is the conflict between herders, cattle herders, and farmers, because we have this migratory open grazing approach in raising cattle in Nigeria. South Africa produces a lot of beef. Most of it seems to be on ranches. What's been your experience in South Africa or in the southern regions of Africa where you moved from the migratory transhumans cattle raising practices to more intensive ranching? and how has the economics of that played out, etc. And here I'm seeking, probably solutions to the farmer-herder conflicts we have in Nigeria, not just in Nigeria, but even in places across the Sahel and all the way to Kenya and beyond.
I think there, Pedro, what we see being useful is really the inviting the large scale people that can invest in feedlots. And once they have those feedlots and then they have whatever requirement of cattle that they have to process over time, introducing the economic aspect of that. And then people have to make sure that when their cattle are of certain age, they are able to sell them and all of that. Because what we have seen in South Africa, even in the production of that beef, you do have about 34% of cattle that are still sitting in the informal land on those grazers that are somewhat similar to that, although confined only in certain areas. But there is also a limitation on how farmers in general can move their cattle, because we sit in a region which struggles with what we call foot and mouth disease. So all of these animal diseases, which have forced then even the government to say you cannot move your cattle to certain zones so that we remain with the certain protocols on the animal health. But I think what assists then is making sure that the farmers have the area in which they can auction their cattle, because they keep them as that, because there's also some shortages on the cattle auctioning side and of keeping the livestock market pretty much liquid. And I think countries like Zambia and the others are actually also on that path of making sure that they are doing that. Zambeef and the others are some of the organizations that are participating strongly in the beef space. Namibia is also participating quite strongly in the beef market. So there are all of those aspects. But for me, it's really formalizing it and making sure that you invite the feedlots so that they are there and the farmers, they have an avenue at which they can sell their livestock. Because they migrate it, because sometimes your herd is so large to the extent that you're looking and driving and moving around looking for grazing path. But if you know that you can control your herd to a certain volume and you have an area at which you are winning some off and you're selling some off, and all of that process needs to be introduced. And that comes with both education as well as an investment that will be needed on doing that.
And in our discussion, in the lead up to this conversation here, you had mentioned, some of the models that South Africa has for social protection, where people who are out of job, get paid some monies, etc., as a way of, cushioning the economic challenges that they may be facing. Could you just dwell a little bit more on how this works? And here I'm thinking more, what are some of the checks and balances that have been put in place to prevent abuse of this system, especially in countries where data might not be, one of our strongest suits? How do we prevent abuse of some of these social protection programs, which I think are important, even just as a palliative or as an interim solution, as we think of the longer term build out of the rural communities?
I mean, I think the first thing that, of course, every country has to always do is to think about your tax system. Because governments do not make money, they have to get it from somewhere. And I think everyone needs to get used to paying tax. I know rules differ country by country, but I think that's always the starting point, so that they are in better fiscal space to do that. And then from there onwards, of course, then what ends up happening, people, and this in South Africa was new, because what the protection support that we have had has always been for the elderly, from 60 upwards, and also for the young, people who can't work, who are between age of 18 to 0, and then they have the parents that are not working, and then they can apply for all of these production stuff. And it differs how much you get. You may find that for the elderly is 2,000 rand. And then for those that are somewhere young before between 0 and 6, it's 350. The others is 1,000 rand. It all differs as to how all of this is. But during the COVID time, there was an introduction of a 350 rand support system, because many people were out of work, even in an informal sector, because of the limited activity that was introduced by COVID. And at the time also, there was a fiscal space to do that. but because it's not coming without a cost in South Africa. Right now, it does present some fiscal difficulties, which is why South Africa had to explore possibilities of increasing the VAT, which is why I was starting point of saying money must be gotten somewhere. Tax is important because now you are thinking about how do you reallocate these resources. And this is important because then it keeps people at least having something that comes in. But I think the ultimate goal is always of saying we need to do something to create work and make sure that we address the unemployment. And I think the conversation that we started off with on the agricultural sector seeks to do that. Because in South Africa, we always say, even if you think about land reform and all of these things that we do, it's always have to have two objectives: restorative justice and economic growth, because it is economic growth that will actually deliver some of these things. It is economic growth that will make governments have money to spend on infrastructure. It is economic growth that makes governments to have money to do all of these social things, spends in school and. So that is always have to be the starting point for all of us.
Exactly, exactly. I have a question from Geraldine Eze Akili. Says, as a practitioner in Northeast Nigeria, which is embattled with different degrees of conflict, where subnational governments, for instance, are heavily dependent on the federal government, with little interest in local economic development and practically little hope for infrastructure development, what other actor or actors can contribute to sustainable local agricultural development? Specifically, what are the roles of private sector in all of this? And I think really the question she's asking is, have you seen some collaborative approaches between government, private sector, maybe even civil society organizations, and successful models that have yielded, economic development, infrastructure development in South Africa or in the broader Africa region, especially as it relates to rural Africa?
I mean, I would say, Pat, of course, I mean, I sympathize with that because we face a somewhat different environment. That is a very difficult one because then when you begin talking about the conflict and all of that, even the private sector people will be a bit more reluctant because they are looking for the returns and the risk matrices begin to be quite different from there, which is why I think those are areas at which the NGOs and the others could play part in assisting to easing up some of that strain. But unfortunately, then the NGO world is the one that is strained now as there are conflicts everywhere. But with the private sector, as happened in South Africa, in a very different environment, it's when we had challenges. They're coming on and working with the national power utility in South Africa, Eskom, on saying what can they do in investing in the renewable. And that was a success because at least now we're sitting pretty much stable on the energy supply side. In the ports, we had periods where we had congestion in some of and they had efficiency issues. And the government, through its state-owned entities, Transnet, which manages our ports, with the private sector collaboratively, working together to addressing some of those things. And that involves core investing in buying whatever equipment that is needed, and the government sometimes just easing on the regulations that are hindering investments, and then for the private sector to be able to participate on that. So there are all of those metrics, but I understand that this may not be as effective in a context at which you are asking on this, because then there is a context specific that is necessary, and unfortunately, the situation that you have explained is quite difficult. Yeah.
As we begin to wrap up, let me even go back to a more fundamental question. So I've read your books, I've read some of your columns. You're quite bullish about Africa. If we suspend for a minute, forget that you're South African, forget that you're African, what is really the source of your hope, of your bullishness about this continent that appears to everyone to have the ability to lead, but just hasn't been able to start? What's driving this hope? What's making you bullish? Look at it not as an African, remove yourself and talk to me as to where you find a hope that Africa is not going to be left behind, especially as we jump deeper into this fourth industrial revolution. We don't have the skills to play. Why do you think we're not going to be left behind? And why do you think we're going to catch up and close the gap and probably sit at the table with our fellow humans?
I mean, I think for me, when I look at the continent and where optimism also really comes from, it comes from the young people of the continent. I mean, look at what's going on in Madagascar at the moment. They are overcome a couple of their challenges, and you have young people saying we want something different to do. There was in Nigeria, you had young people in various occasions in the previous years going to the streets, forgetting doing if it's so wrong, what political cycle we are living in. But the point is that they had different idea at which they are imagining for themselves. You think back about a year ago in Kenya, you had young people going out and saying they want something that for themselves. About 5 years, 6 years ago in Zimbabwe, you had young people going up saying they want something for themselves. Because ultimately, what we have now is a world that is shaped from a prism of the generation that was coming and their vision and their view by the transition from the previous regimes and coming on the democratic era. And now you have young people that have a similar exposure because of the technology to young people sitting in any country in the world. And I think for me, that's the source of optimism. But there is one thing, though, that I would say. I would say the young people of Africa needs to pretty much be involved on the political matters as they were. The idea that politics are not for you, you are educated, you will sit somewhere and do your own little things. Distraction and progress comes from politics of any other country. So we need to be active citizens, regardless of where we are sitting. The optimism comes from the fact that we are all exposed to the same knowledge and same aspirations, but then we need to be active at every corner of the continent at which we are in trying to redefine and think about where we will be going. I mean, the young people in Sudan now, if you read the news and you look at the pictures and what's going on, they are out there asserting whatever political aspirations, for if you agree or you disagree with what they are saying, but they are saying something. And I think for me, that's where things will go right on. The only problem that we may have is if others are too important to be involved in politics, they will sit somewhere, because then that issue of wanting to be a passive citizen is what will plunge us to the very same problems that we have been in. But one can't help but to be optimistic about where the continent will pretty much lead. And of course, then thinking about the resource bases that the continent also have to offer the world.
Interesting. Now, again, just let me go fishing again for ideas. I don't know if in your engagements in South Africa or across the continent, you found non-conventional or homegrown solutions to some of the challenges we face with re-energizing rural communities. And here I'm thinking maybe financing models. Are there some non-conventional financing models that you're seeing? Data is always a big problem with planning, with access to pricing information, access to market, maybe new ways of financing agricultural inputs. We've got some ideas in Nigeria around, like Hello Tractor, where you can call up a tractor and use it for the number of hours without having to own that asset. Again, just looking for ideas that we could ventilate here and could then trigger opportunities for people listening from different countries.
I mean, I think there are a couple of things. I'm thinking now the cooler aspect that I talked about, the M-Pesa things that I mentioned. Those are some of those that ensure that at least in the early warnings environmentally, in a pricing signal for farmers, they offer that. But I think on the financing, we could still do a bit more. And I think a couple of people are trying up a whole range of instruments about what to do on that. And I think the financial institutions themselves there is a role that they are beginning to play, whereby you see, I mean, again, outside Standard Bank with its own or farm share, one farm share app that they actually have, which actually has room across the continent. So those are some of the things that I think they are beginning to come up, which they may assist. And again, I would say these needs to be seen as the services that may come in. Fundamental discussed about land governance, infrastructure, still need to be arranged because these enhance the farmers' capabilities in an environment that already has other things to function. Because it's one thing to know that if I'm sitting in Harare, if I'm sitting in Bulawayo, I can sell my product in Harare, Zimbabwe at an X price. But it's another thing then of getting it in there at a right quality in a most efficient time with lower transaction costs, which then requires again the infrastructure aspect. So I would say for me, these are all of the things that would enhance the information, but a couple of exciting things that are happening. And I would say also the journalists and the writers and thinkers in Africa, it's probably the responsibility whenever one sees something that is happening in their corner, even if you are in Malawi, you are in Djibouti, you have the capability of showcasing this, which is where then the social networks at which we are in, perhaps they should be used in a much more collaborative way so that each person showcases what are some of the things that are happening in their own corners so that we can all learn and engage and interact on these things.
And maybe my second to the last question, if you were stuck in an elevator with the president of South Africa or with a group of African presidents, what is that one thing, that one message you want to get across to them as something that we cannot negotiate, something that they must do to energize rural Africa, to just get that sector moving again? What is that one thing you want to communicate to them or to him?
Yeah, I mean, I would say if I'm in a space with the leaders of the continent, the one thing that I would forward to them, framing again of agriculture, to say this is an economic sector, not the social only aspect. So that reframing is necessary, and that must governance. And this is not going to cost them on a fiscal aspect, but they should begin putting the word out there of saying we are improving the land governance. Agriculture is a strategic economic sector, and send that message to the local authorities to get that done, and close it on by saying we will embrace science and urge our own regulators to look at whatever innovation that is being brought to us within a much more lenient prism in terms of risk, and think more about what we could achieve going forward. And I think those are some of the things that I could put forward with regards to this sector. And I think if they can do just that and sending that signal and then allow the environment to sift out how to carry this forward, we could get far from the position that we are in.
Fantastic. And Wandile, we spent a lot of time and had a broad-based conversation, but maybe there's some point you wanted to make that I didn't get to. Maybe I can give you a few minutes to address that point.
I mean, the key thing I would still say is that, in all of the areas that we are sitting in the continent, the very same point that I raised for presidents is something that we need to put out. And I would say we need to reshape the narrative and how we write about Africa's agriculture. The idea that we go at every conference and we make these examples of our grandmothers and grandfathers farming somewhere, we think that they are relatable, which they are. But I think we need to change the narrative and actually sell what we want to see, not what you are observing from your village, because you are trying to get somewhere. And I think changing that story in much of what we are writing and begin to start new energizing narratives about rural development in Africa that may lead us somewhere. I'm even fighting with newspaper publishers, Pat, whenever I'm submitting an article and they start to put an unappealing picture about how they depict Africa, I always pick an issue with them to say, this is not where we are going. You pick something much more uplifting so that young people can see where we are going.
Exactly. I can't agree more with you. Wandile, thank you so much for the time you've spent with us, sharing on these many topics. And ladies and gentlemen, That's it for today's episode of Development Discourse. Big ideas, important questions, real conversations. And until next time, I'm Patrick Okibo. Let's keep building that society we want to live in. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Wandile.
Hello and welcome to another day on Muse. Muse is a program signature television where we think and talk. Today on Muse, we have just few things on our agenda of musing. You know, here we think and talk, and whoever thinks and talks is selective of what to think and talk about. Otherwise, like in Nigerian parlance, while I know they finish. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka, your chief muser, and I keep saying with this appendage, each time I refer to myself as chief muser, that's the position they put me in, and I've been struggling to fill that big shoe. Well, it's okay. Let's take me the way I am, according to the sacred song and sorrows. He said, take me the way I am. And some people say, it's Akuku Kwendi CMS. No, that's by the way. But that's it. Today, first on our news list, our agenda is that the repatriated Nigerians from South Africa, few of them has gotten home. I think about half. But we are sure at least about 500, over 580 something people that have been repatriated from South Africa will eventually come back home at the expense of Nigerian government, you know. And we can hear a lot of viral video about the repatriated Nigerians. Some of them are talking about experience. Somebody said he watched his friend, they removed one of his eyes. That's horrible. That's horrible. That's horrible. And you ask yourself, what can make South Africans do this to Nigerians and some other citizens of other countries they found in the streets or they found in South Africa? What could make them do this? And this is not without repercussion. Because, you know, the man who is running after a snake to kill snake is there. And the snake that is being pursued is also running for their life. Life is sweet. Everybody needs to live because that's sacred divine gift. Nobody in this life has power to take life. But some people have arrogated themselves with such powers to take people's life at any time. Let's talk about so many issues that Nigerians are battling with at this time. You talk about hardship, hunger. You talk about terrorists and banditry, insecurity. You talk about high rising cost of existing as a citizen in Nigeria. You can't buy food, you can't buy utilities, high transport cost. You talk about rent, you can't pay rent, you can't go to school. The insecurity has double plunged. People can't go to school and come back. because they are likely to be abducted. School have become soft target for bandits and terrorists in Nigeria. Then we add with the fact that Nigerians who are even running away from Nigeria to find safety in some other countries are being brought back. Some are being brought back with wounds inflicted on them. That's the ones who are lucky to be alive, because many died in the process. Many were killed. Many were, many were made handicapped. See, it's one who they remove one of his eyes can never get that eye back in their life, especially with eyes. You will live with that trauma. We were asking himself, what is my offense? That they told us that we have an African Union. And they told us it started with the Organization of African Unity. They told us that Africa is one. They told us that Africa have this brotherhood or whatever you called it. But now, something satanic has stepped in, and the fabric that hold Africa brotherhood together. They call it xenophobia. Now let me ask the South Africans, what do they think? My father told me that nobody, if they ask everybody to go back to their maternal uncle's house, that nobody will be at home, because everybody would have left their houses to go to their maternal uncle's house. So some of you who don't know what I'm saying, this is a proverb of bone and silence. These South Africans will know that whatever is found in the house of lizard, you are likely to find same in the house of rat. Ihe dibe oke dibe ngwere. Asị onye ọbụla jebe ebe ọmụ nwa dị ana, onwere onye ya nọ n'ụlọ. That is how I say, find somebody to translate it, especially some of our South African friends. What would you say is the fault that Nigerians did that they deserve this kind of treatment? And we have South Africans in Nigeria, and we still go to African Union and the former OAU. I remember one time the Green Eagles of Nigeria were playing sometime in 1978 in a match. Was it around that? They were playing African Nations Cup. And the town, the hosting community were attacking Green Eagles of Nigeria, because Green Eagles of Nigeria and Nigerians generally has been doing well in African football, both in Africa and in the world. When they were being attacked, the commentator of that match, may God bless his soul, the Okonkwo man, the man, what's his name again? Ernest Okonkwo, the man who manufactures wares. He said, this is against the spirit of OAU. This is against the spirit of Africa. The police are in South Africa, they are doing nothing. And Nigerians are being killed, they're being wounded, they're being packed and hauled and pushed back to Nigeria. And we still have embassy of Nigeria in South Africa, embassy of South Africa in Nigeria, under pretended relationship. And we are muffling words. I don't want to go back. In the university days, we skipped meals to make sure South Africans get their freedom from the apartheid regime of Pieter Botha and his people. And now, that is like the cyclist who visited your house, you want to see him go. When he wants to mount his bicycle, he will give you the backside. That is a lesson for South Africa. No problem. The world is a place, and it continues to be. These people who have done this to Nigerians today might live and die. The sad seed of hatred they've sowed between some Nigerians and their people will find time to go. Let us be cautious when we do certain things. I watched a viral video of a police officer dressing a woman dressed in red and some color of their national colors in uniform of paramilitary, talking about how bad Nigerians can be. But let's talk about it. Wherever you put your hand inside the backside, you will smell that bad smelling thing. There is no place that you have a wall, that you don't have a backyard. Meaning, we might have some bad Nigerians, we might have some bad South Africans. So, who will make us judge to begin to profile a whole country of over 240 million people and say they are worse than Satan? And it sounds good, because we can say it. If we talk and think like we do in this program, it will be good. Nigerian government, as usual, is going to bring back people, and we are talking. And that is a lesson for Nigerian government. I am not an advisor. I am not an advisor on diaspora matter. I am not anything, but I talk as a Nigerian. It's not high time that Agama lizard does not do what makes Agama an Agama lizard. Children will eat Agama lizard in both dry season and rainy season. A word is enough for the wise. That's the proverb of bone and silence. The World Cup is going on. The South Africans have lost their support from African footballing community because of xenophobia. Some people refer to them as Republic of Xenophobia. And if you ask me, that cannot be a better description of that. And now they go to World Cup, they've lost to Mexico in the first outing match, and everybody is like, that is good. Let them return before they are xenophobic. As xenophobic citizens of xenophobic Republic of xenophobic South Africa, let them know that they have gone to play football in South. And some of the people who have gone to watch football there may not go back for one reason or another. After all, it's because that Afo Salmo Okoye can call Toluje Tibwe. Find out what the meaning of this. No problem. We exist. But this, what I don't know what to call it, so pardon my language, but if you think the African Union still think it is overrated, has no protection for anybody, and it continue to become rat race, dog eat dog, it's not going to take us to anywhere. This is how Africa will develop. This leg, Nain Nama go take rich Omaya. I laugh in xenophobic language. The next item we have on our agenda for this afternoon or this time, depending on where you are watching us, is insecurity, the presidency. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the Commander of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Commander of Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Jagaban, has given a word of advice in his 2026 June 12 celebration, anniversary celebration. He said to the people who are causing insecurity in Nigeria, because if you ask me, I don't think it's only bandits and the terrorists that are causing insecurity in Nigeria. Some politicians, some businessmen, some ordinary Nigerian citizens are aiding and abetting insecurity. Some are armed robbers who are still stealing and killing. Some are pickpocketers who, when they find time, they kill. Some are using any other means to spy people. They find a new language from Nigeria that have entered Oxford Dictionary as spy, as killing. They want to use it. It sounds like spy. And life that God has created goes with spy signs in Nigeria, and that's it. And we think it's okay. That's by the way. I'm not going to that. I'm talking about what the president told all the people who are concerned with insecurity in Nigeria. He said, stop such action or die. You can describe that as go back, listen again to what the president said. Go find the written version, read in black and white what the president meant when he said, stop whatever you are doing to bring insecurity to our resilient and happy nation, Nigeria, or you die. That's a good one. Coming from the president, after a long time of him condemning in speeches, sympathizing, empathizing, calling for security chiefs meetings, sending information to National Assembly to discuss insecurity in Nigeria, engaging with diplomatic bodies and international communities on how we can curb insecurity in Nigeria. He has, on June 12, 2026, in his presidential remarks said, all of you that are involved with insecurity in Nigeria, you know yourselves. He says, stop or die. But let's come back home from beyond what the presidency have said. Now, it can be both physical or spiritual. You know, as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, he has power of life and death. Ikuba baye. That's what my friends describe in Yoruba land. When they are trying to give honors to the Oba, the supreme ruler of Ife kingdom. He says, Ikuba baye. The man who has power of life and death. The father of life and death, you know. And as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the most populous country in Africa, black African nation. We know that when he say a word, it carries both the potency that is spiritual and the power that is physical. So I don't know how else, if they are just trying to bring that we should think and talk about what the presidency said. It means the president has woken up and want to really face this undeclared war. It's an emergency situation. 46 teachers and their pupils from Oyo town or near whatever near Oyo town in Oyo state are still in captivity while I'm making this speech, while I'm doing this. Some students and some other people in some other locations, so many places are still in captivity. Ransom being demanded, some being tortured and killed as a proof that the people who are holding them, the captors, want to make good their threat. It's no more hidden thing because they even post viral videos who are going on in our national telecom system. We have NCC who tracks every other offense that have been going on but has never been able to track those who do business, blood business, and they go on and they buy recharge card and data from the telecom organizations. They hold their numbers and they have biodata. They tell they register these numbers. And we have not been able to sanction these people. You remember that if you are partly, directly and indirectly connected with the insecurity of Nigeria, the president's word of stop it or die is also concerned. So both the telecom organizations, who the bandits and terrorists hold their numbers, hold your subscriber to your service. Either you stop or you die. And then one of the things, I will come back to that. Now, the president is what he said, and the president meant his word. For so many things, I think the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria want to make do his word because, of course, you know, there's this second tenor, scrambling, petitioning, horse trading going on. Some kind of, the president has to live up to his word. So it's coming at a good time because they told me all along, if you climb an Iroko tree, you better do all your firewood collection there because Iroko tree is not tree you climb every day. Now that the president, Jagaba himself, want to return for the second tenor to Aso Rock, there are so many things he will promise us now, and he will try to make good his promises because Nigerians are now, what we see is what convinces us, dear president, to vote for you again. It's not a condition, but like you have trust you when you promise us you will do. It won't be like the issue of the carpenter I met in ENUGU, he was cleaning up his wood. And they were asking him, he said, the ENUGU girls are promiscuous. I said, Mokoye, what do you mean by that? He said they are promiscuous. If they promise, they will not come. That's what makes them promiscuous. And people burst into laughter. Our president is not promiscuous, so if he promises, he will come. That's the thing. Because he's a gentleman, you know, he's a sagacious, creative, and well-renowned politician in Nigeria. After all, to go to the highest peak, apogee, and zenith of rulership in Nigerian political structure is not a mere feat. For you to get there, you deserve the term Jagaba. Congratulations, Jale. All we are waiting for you is to make good your promises, because Nigerians are greedy. And not until we bleed to death, is it? Any nation that is missing one by one and they are laughing, they will not finish missing, because you come to that community tomorrow, you will not see anybody. They would have missed and missed until they finish, because they're not taking it serious. The issue of insecurity in Nigeria is crippling and eating upon Nigerian population like a caterpillar will do on a very green leaf on a summer morning. Remember that caterpillar in Igbo, they call it a ENUGU. When you enter any tree in the morning, by evening, it will finish everything green on that tree and leave that tree like skeleton. That is what is happening to us. So any move from any side of Nigeria, coming from the highest office in Nigeria, giving us some confidence that something is being done, or will be done, or is being done now, it's a so-called. Thank you very much, Jagaban, our president. We trust you. Well, let's come back home to the third agenda on our agenda this afternoon, this morning, this night in your reading room. It says, post-party primary elections in Nigeria, the outcome of post-primary elections in Nigeria. Post-primary election has come in Nigeria. Well, that's what we are talking now. We are not talking about the election itself. It is the party primaries have come and gone, and line up with incidences we have not finished discussing. We talked about it in last episode of this program. We are still talking about it today, meaning that if what mouth the chop no finish, the jaw cannot rest. Yes, why do I say so? Senator Seriake Dixon had just risen in a meeting with the flag bearer of the ADC, their party, that's P2B, recently. What are they talking about? They discussed post-primary outcomes of NDC. The flag bearer of ADC, His Excellency Atiku, Abubakar Atiku, has just finished his tour of reconciliations with all the party members who felt miffed out of the primary elections, the outcome. And incidentally, one of them has accepted to be his vice president. You know? That's still the outcome. We had the vice president, the vice presidential flag bearer of ADC, His Excellency Rotimi Amechi. He said, I am not going to the primaries to be the vice president. I am not in contest to be president. And that's it. When I talk, say, make una dey careful about politicians. Una go there, things like the joke. Some of you bettered your life that Rotimi has said it and he said it. But behold, after the horse trading and the push and push and pull and all the negotiations, the man has accepted to become the vice president to ADC, Atiku Abubakar. That's one. On the APC, there is still talks, reconciliation about those. Some has jumped out of the party, went to seek for platform, other platforms that will give them ticket to run because they couldn't get the ticket in APC. Some people have been called back and said, don't hold on that well, if you get through 2027, you will be compensated with this or that, either with contract. The winner takes it all kind of Nigerian position. So once the party where the win head or tail is for Don't worry, not to run anywhere. But those who do not have confidence or patience are running off. And incidentally, some of them have gotten tickets in the end, some got in NDC, some got in ADC. But that's the restless run of low cost of Nigeria political structure as you roll the chain of bicycle as it's rolling from weak to strong and comes down. It continues. So, which one? Why should we go to primary elections and rig it and begin to do face mending? Which road can take us to Onitsha and make it shorter cut? Onitsha people, we're gonna pardon me. It was a manner of speaking. I didn't mean any stigma or harm. So it means you Nigerian politicians, if I give you election to conduct even in your house, you will rig it. And you boldly come and count us how you do. Even the A4 option that you people are indirectly adopting. We recently celebrated June 12th, and nobody mentioned the author of June 12th, who made June 12th a reality and a history. Nobody mentioned the professor, the INEC chairman, the professor himself, who made June 12th to be a history. The Anambra-born statesman, courageous, brainy, he made June 12th to be a history. But in all recording of June 12th in Nigeria, as Nigerians celebrate and all, nobody mentioned his name. And it's as if the spirit of Nigeria has come upon me. I am still trying to get the name of professor. The man, chairman of INEC, and during the time he stood his ground and wanted to deliver the June 12th of 1993, where IBB said he's annulling June 12th. It's unfortunate, but then whatever, once you cover the truth, someday it will come. But the spirit of June 12th is alive. As we all do this, it will haunt Nigeria, because if we do not want truth, the truth will suppressed, will burst out one day by force as a volcanic eruption and begin to fight us. So, what do I say? We openly, clearly planned to rig primary elections. Now we are taking time again to go and bend fences. What stopped Nigerians from having a very clean, fair, and free and fair primary elections? I don't, some people said even some parties that have decided that one candidate will be their flag bearer, still rigged when they were counting for the man that they have taken. You have said nobody is competing with this person, yes? You still went and did rigging when you are counting for him. You count 10, 100, 1,000, 1 million, and you are recording it, and you posted it like that to the world to see how the number of figures. Some people were posting, you go to their website, you look at their database, their membership is not up to 2,000, but the people who deliver their flag bearer is over 10 million. Now this leg, now I'm going to take ritual mile. So all of you are looking at my mouth because I think I'm talk. So say what you want me to say. If you think, like one politician told Nigerians, if you think you don't know what I am saying, then something is wrong with your ear or your and eye doctor that work in Nigerian political systems. We expect them to tell us what they have done, their government have done to win another election or to continue in government or to take over from the ruling government. They are abusing Nigerians, talking down on us, telling us all manner of things and all. That's the way. If there is election in Nigeria, truly, Nigerians will, in 2027, make their mind known with how they vote. The next item on the agenda is the proposed abolition of common entrance examination in Nigeria is sparking off debates. Since the last 5 years in Nigeria, Nigeria have continued to destroy all existing systems that are seen to be working. Instead of strengthening it, they will first destroy it, and they find it difficult to create an alternative body that can work the way that the old system have been working. And I find it difficult to. Why do we want to destroy a house built when we have not built a new one to pack into? Do we destroy the existing house so that it will be in the rain and the sun while we are constructing a new one? Is that thinking smart? Why do we want to destroy the common entrance? Because we want 9334 or whatever system they want to create? Have we experimented this system with a trial group? What we have chosen some group of as trial group, practice it for a year, see how the system will work out, check over time, then we introduce it on a bigger scale. But the common entrance that some of us took, the WAEC that some of us took in the daytime is being taken by 12 midnight these days. We have WAEC done now, we have NECO joined because WAEC is over every day losing its validity and rating because of this kind of thing. I don't know why are we going to common entrance. The common entrance exam is what every child looks up to. Is like that level where I pass it, you know, you have left the first level of education in Nigeria. Even if you want to go into a new system, we don't want to suggest that we stop common entrance. Even if you have 9334, 934, whatever, still have the common entrance. It gives the children one kind of credibility. You verify that they pass through a system instead, and you collect a certificate that you have passed that level. Go to the other one. After you finish another set of educational you then get another verification or certification and go to another one. Instead of saying that you move through from cradle, you go through, stay 9 years here, come and go without some. Very soon they will think about abolishing school living certificate, because that school living certificate they're abolishing is common entrance exam, is what first school living certificate is. When you abolish that, very soon you abolish secondary school living certificate, which is WAEC or WASC, West African School Certificate. After that, maybe very soon you start abolishing university education. University education has been abolished by itself by the university system in Nigeria. Most people do not go to university again, and the university will become useless in the next 10 years. Because people now use AI to do their school, write their thesis, teachers get their school notes from AI. So if anybody wants to study any course, you just enter it in AI, and AI will graduate the person, advance it to the level the person wants. But before AI help us destroy ourselves, we have started abolition of common entrance. Why? We need to be convinced. What alternative? Is it 934? What does that mean? It's going to be rolling over without a stop to verify if somebody is traveling. If you travel from after kindergarten, you enter primary school, you travel for 6 years in primary school, you come, you stop to look back. That is what it means. Have I traveled where they give you a certification and you see it? Okay. The information I'm getting says I should round up. Let me round up on this. I wanted to say I reserve this. The Yoruba monarchs in Nigeria, Yoruba monarchs from southwest Nigeria said they are now suggesting that they will use juju to fight insecurity. And I've said in other platforms, why not? Use anything you have both the gun that has bullet and the one that doesn't have bullet, to collect back a victim from a captive, is supported. After all, in battlefield, there's no beauty. You don't decide where I will hit my own blow when we are fighting. If you hit me in the head, if you turn my head, if I hit you on the belly, if you turn your belly, all of them, all die be die, fight in a fight. So my Yoruba monarchs, I doff my cap, I doff my filala, I dobale, hey Joe, anything you guys can use to fight insecurity in Nigeria, please bring it on, bring it on. We support using all we have, spiritual, physical, because this battle has passed the ankle. It's now a fight. Oh, this greeting has passed the ankle. It's now a fight. On this note, I'm going to call it a day on. I'll continue on that topic. You know, it's still for breaking news. I'll continue on that on next edition of news. My name is Chris Achimuz America. This week I'm going to go check all our social media handles, comment, share. For whatever we have done well, share with others. What we didn't well, share with us. Tell us to do better, we improve and go. On behalf of the production crew and Signature Television, I say, stay tuned to the rest of our programs and do not tune away from this station. God bless you.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what we call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of our numbers, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Nigeria appears to be entering a troubling phase where insecurity is no longer a distant concern but a daily reality, casting its shadow over communities, highways, markets, and increasingly the nation's schools. The recent surge in kidnappings has unsettled citizens and raised serious concerns about the effectiveness of the country's security architecture. Across several states, fear has become a constant companion. Travelers now avoid certain routes, farmers abandon their farmlands, and families adjust their daily routines around the unpredictability of violent attacks. Citizens have continued to voice deep concern over the worsening security situation.
In fact, to me, I'm not safe. I don't think I'm safe here. It's just where there's nothing we can do than the government to plead on the government to, work very hard to make sure that everyone is safe. Because you don't have gun, I don't have gun. So there's nothing I can do than to just look unto God and cry unto, that's the way we have been doing, cry unto the government to please, whatever they think they can do under their watch to make sure that these guys, they don't get hold on us, because hey, I'm afraid if they come, while they will not be small thing.
We need more security men in this country. And secondly, these security men should be deployed to their own states
The rate of insecurity in Nigeria is getting high, and everybody seems to be insecure. But what is happening is getting out of hand.
We are not happy as a citizen that our fellow citizens are falling down, both the army and the innocent children, especially school children. The way they are falling on daily basis, we are not happy.
Seeing our old women being kidnapped, being robbed in this country that we call giants of Africa. It's so bad. And the current government, they are not doing anything to what is happening.
Businesswoman Ifeoma Aneke says many residents are now too afraid to sleep soundly in their homes.
I don't think anybody feels safe. Aside me, I don't think anybody feels safe for what is happening in Nigeria presently, because the kidnapping, the bandits everywhere, the killing, everybody is so scared. Even to sleep, if you are sleeping now, I don't think people are sleeping with their eyes closed. If you hear any noise anywhere, you just wake up, because everywhere is not safe in Nigeria presently.
Christian Aminu called on relevant authorities to ensure the deployment of security personnel to churches, schools, and other public institutions to guarantee safety for citizens while carrying out their daily activities.
I think the government should try by all means to adopt a system whereby there will be security agencies that will be released to churches, schools, and other infrastructures that at least the people can be safe when they are around their place of duty and workplaces.
Let them mobilize security agents, all the consigns, let them make sure that insecurity is stopped in Nigeria. Some time ago, I had a foreign country planning coming to Nigeria to do something concerning it. And up till now, they are still killing and nothing is done. They should do something concerning it.
These reactions come as state governments adopt emergency preventive measures. In Katsina State, authorities have ordered the closure of all public schools following credible threats linked to kidnapping gangs. Kwara State has also shut down schools due to rising fears of possible attacks, while Plateau State has placed selected institutions on indefinite closure. Findings across the northern region show that over 180 schools have been affected by either temporary or ongoing shutdowns directly linked to insecurity. Residents, however, insist that beyond closures, there is an urgent need for a coordinated and sustained security response to restore public confidence and ensure the protection of lives and property. In Enugu, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Can you imagine a world where your workplace, campus, or your very home is not a sanctuary, but a potential battleground? I mean, this is the harsh reality of sexual harassment and assault that we must confront. Thank you for joining us on another edition of Gender Perspectives on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. And if you haven't figured it out yet, our discussion today is on combating sexual harassment and assault in our society. But before that, let's take a quick break. I'll be back shortly. Welcome back to Gender Perspectives on Signature TV. Well, earlier on I mentioned that our topic of the day is on combating sexual harassment and assault. Now, what is this sexual harassment and assault? This refers to unwanted sexual activities such as touching, kissing someone without consent, rape, while harassment can include comments, behavior, and unwanted sexual contact. It can take the form of jokes, threats, and discriminatory remarks about someone's gender or sexuality, and it can happen in person or online. It can also happen between people in romantic relationships. It can happen in families, at work, and between friends and acquaintances, and even strangers. It is any unwelcome conduct of a sexual nature that makes someone feel upset, scared, offended, or humiliated. It can also be a behavior intended to make someone feel that way. It is a form of discrimination, and it violates a person's dignity, creating an intimidating, hostile, degrading, humiliating, and offensive environment. Now, we have a background report that will give us detailed information on this.
Sexual harassment and assault cast a long and pervasive shadow across the globe, representing fundamental violations of human rights and deeply ingrained manifestations of gender inequality. These are not isolated incidents but rather interconnected forms of gender-based violence that demand comprehensive understanding and multifaceted responses. At its core, sexual harassment encompasses unwelcome conduct of a sexual nature that creates a hostile environment. This can manifest in insidious quid pro quo scenarios, where professional or educational advancement is contingent upon sexual favors, or through the creation of a hostile environment characterized by offensive jokes, unwanted physical contact, and the display of sexually explicit material. Distinct yet often intertwined, sexual assault involves non-consensual sexual acts, ranging from unwanted touching to the violent trauma of rape. The critical differentiator lies in the concept of consent, a freely given, informed, and enthusiastic agreement that can be withdrawn at any time. The absence of a no does not equate to consent, and factors such as power imbalances, coercion, and incapacitation render any purported consent invalid. The prevalence of sexual harassment and assault paints a grim picture globally. While data collection methodologies and reporting rates vary significantly, the World Health Organization estimates that approximately 1 in 3 women worldwide has experienced physical and/or sexual violence in their lifetime. The insidious nature of sexual harassment often leads to underreporting, yet studies across various sectors consistently reveal alarmingly high rates of experienced harassment. Regional variations exist, influenced by cultural norms, legal frameworks, and socio-economic factors. In Nigeria, while comprehensive national data is still evolving, anecdotal evidence and emerging studies point to a significant problem within educational institutions, workplaces, and public spaces. The roots of sexual harassment and assault are deeply embedded in a complex interplay of contributing factors. Foremost among these is the persistent issue of gender inequality and the inherent power imbalances that often exist between genders. Patriarchal norms and cultural beliefs that normalize male dominance, objectify women, and perpetuate harmful stereotypes create a fertile ground for such violence to occur and be tolerated. The lack of accountability for perpetrators further exacerbates the problem, fostering a culture of impunity where actions go unpunished. Victim blaming, a societal tendency to shift responsibility onto survivors, discourages reporting and shields perpetrators from scrutiny. Furthermore, Inadequate comprehensive sex education leaves individuals ill-equipped to understand consent, healthy relationships, and respect for boundaries. The digital age has also introduced new frontiers for abuse, with online spaces becoming breeding grounds for cyberstalking and online sexual harassment. Tragically, conflict and humanitarian crises often amplify existing vulnerabilities, creating environments where sexual violence is weaponized. Access to justice remains a significant hurdle, often impeded by fear of retaliation, societal stigma, and a lack of adequate support systems. The impact of sexual harassment and assault are profound and far-reaching, leaving indelible scars on individuals, organizations, and society. Survivors often endure significant physical health consequences, ranging from injuries to chronic pain. The mental and emotional toll can be devastating, leading to depression, anxiety, PTSD, and a diminished sense of self-worth. Socially and economically, survivors may face difficulties in education and employment, experience strained relationships, and grapple with financial insecurity. Organizations that fail to address these issues face reduced productivity, reputational damage, and potential legal liabilities. On a broader societal level, sexual harassment and assault perpetuate gender inequality, incur significant economic costs, and erode social cohesion. Providing comprehensive support for survivors is an indispensable aspect of addressing sexual harassment and assault. This includes ensuring immediate safety and protection, access to medical and psychological care, legal assistance, and dedicated support services. Adopting trauma-informed approaches in all interactions with survivors is crucial for fostering healing and recovery. Sexual harassment and assault are deeply entrenched societal problems that demand a comprehensive and unwavering commitment to change. Ultimately, dismantling the enduring shadow of sexual harassment and assault requires a fundamental shift in societal attitudes, a commitment to gender equality, and a collective responsibility to create a world where everyone can live free from fear and violence.
Like the report said, consent is the cornerstone in distinguishing between acceptable and unacceptable sexual behavior. And valid consent is freely and actively given. It's a voluntary yes, not the absence of a no. Silence or passivity does not equal to consent, and individuals must understand what they are consenting to. Now, consent to one type of sexual activity does not imply consent to others, and it can be withdrawn at any time. It is also not given under duress or incapacitation. Consent is given under, or rather, consent given under pressure, threats, or when someone is incapacitated by alcohol or drugs is not valid. Now, sexual harassment often involves an imbalance of power, where the harasser may have authority or influence over the victim, for instance, employer and employee, or teacher and student dynamic. And this power imbalance can make it difficult for the victim to speak out or resist. Now, there are so many things surrounding sexual harassment and assault, but before we go further, we had an interview with Mrs. Grace Opani. She is an educator and a counselor, and Pastor Chukwuemeka Emasoba. He is also an educator and a pastor. So let's take a listen. Today we have a discussion with two very interesting people on the program. So welcome to Gender Perspective. It's my pleasure having you on the program.
Thank you. Welcome, thank you.
Yeah. So you already know that our conversation today is on sexual harassment and assault. And we are looking at how to combat this problem in our society. But firstly, I want to understand, what do you know about sexual harassment and assault, or what do you understand by that, sexual harassment and assault?
Okay, well, sexual harassment is all about trying to touch someone in a particular way without the person's consent, trying to pressure someone into doing something indecent because you are trying to make the person to do what you're bidding without the person's consent, either out of threats or out of sheer a fear on the side of the person just to please you. So when you hear about this sexual harassment, it is there's really more on that of the women.
Okay, we talked about sexual harassment and assault. It's a troubling issue that disturbs the whole society. Sexual harassment comes in somebody or people trying to touch somebody in inappropriate ways. Some through grouping, some through letting, for trying to look using their face or eyes or gesture, verbally or non-verbally, trying to distort the person. So it's not accepted by so many societies, but some places maybe they accept certain things, but it is a very bad thing. Somebody to disturb somebody without the person's consent, touch the person sexually, using various means which are not accepted. Thank you.
And the end point is that the person is not aware. The person didn't give you approval to do what you are doing to him or her.
It's like passing boundaries.
Yes, crossing your boundaries, exactly. But do you think there is a difference between harassment and assault?
Yes, harassment, yes.
What's the difference?
The clear difference comes in the form that you can harass somebody like verbally and still do not touch the person. But assault, he has to have contact with the person's body, especially intimate areas, to touch the breast, the clitoris, or even having penetration. A forced way, you force yourself on the person, like rape, like attempting to rape, is violation, and this is assault. And this assault is more than harassment. This is not the assault. Harassment is a kind of inappropriate remarks on somebody, trying to do inappropriate things, but verbally, personally, but not actually touching the person's physical body. That's what I believe.
And you can also harass someone through like you said, talking to the person in a wrong way, in a wrong manner. You can harass someone emotionally. You can harass someone, but for you not to go into the act proper, it is not yet assault. But assault is when you now exceeded the harassment. You've done the harassment and you made a threat through the harassment, and now you are executing it. That's when the assault comes in. And that is the one that will end up leaving the person with a great impact that will damage the person for life. So that's where the assault comes in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And there is, most people don't know, but there is a thin line between acceptable behavior and harassment. And sometimes people don't know where to draw the line. People actually make these comments and things that can be called jokes.
Of course.
But they might sound like jokes. People might laugh about it, but it is actually not a joke. So how can one differentiate between acceptable behavior and harassment?
It's a thin line.
Okay, let me. Acceptable behavior. One, as I said, if you joke with me and it's accepted by myself, it is not a kind of harassment. But if you play sexually and I reject it and you continue, it's harassment. You understand? A repeated act on me that I reject is harassment.
It's harassment.
Even stalking. Insisting on that is watching me, following me, monitoring me, and you know that I said no. The no differentiates it. When you play with somebody's breast and the guy does not talk, accepts it, joke with you, it's accepted. It's not under harassment. Even Lauren, looking at somebody sexually, remove the person's clothes, and the person still enjoys it. And it's it's accepted by you.
Acceptable.
So it's no crime. But it becomes a crime when I group you, touch your buttocks, or touch your breast, or touch your private parts. And you say no. What type of joke is this? That is not accepted.
And I insist. They just like some guys that want to, they are trying to get a girlfriend. Say, I want to. Yes, they'll be following you. They'll be telling you, I love you. You're this, that. I tell, please, I'm not interested. Tomorrow they will stop blocking, and they'll tell you, just let's start from platonic friend and all that. The next thing, they see you in a place or in a location. They try to go as far as try to hug you without your consent. That one is one that is not accepted.
It's not accepted. The whole thing boils down like you don't accept it. Yeah. As far as you reject it, it's not accepted.
It's not accepted behavior. But if the person that is dealing with the other person likes what the other person is doing, in our eyes, it might look at, I don't like what this person is doing, but the person receiving it likes it. So it's appropriate for the person.
It all borders on consent.
Of course.
I'm not exceeding your boundary. Do not cross your boundary.
Of course.
And okay, bringing it down to our society.
Okay.
How do you think our society and culture, do you think this contributes to the high rates of harassment and assault that we see and hear and experience these days?
Somehow our culture entertains some harassment because using their I would say some of the culture practice timidity. There's no awareness. Some don't even know what they're doing is wrong. They don't even know somebody's crossing the boundaries. They think it's normal. Like in some places where I've lived in Warri, they don't check a woman soft like in ENUGU. They command you, and it's their way of life. So in some areas, it's the culture that causes it. The environment make people to behave in such ways, and they don't even know it's wrong. That's what I say. So somewhere the culture needs to be changed. You have to specify the culture, enlighten them, and bring them to what is right and what is wrong. Then sometimes you meet experts like psychologists to put people through. And sometimes you pass through pastors, they pray you through. Because sometimes they don't have to be biblical. Bible must be involved.
The culture. There is this place in Nigeria today where it's their culture that once you visit me, if you're my good friend, I'll give you my wife to sleep with.
So there's no
it's normal. They're not saying there's anything. If you don't release your wife, it's a very big deal.
Yeah.
So you see, around that areas like that, you find out that it is their way of life. The culture of that area, that location, have made it that women will constantly be submitted to assaults on a daily basis. And they see that's the way of it. Nothing is wrong with that.
And equally in some cultures too, in Africa. Before a man gets married to their sister, their daughter, the whole aunts test the man. You go inside the room with the man and test the man. If the man performs well, you now accept.
Wow.
So that one comes in that culture.
That's culture, yeah.
Somewhere in Africa, it does happen. This one she said is somewhere in Nigeria, where you produce your wife for testing. And if the man does not test the wife, it's not a good friend.
Of course.
So that's the culture.
It's a big
Such cultures for us need to be changed. For them, I don't know that they accept it. Maybe they like it, then you cannot stop them. But we know culture affects harassment. Some encourage harassment
and assaults.
Yes, I'm talking about encouraging harassment. In our society, most people tend to be judgmental of victims of assault and harassment. And so it makes them be more quiet about it, not making them not to be able to speak out and talk about it. Now, don't you think this also promotes perpetrators of the act to keep doing it because the victims can't speak because they will be blamed or things like that?
But that one comes back in the culture whereby they believe you are the one that accepted it. You expose yourself. You are the one that caused it. That we need to touch the culture, the society at large, even the community. We need a change. So first of all, people should be taught what is harassment. Bring it down, even to Nigeria. There's a woman, Natasha, in the Senate. She did something, she said something, but the government is playing with it because of the way we see. We have weak laws. We don't have complete understanding of such things. She might be right. Let me explain. Let's say in UK, luring, looking at somebody sexually, can be attributed as harassment. There's a way we might compare with another thing, it becomes an assault. Even in Nigerian law, somewhere they have some provisions for that. But, somehow, because we have weak judicial, and it's not weak laws, let me just say judicial system. Weak laws made it somehow, they pedal it down as if it's normal, but it's not normal.
And another thing is that those perpetrators, most of them have connections. So that's why those people that are victims, they are not given the opportunity to say. Even if they say it out, it is buried under the carpet. Because the person, it's just like, for instance, when you come and accuse maybe the governor of the state and say that he raped me, you are talking to yourself. It can't be true. Nothing can be done. So you see, instead of coming to expose yourself, rather they will twist it. Maybe it's because you're the one. You're the cause. Come on. How can this honorable man do this to you? They will now say that you are, especially the female genders, they suffer mostly in the hands of male on this area, on this angle right now, because they don't believe. They'll say, because maybe you're wearing something that exposes your body. That's why you're assaulted. So you find out that those people that are victims, they cocoon themselves in. They don't like talking about it. Two, once a brother, even the church, they're not helping. Someone will come and tell you, a brother, I was raped, I was assaulted. The next thing they will say, all these unbelievers trying to destroy the house of God. All these unbelievers, may the Lord judge you. Yes, you find out that I have had, as a counselor, I hear a lot of things. I have had an issue of a sister that the one that they said are going on night vigil. They went on the night vigil. He said, please help me pick up something from the car. Innocently, you're going with a choir master. All of a sudden, inside the car, started assaulting the girl. So they say, I'm so disappointed. And now, out of ignorance or whatever, went and told the pastor without telling the wife, So, I said, how can this brother, the person that will sing and anointing will come down?
Cannot do such a thing.
Now, the next day, it becomes a topic. Now, do you know that this girl took it on Facebook? I am telling you, it was a serious thing. Say, okay, I'm lying. Let's take it. So now when the thing went to Facebook, it now got us to, that was when we knew it was not only that day, it started. It has started happening. Now they are now begging the girl to bring down the video. And I know, I even have to tell her the video must go down. Because now, it's not only the person involved. Now the church that condemned her is now involved.
Yes.
So, will you tell me that people that witness such an event, they will be free to talk about it? Because a lot of people are going through this thing on a daily basis. Another thing is that the perpetrators are allowed to go scot-free. Nothing are done to them. And that's why they do it. What the hell?
That's what I talk about. We have a weak system.
I'm telling you.
The system does not handle it well. So because it does not handle it well, people repeat such crimes. So the crime is being repeated because of the system.
And she just told a story about someone in church who got assaulted or harassed.
And that was some power imbalance.
Now I'm coming to that, but I just want to get your opinion on that because you're a pastor as well, and you're an educator. So I'm sure in both as a pastor, you must have probably encountered people who come to you with such issues. Now, from her own angle of how the church handles this matter, what do you have to say about that?
What she said is not about the church. She was just thinking about a particular church. Not all churches.
Not all churches.
You know, some people handle their own very well. When such cases are brought, it's for the pastors, it's like it's a spiritual issue. So we pass through prayers first. In prayers, some people have the power to see vision. From the vision, they're able to handle the issue. So, under the pastoral part of it, when you use prayers and use the word of God, you settle their mind. And some of the victims have been delivered because these things were saying under the normal society discussion is normal. But in the spiritual aspect, all these things have forces involved, attached to such things. When the victim passes through rape, there's a spirit transferred to the person. The spirit disturbs the person, haunts the person gets traumatized, depressed, and doesn't feel okay. That's a spirit. But normally, if you don't understand it.
So you're linking the effects of sexual assault to spirituality.
It comes to spirituality. Yes, it's spirituality now. No, they don't believe it. When you are emotionally down, something is wrong.
I think
on my own side, what you're saying, a particular church might not handle it well. That doesn't mean that the church is right.
Okay.
That particular church may be offline, or even the church need deliverance. But when the church is okay and sound, deliverance is forever. Deliverance is a constant something. Don't misunderstand me. Every church passes through deliverance. Constant something. It's not once you are delivered for life. No. You pass through a process. So under that one, the girl or the woman comes in, pass through a process, pray, handle the issue. Some you talk through, the person get through. But some people go and expose, some come to television and some to say, this.
The thing there is that, you see, assuming someone told you, this is what I encountered, out of trust. I think the first thing that man would have done is to first of all believe. They want to be believed. One, yes. Oh, this thing happened. Oh, I believe. I know you're not lying. Just because it's out of trying to prove that she's not lying that made her to go as far as going on social media.
Yeah. Okay, let's not.
That's different. The person did not handle it well. That's it. That particular person did not handle it well. That doesn't mean the church.
But in your experience as an educator and a pastor as well, can you just share maybe an incident or something you've encountered? Maybe someone, a case you handled.
There's a case that came up, but this one is rape. She studied in the university, came out and had done her master's, looking for a job. As I say, it's power imbalance. The friend a married man that's supposed to help her out, took her out. They went up after drinking, having a good time. He said, okay, come and see my wife and greet my wife. She now came to greet the wife. Coming to greet the wife was not home. She didn't know. She entered the house to greet the man and locked the door and used belts. I said to Frog, she was wondering what is that. Before you know, the man tore the girl's clothes and raped her.
Wow.
So when she brought the case and told me, I said, first of all, you have to go and do check-up. Then after check-up, you go back to the man. You go back to the man, tell the man, do not accept to have sex again with the man. Because if you have sex with the man the second time, you are finished. It's called confirmation. That confirmed it. Tell the man, you need money for drugs to go and treat yourself. She went back to the man. The man gave her money for drugs to treat herself. She came back then, we had to send her for prayers to clean her heart. But later on, she stopped. She didn't go to meet the man again. She didn't return to the man. On the process, she now left. Because first of all, what I noticed is that when she came to me, she was panicking. She was afraid. She was behaving somehow. Her behavior was not okay. She was sitting like this before. She was sitting like this. Later I sent her to a psychologist that helped her out. So the psychologist was a prayer. She was able to get through. But on the long run, we later lost her.
Wow.
But do you think asking her to go back to the person who put her in that situation was the best?
No.
Because anything could have gone wrong.
No, that one was.
They have raped her again.
You cannot rape her again. No, that one was a planned rape at night. They went outside, go and meet your wife. This time around, they have to collect drugs. The man had already slept with her. She don't hide anything. She doesn't have any money to treat herself. Because sleeping with her, she had to treat herself now. But she was asking me, am I pregnant? I said, what? She said, am I pregnant? I said, like that. But she had not said it before. She was confused. A big girl.
Wow.
A big girl had done her master's. Is that being like somehow? So I sent her back. He collected money from the man, came back, and I sent her to a psychologist. When she passed through it, through prayers, she got herself well. But later on the life, she died. And through another process, she had to lost her.
So what about you? That's a lasting, maybe trauma can be part of it.
Honestly.
Trauma, the trauma of all this things.
No, there's not trauma that did that. She exposed herself because she has body. She only lied on the tires and cooled the entire body. That's why she died, not through the trauma. Because through prayers and through the experts that handled her, she got herself well.
At least that's great to hear.
And she didn't return to the man, and the man didn't have his way again, the second tenor. Because when you have a second tenor, you are finished. Second tenor is confirmation.
Yeah, but the man is still out there though.
No, the man is still out there. And nothing, nothing happened to him, except God.
These are the issues. So what about you? Do you have any,
Yes. That's this woman that came for one of the counseling session. So already she's going through depression. So when I was trying to find out the roots, how it started and everything, she now opened up and told me that she has the husband's brother that helped them. But initially she wasn't seeing it as anything. But when the thing persisted, she started seeing, I said,